Welcome, Chris. What are we building? We're building Reki. History of Kamigawa, which is a 3-mana creature that you draw a card whenever you cast a legendary. Unfortunately, it doesn't include lands, which I really would have liked, but... Cast legendary equals draw a card seems pretty good. Anything that's 0 is free, anything that's 1 is almost free. 2 is still pretty good because it turns all your guys into basically elvish visionaries. And then after that, so now we're on 3s, and the 3s are going to go. So yeah, here's Reki down here. Whenever you cast a legend, draw a card. That's Selvala. 6 for sure. And once we get up to 4, it's going to start getting a bit dicier. I'm definitely going to want Tusky. Have you built Lae'zel and Master Chef? If not, would you? Could look at that. So previously... I've been using the randomizer. However, I've built actually so many commander decks at this point that I keep getting duplicates. So now I've just decided I'm just going to go through in release order so we can find them all. Anyway, let's finish building Reki. I'll play Garruk. If it can untap Nykthos or Gaia's Cradle, that's worth it. Arn, no. There's Toski. I think after this point, I'm just going to want more generic stuff. So let's see. Definitely not at 121. 84. We've got our lands. We've got our ramp cards, which I've deliberately included Opal, Amber, and the Iron Crag because they're all legends. And then I also had... Never had this to a deck before, so this is card draw. I consider Garruk. I mean, he's not ramp. I mean, I guess he's kind of ramp. Sure, we'll count him as ramp. Nissa is a cantrip thing. So is Growing Rites. What's our odds of actually hitting off Growing Rites? We look at 4 cards and we have a total of 26 creatures in the deck, which is what exact math? Of course, we're going to add more to the deck, but let's just say we didn't add any more than this. That means we would be at 99 with, sorry, what was it again? It was 26. And we're looking at 4 cards. We need to hit 1 of them. So we've got a 70% chance of hitting. That's pretty bad. Love to see Rafine build at some point, unless you've already done them. I have built Rafine, I believe. Let me do this. Yep, there's Rafine. So, Rafine, here's the link if you want to look at it. The Esper combo nonsense with Thassa's Oracle. Alright, back to types and tags. What else do we add here? I didn't want to add cards just because they're legendary. But I guess if we look back here, 1 is almost free, so let's just say that. Legendary. So yeah, a lot of these cards just don't really do anything, so I didn't want to add them. I thought about Instrument of the Bards, but I don't think that's really doing much. The Ozolith was another one I thought of, but we're not really doing anything with that either. Let's see. I need to add Finale of Devastation as an infinite mana payoff. I should also probably add other infinite mana payoffs like Umbral Mantle or infinite mana generators rather. So right now we've got Luxior Druid, so we can add Umbral Mantle, plus we already have Selvala and Selvala, Sanctum Weaver, and Priest of Titania as potential other outlets for that. And Marwyn. Probably need more removal than just this. So yeah, Beast Within, Haywire, Rex Sage, Song of the Dryads. Do Green Sun, Dryad Arbor. All right, let's look at Reki. Yeah, didn't really want these ones. Legendary creature you control. We don't even have that many though. Sereth. Basically is another way of just giving him hexproof. I guess that's okay. Or Sereth. Don't really want like the 3 mana creature ramp. We don't even have that much. I guess I can add Natural Order Craterhoof to the deck too. That's another easy win. Oof. Anything else? I don't want Nissa. Not Great Henge. I did add Dosen into the deck. Don't really care about Ronus, although Ronus is an infinite mana outlet. Actually, we could probably do Ronus, the Indomitable. We can just use him as a cantrip early, and then he's an infinite mana payoff later. And then, let's see, got all this. Instants, we're good there. Sorceries, good there. What about artifacts? Oh yeah, Excalibur. I don't particularly want that though. I guess it depends on how cheap it's going to be, but I imagine it's going to be more expensive than I want it to be most of the time. I think I'd only be happy ever casting this if it costs 2. Mill, kind of expensive. Then enchantments, this is also fine. We are drawing potentially a lot of cards, so I thought about maybe having exploration in the deck as well. And there's all the planeswalkers, which I basically don't want any of them except Garruk. And then lands don't matter. Okay. For 1 over. I don't really need Shadow Spear, but I'll keep it because it's 1 mana. Marthas is in here just because it's a 0-drop that you can just cycle, but let's see. Whenever you put 1 or more +1 counters on another colorless creature, and when it dies, you manifest a bunch of cards. Yeah, that's still fine. What else be cut? I really don't think Growing Rights is very good. Let's just go to that. What did our ultimate creature count wind up being? 31. So that means it would have been this. So 78% chance, so round up 80%, which means 1 out of 5 times you'll still brick on it. All right, so this is Reki. So this is just 3 mana. Whenever you cast a legend, draw a card. So it's easy enough. Just add in a bunch of legends to the deck. In particular, anything that's 0, which is 3 cards: Amber, Opal, and Amarthus. free essentially. Anything that costs 1 is almost free, but you don't want to add things just because they're legendary, but we can make some exceptions. So like, I would never have played Hope of Girper in the deck, for example, but it's cheap enough that it's fine. Same thing with like the Iron Crag. I normally just would have cut out this card, but hey, it's a legend, so why not? Now, aside from Reki, oh, and then our actual win cons are infinite mana with either Devoted Druid plus Luxior, or we've got a number of creatures that tap for more than 1 mana. So Priestess Titania, Sanctum Weaver, Marwyn, and Selvala can all potentially tap for a whole bunch. And if we just equip them with, where is it? Umbral Mantle, wherever that is. Umbral Mantle. We can, as long as we're making 4 with them, we can generate infinite. And then we can dump that infinite with either those or the Devoted Druid combo into a Finale of Devastation to just overrun the board, or we can just go Natural Order into Crater Hoof, or just cast Crater Hoof and use that to win. Well, and we also have Ronus here as another infinite mana outlet. I feel like this deck is easy to fill with junk, which would make it worse. Yeah, and that's why I've specifically avoided adding in all the junk cards. So I didn't add in just every single 1 mana legend, because most of them are not, well, most of them, I don't know the numbers. A bunch of them aren't good, so I just omitted them. And then I did a little more off-stream brewing. So let's see. Let me pull all of that up. So I built Rune-Tail. Let's see. I changed some things around because of Foundations preview, so I added some cards into those decks. What were the new things that I built? Yomiji, Horobi, Daretti, Balthor, Llawan, Scarab God, Archimandrite, Kibo, Yarus. And then these were changes. I made this one. Slobad. Everything else was on stream. Best spoiled Foundations cards. There's the creature that's an Exquisite Blood, which goes infinite with Starscape, Cleric, and Standard. So if you wanted your Exquisite Blood combos in EDH to be a creature for whatever reason, you now have a creature Exquisite Blood, or you just have a second Exquisite Blood if you wanted another copy of it. What are the other best ones so far? Because there's that, and then there's like the Jumpstart cards that are also unique. Let's see, Foundations. So the ones that aren't, so yeah, Bloodthirsty Conqueror is the card I'm talking about. What are the best ones that are not reprints? This Spider might do something. Tiny Bones might be in addition to discard decks, possibly. I don't think there's a lot. If Burn is a deck, then Crystal Barricade, I guess, is a card that can fight it. Day of Judgment will probably be the best sweeper in Standard most of the time. Although, again, that's a reprint. Let's see. They're making Stroke of Midnight. Is whatever. Reprint. Yeah, it's not a lot to work with so far. We've got the Cat for another ETB draw trigger creature. So this is the only one. So there was Spirited Companion and Wall of Omens, and now there's this one. So we've got more of those. And then down here, nothing really to see. Leyline Axe is potentially an add to Pioneer Metalwork Colossus deck. I mean, it's almost certainly an add to that deck. Now, that deck's not very good, but this is an obvious add to it. Scrawling Crawler was an addition to any of those mass, like, wheel draw decks, so I added it to a few decks like Nekasar, because it's just another copy of Underworld Dreams, basically. And that is pretty much it, I believe, yeah. And then there's all the Jumpstart cards, which I don't think are standard legal, right? I think they're their own thing, but I don't know. I don't remember seeing anything in here that was like, wow, can't believe they made this thing. Generous Pup, possibly, for any sort of Hardened Scales decks. Yeah, okay, Bob's in this. It's definitely not standard legal. Most of this is reprints, I think. Yeah, I think that's basically everything, right? And then there's the special guest cards, which are also not standard legal, I believe. They're just reprints. Oh yeah, Maelstrom Pulse is in the set, which means that it's going to be standard legal. I think a card like Maelstrom Pulse has basically been power crept out of the game at this point, though. So I don't know how relevant that even is. And then we're getting Temple reprints, which are not good. Would you build a deck with the new mono white cat commander? You mean Arabo? Or is that Arabo? No. Because if you want a cat commander, you already have the original Arabo, which is in 2 colors. And is better than this, regardless. Like, not even considering its colors, it's just better than this one. So I made Rune-Tail Kitsune Ascendant. So this one I wasn't even sure if I could build a deck around it at first. It is, when you have 30 or more life, flip it. So it flips the second it's in play. And it flips into an enchantment that says prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control. So immediately I looked for any sort of a combo that said something like, you know, deal whatever damage to your guys, do something. There's nothing like that in mono white. However, there were some cards that were like that. So if I can find them. So like Wave of Reckoning, everything deals damage to itself equal to its power. So this is basically asymmetrical board wipe because none of your creatures will take any damage. Then there was, I created a new tag called Pillow Fort, which is basically where I'm putting all the Ghostly Prison type effects for now. But we've got Palace Guard can block any number of creatures. Same thing with Wall of Glare, can block any number of creatures. And then there's Palisade Giant and Protector of the Crown, which redirect all damage that we've dealt to you to it. But of course, all the damage is going to be prevented. That's not a lot, but it's something. And then outside of that, there's also like forced attacks. So Gideon Jura, force your opponent to attack you, or to attack Gideon rather, and then you just get to block them and kill them for free because none of your guys take any damage. Magnetic Web, in a very roundabout way, basically forces opponents to attack. And then after that, there wasn't really anything that combined with the commander. So the rest of the deck just became mono white stacks beatdown with Heliod Ballista as a infinite win. Or just play Moonshaker Cavalry and overrun the field. Not great. Oh, there's also Fountain Watch and Greater Oromancy, which gives Shroud to enchantment so that this doesn't get blown up once it's on its enchantment side. Then there was Yomiji, who bars the way. This is 7 mana. Whenever a legendary permanent other than itself goes to the graveyard, return it to your hand. So there's some combo loops that you can do with this by stacking legendary permanents and then putting them back onto the battlefield. So there's things like, you know, if you've got Phyrexian Altar plus a 1 mana white legend, in this case, there was a bunch I could play, but the deck can already run, where is it? The deck can already run Skrelv, so you could just go Phyrexian Altar plus Skrelv, back Skrelv, make a white mana, Skrelv goes back to your hand, cast Skrelv again, do that infinitely. And there's other ones you can do infinitely, like Ashnods plus Hope of Ghirapur, etc. You can do it with any time that you've got a legendary permanent that you can sacrifice, if that permanent is 0, so it's like Opal or Amber, or you've got your sack outlet also generates mana, and you can generate enough mana to replay the thing you sacrificed to it. Lets you infinitely replay those things, and then we can just win the game with Altar of the Brood. to infinitely mill our opponents. And then we've also got the Village Bellringer plus Blink combos here with all of our artifact creatures that generate mana. I think there's some other loops here, like Amarthus, is a card that you can just straight up play for free. It dies, goes back to your hand. You play it for free, it dies, it comes back to your hand. So Amarthus, you don't even need a sack outlet. You just go Amarthus plus something like Altar of the Brood. Altar of the Brood was the one I picked because it was the best one that had any sort of a when you cast, when something enters, or when something dies trigger, and it's the cheapest one at 1 mana, and you can also get it off Urza Saga. Grinding Station was another one that can win the game. And then Altar of... Do I have Altar of Dimension here? No, I don't. Basically, Grinding Station plus... Grinding Station instead of Altar of Dementia, because Grinding Station can also just sack artifacts that are not creatures, like Opal, for example. So it does require that you assemble multiple pieces, including Yomiji, but there's a bunch of combo wins here. And then the rest of the deck is pretty straightforward. The only main difference is that we can't run Rule of Laws because all of our combos involve recasting things over and over. And then there was a little bit of side benefits, like Boromir can now be sacked and immediately come back to your hand, and then you can play him again. So any legend that also had a sacrifice ability to just come back was something that we could run. So Hope of Girpur also, aside from being a combo piece, lets you do that as well. The top 5 mono white commanders, they are... I probably have them all built. So... off the top of my head, Adeline's probably one of them. Do color sort. Yeah, I would definitely say Adeline. Let's see. Heliod just allows you to have 1/2 of your Heliod Ballista combo in the command zone, so that's probably pretty good. Elishnorn and Delmi might have just solid value to begin with, and then Felia is probably pretty good. I know Oswald's really good as well, and Teshar has a bunch of other combo loops, so if I had to narrow it down to 5, it would probably be Adeline, Heliod, Oswald. Oh, Light Paws also can become pretty awesome. I don't know. I'd have to play all of these out. I assume Adeline, Heliod, and Oswald are in the top 3, and then after that, I don't know. I'd have to test. My guess is that Teshar would probably be in that list because it's so easy to combo with it. And then number 5, maybe Light Paws. Very cheap and allows you to get a bunch of value out of it really fast. So probably something along those lines. Also built Horobi. So this is 4 mana whenever a creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, destroy that creature. So obviously the best thing to do with this is to have something that can just target a bunch of stuff for free so that you can go Horobi and then immediately kill all of your opponent's creatures. There isn't exactly something that does that, but there's things that are close. So I think I have the most in attack. Touch of Darkness is a card that it doesn't matter what it does. It just allows you to target any number of creatures. So for 1 mana, you can, if you have Horobi in play, you can just Plague Wind the field. There is also some combos with Thornbite Staff, which allows you to target things. There's some other combos in here like Revel in Riches. Because your opponent's creatures are dying, you make treasures. And then that's just generally good, but it can also either win by itself or it can give you loops where you just keep killing stuff and making more treasure tokens. And then there's like, yeah, Reservoir Top Bolus combo, which has nothing to do with Horobi, but whatever. Spine of Ishsaw. Mainly this is in here. Spine of Ishsaw and Cityscape Level are mainly in here just to be additional cards that can destroy types of permanents that black usually doesn't have the ability to destroy. Jade Monolith is 1 mana to target something. Again, the ability doesn't matter. It's mainly the fact that you can pay 1 to target something. Although it is awkward that the Jade Monolith itself is 4 mana. There's also like Liquimetal Coating and Liquimetal Torque can just target stuff for free. That helps. Retribution of the Ancients is another combo. I believe it's... I forget exactly what it combos with, but it has that ability. Meathook Massacre 2, just because if we're killing all of our opponent's stuff, the bottommost ability is going to be helpful. Although we do have non-bows with it in the deck because we have Dothy Voidwalker, but One or the other is fine. Thrall Parasite is tap, pay 2 life, remove a counter from target non-land permanent, and importantly, you don't actually have to have a counter to remove. You can target anything regardless. So this one is free because you can just tap it, and it's only 1 mana. And then similarly, Hex Parasite, you can just pay a single Phyrexian mana to remove 0 counters from something, and then just pick that all off for however much life you're willing to pay. Inversion Behemoth is, it allows you to, again, it switches power and toughness, but that's irrelevant. The main point is that you can just put it down and then go combat, target all of my opponent's stuff, they all die. Karavet, because we're killing stuff anyway. Ogre Slumlord's a combo piece because you get rats and then you can sack the rats for things. Songromancer's another combo piece, basically. Same thing with Shadow Alley Denizen. And then Termination Facilitator is another thing that just targets. Tetsamok, you can reveal it from your hand and target something. So for however much 1 mana you're willing to pay, you can just keep targeting things and killing them. And I think there's there's also some lands that target stuff like Shizo, Power of the Magistrate, and the original Urborg are all lands that can just target creatures. You can kill all those creatures with these lands as well. I think that was everything here. Oh no, there's also some artifacts. So Bloodthirsty Blade is an equipment that you can attach to opposing creatures for 1 mana, so you can just, boom, kill everything. Cauldron of Souls, 5, choose any number of targets, blah, blah, blah. Distorting Lens, 2 mana, tap, target something. Helm of Chutzak is 1 mana, and then 1 tap, target something. Netherborn Altar is a way of getting our commander out of the command zone and into our hand, because the whole deck revolves around Horobi being in play, so if Horobi gets killed, we need to be able to play it in a way that doesn't cost us a bunch of mana. And then Squeeze Toy and Tower of Corail are other ways of just targeting creatures. And then I also have Unwinding Clock here so that we can untap our artifacts that target stuff so we can keep killing things on opponents' turns. And the main issue I have with this deck, obviously, is 1, Horobi needs to be in play, otherwise it doesn't work. And 2, probably this is too many cards dedicated to specifically targeting our opponent's stuff, especially when there are better and more efficient versions of things we have. So like Jade Monolith, for example, is very inefficient, and there's other cards that basically do the same thing that this does, but at a cheaper rate. And there's a number of cards in the deck that are like that. So I would probably, after play testing this enough, I would identify the ones that kind of suck. My top contender is probably Jade Monolith, but I'm assuming a bunch of the other ones are not necessary. And I would just start cutting out those cards. You have a bunch of stuff that blocks ETBs in your Adeline deck, even though you use them. Why is that? Would you change something? It's because, in general, so sometimes you'll run stack. This doesn't just apply to Adeline, it applies to anything. Sometimes you'll have stacks cards that also hinder yourself. The most common version of that is having Collector Oof, even in a deck that has Skull Ring, Chrome Mox, and Mox Diamond. The idea is either that you can play out the stuff that would get affected by your stacks cards before you play the stacks cards, in which case it doesn't matter because you already got the value out of them, or it's that the value of having the stacks piece is that it affects you a lot less than it does your opponents, and therefore, even if it does wind up affecting you, it will affect your opponents to a much greater detriment than it will yourself. Also, occasionally these decks will have sacrifice outlets, so you can have, for example, like, let's say you've got Collector Oof in a Golgari deck, and you don't have that many artifacts that you want to activate, but you've got some, and you also have like a Phyrexian Tower, so if it's really a problem later in the game, you can sacrifice the Collector Oof, right? Sometimes it's also a situation of you want it as an option. So like, maybe I don't necessarily want to collect Oof because it's going to harm some of my artifacts, but I have a Green Sun Zenith and other creature tutors, and I can tutor for the Oof if I'm in a situation where my opponents either have a bunch of mana rocks and I just want to shut them down, or they have some sort of artifact related combo or whatever. And so I can just tutor the Collector Oof out. I have that option, even though a Collector Oof will normally harm my own ability to activate stuff. Opinions on Yawgmoth, by the way, is he good? I assume you mean Yawgmoth Thran Physician. Yeah, Yawgmoth's really good. It's card advantage in the command zone that also sometimes kills stuff, and it's part of multiple infinite combos. We also made Daretti Scrap Savant. This is a rummager or a looter that's also a trash for treasure or a welder. This one was mainly just find all the best, like, cheatable artifacts. And then just loot. And then sack stuff. So we've got stuff like, you know, Ichor Wellspring. Other artifacts that are just cheap things that we can sacrifice. Or hell, we can just sacrifice a random Mana Rock or whatever. And then we can weld in all these big threats. Or we can weld in, like, Nexus of Becoming or Kymil to get extra cards. Portal to Phyrexia. Nevinyrral's Disc because it's a Wrath that we can get back from the graveyard. And it also doesn't blow up Daretti. It doesn't hit Planeswalkers. There's like a bunch of stacks cards and, you know, relatively just straightforward the rest of the red deck. And some infinite combos. Dualcaster, Molten Duplication are in here just because they're the easiest combo to have in red. But there's also combos with like Divining Top plus Mystic Forge plus anything that reduces the cost of this, which in this case is Cloud Key. Or you can also loop Glaring Fleshraker, Mystic Forge, and Top to do infinite damage. This one is pretty straightforward. Then there's Balthor, which I needed to get them either a bunch of creatures into the graveyard or more specifically a combo. So there's not a great way of getting a bunch of different creatures into the graveyard. Like, there's not a way to put a ton of them into the graveyard other than a name death aspect, but then you got to run a bunch of spirits, and the spirits don't even really do anything when you get them. So it was mainly about finding a Buried Alive pile, and the Buried Alive pile is Mikaeus, Yawgmoth, and it was one other card. It's not Razaketh. I forget what the other piece is, but it's Mikaeus, Yawgmoth, and one other thing. And then I don't actually know that it matters what thing that is, but basically you can just go, since Mikaeus gives Undying, and because Yawgmoth puts -1 counters on something, as long as you've got a creature that you can, like, as long as you've got other creatures, like, I don't think the other two creatures matter. You just need 2 other creatures because they'll both undie, and then you can just Yawgmoth, keep moving the counters around and keep looping them over and over. And at that point, Yawgmoth will just draw a bunch of cards, but if you've got something else like Ayara or anything that triggers from creatures dying or entering, you can go infinite there. And then there's just a bunch of big bomb creatures like Villas or Razaketh that we can use to get back. And then the rest of the deck is built around trying to find ways of getting stuff into our graveyard. So we've got Buried Alive, Entomb, Unmarked Grave, but then we also have like Dark Deal, Ripples of Undeath, just ways of milling ourselves. Matzalantli, which just loots. And mainly we can win the game just off of Balthor and getting creatures back, so we're trying to do that. Another Buried Alive combo is we can just put Oppo Agent and Marilyn into the graveyard and reanimate those, and then we've basically hard-locked our opponents as long as they can't kill them. And then Living Death is here because we want at least one other way of reanimating all of our creatures that isn't just Balthor. And then there's this handful of other reanimation spells because, again, we might just go like turn 1 Entomb, Villas, turn 2 reanimate it, so that's good enough as well. Heartless Summoning, we actually don't have, like, the creatures that we have are generally pretty big. The only exception is Orcish Bowmasters, but every other creature in the deck, I believe, survives the Heartless Summoning. So if I go to types, yeah, we got 13 creatures. Oh, Blood Pet also dies, but that's fast mana, so that doesn't matter. I think everything else survives it, though. And the benefit of having a 2 mana thing that reduces the cost of Balthor by 2 is pretty good. Anyway, there's Llawan Cephalid Empress. This one was kind of hard to build around as well. It's 4 mana. When it enters, you bounce all the blue creatures your opponents control to the hand, and your opponents can't play blue creatures. So we needed to change the colors on all of our opponents' creatures, and that way we can just go Llawan, bounce them all, and then our opponents can never replay them. There are 2 cards that do this. One is Painter's Servant, and the other is Shifting Sky. It just changes... Painter's Servant's the best one because it just straight up turns everything blue so your opponents can't replay them. Shifting Sky is only the permanents. So they can still replay the creatures, but you at least get to bounce them all. And then Sway of Illusion is a one-off effect, but it at least targets everything and draws a card, so I figured that was fine too. And then Painter's Servant, since it's in the deck, why not run Grindstone as a way to combo kill opponents? And then the rest of the deck was obviously built... So the main thing here is to try to get Llawan plus Painter's Servant so our opponents can never cast any creatures. And then, of course, that means we got to keep Llawan in play, because the moment that Llawan gets killed, they can just redeploy their creatures, which means having way more ways than usual of protecting Llawan. So we have not only a bunch of counter spells, but also a bunch of protection, like way more protection than we would normally play. So I basically looked for every single 1 mana instant that would just give hexproof or would counter something that targets one of our permanents. Also, some other things to note are that like Gilded Drake and Volatile Storm Drake are particularly good in this deck because we can steal our opponent's creatures, and then when we play Llawan, they bounce back to our hand. So yeah, that's pretty much Llawan. Scarab God, I went ahead and made this. I don't think it's particularly interesting. It's basically a Zombies Matter deck, but with some enchantment, or not enchantment, with some reanimation overlap. So there's some combos that involve like Vengeful Dead or whatever to keep looping creatures. Obviously, you can't keep looping creatures with the Scarab God specifically, but you can loop creatures in other ways, and then the Scarab God can be a way to just fetch stuff out of the graveyard. You know, stuff like Rot Hulk can lead to combos, Worn Soul Trader, Training Grounds to reduce the cost to activate the Scarab God. We also have, where is it? The Enigma Jewel as a way to tap for double colorless specifically for the Scarab God's ability, so it's sort of ramp in that sense. And then the other thing was just to have like kill spells so that we can kill our opponent's creatures, or mill spells. So like Mesmeric Orb is in here so that our opponents will naturally mill themselves, and then we can reanimate stuff with Scarab God later in the game. We can also just kill with Grey Merchant, obviously, and especially like reanimating Grey Merchant to get the effect again. There's also combos with like Mikaeus, Necroduality. Although obviously Necroduality doesn't work with the Scarab God because the Scarab God makes tokens, but it works with other things that are in the deck. And we of course have like Phyrexian Altar plus Gravecrawler to keep getting things back, or Carrion Feeder to sack stuff. Zombie Apocalypse I decided to pick as our mass reanimation spell. I could have picked Patriarch's Bidding, which I actually did have in here at first, but Patriarch's Bidding allows our opponents to also choose a creature type and reanimate stuff. So I wanted it to be only our own stuff, so just Zombie Apocalypse. And then there's just like a bunch of other randomly good zombies like Undead Augur and Graveborn Muse and whatnot. So it's not like exactly zombie tribal, although obviously it's got a bunch of zombie related stuff, so I guess you could call it that if you wanted to. So moving on from that, there is the Archimandrite. This is a 5-mana Jeskai commander. It says, at the beginning of your upkeep, you gain X life, where X is the number of cards in your hand minus 4. So you can only gain, I mean, hypothetically more than 3, but assuming you have a max hand size, like 3 life. But that's if you're fully handed, which you might not be. And it's whenever you gain life, each advisor, artificer, and monk you control gains vigilance. It gets plus XO until end of turn, where X is the amount of life you gained. And you can tap 3 untapped advisors, artificers, and or monks you control and draw a card. So it's a weirdly tribal commander that cares about 3 different types of cards. So I went and tried to find 2 things. All the best creatures that just happen to be advisors, artificers, or monks. Anything that could make a bunch of tokens of those types, or just life gain effects. So there's a bunch of good life gain effects. You know, Chaplain's Blessing, 1 mana, gain 5, so that your whole team gets plus 5/0. Anything that also just incidentally gained life while also doing something else, like Lightning Helix, Lucky Offering, etc. And then as for the creatures, there's not a ton, but there are some. So basically we wound up with, so Unsettled Mariner was a shapeshifter that could apply to anything. There were 7 advisors, amongst which are included Ledger Shredder and Imperial Recruiter, with some of the other ones being all right, like Grand Arbiter. Then there is 2 artificers only, Lauren being the best one. And then monks is these 7, of which Sarah Ascendant is obviously incredible because it satisfies both things. It's both a bunch of life gain and a monk. And then Monastery Mentor makes monk tokens, so that's what was there. There were other ones of these types we could have played, but they were mostly bad. I also considered Mirror Entity, but ultimately decided against it. And Torian Mauler could have been also another option, but I also decided against that. Mostly I want to go wide. And then the rest of the deck is pretty straightforward. Again, you mostly want like protection for the Archimandrite. One other card is Gregor, Shrewd Magistrate. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its power. It's an advisor, so it'll also get pumped. And then if it can get through, now it has Skulk, which obviously Works directly against the getting more power ability, but what can you do? And then Jeskai Ascendancy's in here because why the hell not? Just a good card for looting and making our team bigger and whatnot. So obviously, I don't have mostly artifact creatures that generate mana, so just Ornithopter of Paradise. So that's like one option for Jeskai Ascendancy, but I didn't figure this deck would really go for much like Storming Off. Like it was hypothetically an option, but I would have had to warp a lot of the deck around that. So ultimately decided not to do that. Just playing Jeskai Ascendancy as a value card and not a combo piece. I'll also have Roaming Throne here, which doubles Archimandrite's trigger and is basically a shapeshifter. Then there was Kibo, Uktabi Prince. This is... He makes the equivalent of a treasure token. Now, it's not exactly a treasure token. It's a banana token that adds red or green, and you gain 2 life. It also makes it for each player. So the fact that it's not a treasure is a little bit better because then players who don't need or can't use the red or green mana, but you always have a use for just extra generic mana that's in your pool. The main thing here is whenever an artifact an opponent controls is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1 counter on each creature you control that's an ape or monkey. I was pretty surprised that ape and monkey are differentiated in creature types, but whatever. There's only 40 apes or monkeys in the whole game, and most of them are obviously not very good. And this is whenever Kibo attacks defending player sacks an artifact. So you give them artifact tokens, and then if they sack those artifacts, you get to trigger this to put counters on your whole team. But obviously only the ones that are apes or monkeys. And so mainly, so the artifacts being destroyed on our opponent's side of the board doesn't have to be from Kibo or them even sacking it. It can be for any reason. So I will include some cards in here that just allow us to mass destroy artifacts. And then also as many apes and monkeys as I could get so that this would have the ability to put counters on everything. So Torian Mauler wound up being a card that I just have to run because shapeshifters, and then actual monkeys and apes. So Ragavan was obviously the best one. We also had access to Simian Spirit Guide, although usually this isn't going to be on the board. Then aside from that, there were 8 apes that I decided to have in here. So Gearbane Orangutan is just blow up an artifact. Gorilla Shaman also blows up artifacts. Goblin Udaro also blows up artifacts or enchantments or fight stuff. Ogla fight stuff or blows up artifacts and enchantments. Silverback Elder is yet another way of destroying artifacts and enchantments, among other things. Uktabi Orangutan also blows up artifacts, and Yavimaya Seal Crusher also blows up artifacts. Although this one's probably the worst one out of all of them, because you have to sack it to do that, so it doesn't get to stick around to keep getting pumped. And then monkeys, where are monkeys? Oh yeah, okay, so Ragavan's the only monkey. After that, the deck is relatively straightforward. I did want some untapping effects for Kibo so that we could keep giving banana tokens on other turns, so here's all the untap effects. Wirewood Symbiote's in here specifically because it's a combo piece, and then I also put Maskwood Nexus in the deck so that all of our creatures would become apes and monkeys, so that, you know, all of our, like, Monodorks, for example, can just be included in that list. Then I've got Meltdown as a way to blow up artifact, like all the artifacts at once. I considered having Seeds of Innocence in the deck as well, but ultimately decided against it. I could have also played, like, Brotherhood's End. Also ultimately decided against that. I felt like this was good enough. We also have... We go over to removal, Pick Your Poison. Kind of falls into that same category. Possible this card's not very good, and I just want to switch to Seeds of Innocence or Brotherhood's End, but I felt like this was good enough. I also needed some things that blow up enchantments, because all of our, or at least most of our apes and monkeys just hit artifacts, with the exception being Silverback Elder and Kogla Nidaro. So I wanted like one other thing that could hit enchantments. Although maybe this is not necessary. Also decided to add Heroic Intervention to the deck because our deck does involve putting a bunch of creatures into play and pumping them up over time. I really don't want them to get swept. There's also Viridian Revel. Whenever an artifact goes to the graveyard from the battlefield of an opponent's, you may draw a card. So this means all the banana tokens getting sacked among all the other things will let us draw cards. So our opponents either have to not use their banana tokens or they have to accept that we're going to draw cards. And then I had Hardened Scales in here, and I didn't feel the need to have any of the other Scales effects. Although that could be wrong too. So there's some room for adjusting this deck and maybe fixing some stuff. But overall, I thought it was pretty straightforward. Oh, also had Shadow in the Warp as another way to make stuff cheaper. I just wanted more ways of making both Kibo cheaper, but we also have like some other big mana creatures in here. And I went through and like looked at how many creatures get cost reduced by Shadow in the Warp, and I felt like it was enough to warrant using this. And there's Yarus, Roar of the Old Gods. So other creatures you control have haste. Whenever one or more face-down creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. And whenever a face-down creature you control dies, return it to the battlefield face-down under its owner's control. If it's a permanent card, then turn it face-up. So we've had multiple other like morph decks before. So there's the Sultai one, which I forget what that one's called. It's one of the Naga from Amonkhet. And then there's also Missy from Doctor Who. And Missy from Doctor Who specifically had a bunch of like unmorphing creature combos. So as you can see here, and Eudora was another one that has to do with face-down cards. So there's a whole bunch of combo pieces here that all interconnect and change in different ways, and some are isolated and some aren't. But basically the deck, I tried to just cram in like all the best morphs and manifests and disguise cards as possible. So it's basically a combo deck that mostly revolves around that, but then the deck also has all the usual, like, you know, just generically good Gruul stuff. A bunch of the combos are also specifically Eudora combos. And the main combo here is with Ashcloud Phoenix, because when you sack the Ashcloud Phoenix, it just comes back and turns face up immediately. So it lets you infinitely sack this as long as you've got a sack outlet. And then if you've got anything else like Alter the Brood or Agate Instigator, that's infinite damage. Or if your sack outlet is Altar of Dementia or Goblin Bombardment, that's also an auto kill. Then there was, I made it a background commander, Rasaad Bashir plus Dungeon Delver. I had some question as to what background it would be. So Rasaad Shabir is, each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. And whenever it attacks, if you have the initiative, double the toughness of each creature you control until end of turn. So obviously it cares about high toughness creatures, and it also cares about you having the initiative. So the background I picked was room abilities of dungeons you own trigger an additional time. Because there was not really anything else that had to do with toughness. Except maybe there were some, but they were mono white backgrounds and I wanted access to another color. So this let me pick Rasaad. So then we've got like a whole bunch of untagged creatures over here. Most of these are like 1 mana creatures that have 4 toughness. But there's also a number of initiative cards like Seasoned Dungeoneer, Goliath Paladin, etc. There's also some standouts like Charix, which is a 4 mana 017, and Azure Beastbinder, which is a 1/3, but it has a relevant ability. And then a bunch of other cards also randomly just have high toughness that are good, like Ledger Shredder, Spellskite. Hydroelectric Specimen, oddly enough, is a 1/4. Soulless Jailer as a stacks piece, that's a 1/4. Here I'm specifically going out of my way to have Eidolon of Rhetoric be one of the Rule of Laws because it's a 1/4. So a bunch of other cards randomly get these like additional utility because they have high toughness. Also have Tetsuko Umezawa, so this can potentially make most of our creatures unblockable, and it itself is a 1/3, which is not too bad. Obviously, we're built around a bunch of creatures, so I've added in Enduring Curiosity and Innocence and whatnot. Also, the Battle of Bywater, which I assume most of the time will not hit most of our creatures, but will hit a bunch of our opponent's creatures. Stone Skin is an aura that gives plus 010 for 3 mana. And then High Alert is another deal damage equal to toughness in case Rasaad dies. And then there's some other stuff that we can do with dungeons. And then we really, really, really need Rasaad to be in play, or else most of our creatures don't do anything. So apart from the usual protection, I've also added in Goldforge Thopterisks to give Ward 2 and Essior to give essentially Ward 3. And on top of that, Essior and Goldforge Thopterisks are both 2 mana 1/3s with flying. So that's another thing that helps. Other than that, I don't think anything else in the deck is really important. Whenever you see High Alert, something that's 4 mana that can untap a creature, that's potentially a way to go infinite, but I don't think there's a way to go infinite with blue-white because you need a creature that taps for 5 in order to actually go infinite with this, which in blue-white, you're not going to get. And I also made Slobad Iron Goblin. So this is tap, sacrifice an artifact, add an amount of red equal to the sacrificed artifact's mana value. Spend this only to cast artifacts or activate artifacts. So obviously this led to a bunch of like, you know, Mer Retriever loops. And also just like Illuminor Zarus, which is the black one that sacks creatures for black, here we're sacking artifacts for red. And that leads to a bunch of the same things, which is we want stuff that either we get value out of when it enters or dies, or we're going to play stuff that's cost reduced, like, you know, affinity creatures, so that we can generate a whole bunch of mana really fast. Although the mana being limited to only being used on artifacts does make this a lot more restricted in what we can spend it on. So over here, you see like a bunch of our affinity guys. And then this deck is also more focused on fast mana, so we do have Wheel of Fortune and whatnot. Tried to pick out some of the best artifacts I could have, so like Kemil, Sandstone Oracle, Mystic Forge, One Ring, obviously. There wasn't a lot, though. And it wasn't too likely that we were going to be able to make like a ton of mana for something like Portal of Phyrexia. So tried to orient it more towards just assembling one of these artifact loop combos. Also, I picked Molten Gatekeeper because it's one, an artifact, and two, we can unearth it. So in the event that we do have one of these loops, we can sack the Molten Gatekeeper and then unearth it for one and then loop. Anyway. So, Cris, you requested, where is it? Lae'zel plus Master Chef. So, we refresh. So, it's Lay with an apostrophe Zel, right? Yeah. So this is a hardened scales, right? If you would put one or more counters on a creature or planeswalker you control or on yourself, put that many plus one of each of those kinds of counters on that permanent or player instead. Why is... So Master Chef is also the +1 counter thing, right? Yeah, commanders you own have this creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1 counter on it, and other creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1 counter on them. So makes sense why those would be grouped together. Sure. All right, so let's do Lae'zel plus Master Chef. So I assume this is going to be a go wide hardened scales deck. So it's Lae'zel plus Master Chef. I'm not necessarily against using partners or backgrounds or whatever, but I feel like they need to make sense. It can't just be, well, I'm putting these two cards together because colors. So we're going to want, let's add in all the usual suspects. So starter kit, 2-color mana base. We're going to want stacks. And we're going to want, we're putting stuff on our creatures, and therefore we want our ramp cards to be creatures. So let's add ramp, add protection to make sure Lae'zel doesn't die. I think that's everything that I need. Let's also add all the hardened scales cards. So there's hardened scales, Ozolith, the other Ozolith. There's Kami of Whispered Hopes. There's Enclave Mentor. Is that all of them? There's probably other ones that are more expensive. I know there's a, what is it, Branching Evolution? The 3-mana one that's twice as many counters. Branching Evolution. We also obviously need things that add counters to our guys. So, Nissa, Voice of Zendikar. Cathar's Crusade. I know I already have another deck that has this kind of stuff in it. Let's see. Let's look at Marith, yes. Heliod and Ballista seem like easy enough combo pieces to add in our deck. Sure. Heliod plus Ballista. Rosy Cotton and Scurryoak. Yeah, that's fine too. That's another combo we can do. Don't want Arwen. Defiler of Vigor? Not particularly. This is more expensive than I want. Evolution stage for Proliferate. Yeah, we do want Proliferating, so add that. Head back. We can add Grateful Apparition as another Proliferator. Actually, let's go with format EDH ID green and white. Proliferate. And needs to cost less than or equal to 3. Bloated Contaminator. I don't particularly want that one. What other ones? I'm mainly looking at for 2 mana cheaper. Metastatic Evangel, that's another one. I think I'm good after that. And then the other one is all the +1 counter adds. I know I have another Scales type deck. Hardened Scales. Kibo. No, that's just a one-off. Wise Mothman. I think that's also a one-off. This obviously is not it. Falco? Maybe Mothman too. I don't know why I'm opening those. Compare to Falco. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere, double the number of counter. Okay, I don't want it to be on just one creature. Monogorger Hydra, again, we would kind of want to just go wide, so I don't want it to be on one single creature. Forgotten Ancient can move stuff around, but whatever. I don't think that's necessary either. Yeah, I guess that's not too relevant. And then the other one is Mothman. Yeah, I didn't think this one was going to be that relevant either. All right, back to the deck. All right, let's get rid of... Start cutting things. Okay, so lands for... I don't need Reprieve. We'll get rid of that. Get rid of Defense Grid. Cutzel's going to be particularly good in this deck because we're adding counters to stuff. So let's go to Silence. Xantid Swarm is okay. Where were we just now? 12, Safekeeper, Greaves, Guardian Augmenter, This is mostly all fine. Lands. We are these colors, so Mire goes. Delta is going to go. And Tarn's going to go. Then obviously we're not an Urborg deck. That's 32 lands remaining. Let's get rid of... Reflecting Pool? Yeah. Either that or Disciple. Get rid of Reflecting Pool. And then ramp, we're going to want to cut basically everything that's not a creature except for the big 3. So get rid of this. Bloom Tender, pretty much going to cast our commander every single game, so I guess it's okay. And get rid of this. Get rid of... Photo Druid's particularly good in this deck, eh? Yeah. Emerald Medallion, Chalice, Explore, Fnatic Aronis. How big are we? 3/3, and then we can get bigger than that. One's a maybe. Farseek, Belwar, Fractured. Yeah, if they're... We're already going to have mostly creatures. We can get rid of these 2 mono ones. This one, Incubation Druid's obviously great here. And then Jet Medallion. Catilda. Not doing anything I particularly care about. Although it does put +1 counters on everything. But it costs a lot of mana to do that. I'll keep it. Then Torque, Monacan, Diamond, Millican, Mindstone, Amber. Yeah, we got a 3-mana commander. That's fine. Opal, we're not going to have the artifact count for this. Convert, Nature's Lore, Ornithopter, Palladium, Pearl Medallion. This one, Priest of Titania stays. Get rid of this, 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 get rid of this. Talisman, Iron Crag, Thought Vessel, 3 visits, Trail Tracker Scout, and Worn Power Stone. And then that leaves us 23 ramp, which is probably more than we need. If we're going to keep Devoted Druid in the deck, then we may as well have Luxior. And also, we may as well have a way to tutor that. Or a way to tutor up a creature that's going to combo with it. So let's add Vizier of Remedies to the deck. And then, let's see, removal. We don't need Fragmentize because we're in green, and we're not particularly good on drawing cards, so I can get rid of Force of Vigor, and then we'll just keep the rest of this here. I can get rid of Stroke of Midnight, too. Get rid of that. All right, stacks pieces. Let's get rid of Armageddon. First Totem for sure has to go. Doorkeeper Thrall. Do we have ETB trigger stuff? We've got Cathar's Crusade, right? What else do we have? Oh, we've got Rosy Cotton and Scurry Oak and whatnot. Yeah, okay. So we need to get rid of the Torpor Orb effect. So get rid of this one, Hushbringer, and Torpor Orb. We're not going to want Winter Orb or Moon or Trinisphere, or we want definitely not Tabernacled. And Stony, even if I did play this, I wouldn't need Stony and Null Rod. Collector Oof would be enough. Do I want a Collector Oof? So it's off Ballista and Luxior, so probably not. Get rid of that. Norn's fine. Let's get rid of Eidolon of Rhetoric because we're going to have more Rule of Law effects than we need. Get rid of Kataki. Can't play Arbiter in our fetch land deck. And then Ravages, the regular Rule of Law, and Spirit of the Labyrinth. And then do we want taxing effects? So most of what we're doing is with creatures. So it seems like that's a reasonable thing to do. I can add Toski to the deck as a card draw spell. Yeah, I guess we can have, like, we can leave the taxing in. Our main, like, expensive stuff is what? Cathar's Crusade, Nissa, Voice of Zendikar. If I add more +1 counter things to this, then we might wind up cutting the taxing cards as well. All right, what other +1 counter things have I omitted? So we want stuff that puts counters on everything, so put a +1/+1 counter on each, and less than 4. I think there's some of Johnny's that do it, right? 1 creature on each creature. I don't want it as a one-off though. Probably not. Although if we do have our commander in play or our master chef in play, then I guess it's just our commander, right? Then it's 2 counters for 2. Just decent. Collective Effort, an option. Also blows up enchantments sometimes. Yeah, all right. Add this one. Add this one. Let's see. Do we want Gavany Township? Not really. Ooh, the Generous Pup. A card that hasn't been printed yet. Remember, 1 or more +1 counters are put on it. Put a +1 counter on each other creature you control. Definitely Generous Pup. Token or rabbits only, so not that. Oh, let's see. 2 creatures only. 2 creatures only. Cats only. Vigilance creatures only. Chaos, which I'd have to cast for... if I have Lae'zel in play, if I cast this for 2, it enters with 2 counters. That's close. Yeah, sure. Machias. Beginning of combat on your turn, to remove 3 quest counters from among permanents while you get them. Whenever it or another creature with power 3 or less enters, put a quest counter on it. Okay, definitely not. Not the heroic thing. This is 3 mana for a 1-off, so not that. Is it entered? 3 creatures. Whenever Renegade Crisis evolves, put a +1 counter on each other creature you control with a counter on it. Okay, no. This one's fine because it's like a modal spell that we can use. Rishkar to turn all of our counters into mana. Well, we've got a bunch of mana creatures already, so I don't think that's necessary. Steel Overseer's artifact creatures only. Dahlia's humans only. Let's see. This one's indestructible and vigilance. And this one is soldiers only. I think that's everything. So back to the deck. How many cards are we actually at right now? We're at 114. We obviously got to make some cuts. We can have Dusk Legion Duelist, I guess, as a way to draw cards. I could have sworn I have another deck that does something similar to this, and I'm just forgetting what it is. Nissa... Voice of Zendikar. And the Moxfield search is really laggy. Zinnia? Obviously can't be Zinnia because it's not green. Because because voice was in the text? Okay, well, whatever. I also could have sworn that the Ajanis put counters on all your guys. Look for Ajani, look for MV equals 3. On up to 1 creature. Okay, never mind. Okay, 15 cards need to go. What are we getting rid of? Not any of our lands. Actually, I could get rid of a land. We're at 31. All right, let's get rid of Disciple. And I added in some more things that blow up, like enchantments, because they also added counters, so we can probably move removal out of here. Yeah, let's get rid of Nature's Claim. And then, how much of this do we have? So we have 3 things that proliferate: Evolution Sage, Metastatic Evangel, and Grateful Apparition. Grateful Apparition's once a turn, but it's 2 mana. And there's Pup, Conclave Mentor. I don't really like Branching Evolution because twice as many doesn't matter when it's already only 1. And it's the least efficient out of any of them. Like even Kami of Whispered Hopes, for example, at the very least it adds mana. So let's get rid of that. And in general, just have like a lot of redundant effects. Do I know this Ozolith here? It's just things die and then you move their counters around, right? So that's not necessarily go wide. Get rid of that one. We have too much ramp. Generally not a fan of Catilda because I don't want to be spending 6 mana to put counters on everything, although that's okay. Also, Fanatic of Ronus doesn't immediately tap for the 4 mana. We have to get counters onto like Lae'zel afterwards. I mean, it will eventually tap for the 4 mana. I'm just thinking might not need it. Same thing with Bloom Tender. I more just want to go turn 1 Dork, turn 2 Lae'zel, and then do other stuff after that. Yeah, and we're not really comboing with, like, I don't have Umbral Mantle or anything that's letting me gonna go infinite with Kami Whispered Hopes, although I probably should. Devoted Druid, I guess, is good enough on that front. Let's get rid of Kami. And Amber, we can probably lose the Amber too. Let's go to Amber. Cathar's is a bit expensive, and I really don't want to take out my taxing effects. So I think I'll remove Cathar's. And then Basri's is a one-off, so I don't think I really want that either. So let's get rid of that. Unfortunately, that doesn't leave a lot in terms of ways to continuously or to repeatedly put counters on stuff. Thought about Mana Vault into Lae'zel as well, which I don't think we need. And then we don't have any way of untapping it either, so it is only a one-off. Probably afford to lose it. Also, we've got so much protection that I think we can lose Lightning Greaves. Some other cards to potentially cut are like Linvala, Aven Mind Sensor, and Elishnorn. Enchantments do we have? We've got 8. One of which is Trouble in Pairs. Alright, let's get rid of Sanctum Weaver and Trouble in Pairs. Also, is there anything I'm overlooking before we keep cutting stuff? So, Lae'zel as partner, and then it's partnering with Master Chef. Yeah, there's Evolution Sage. We got that. Forgotten Ancient, also not playing that because it's 4 mana. Well, I did consider it. There, yeah, there's the draw a card for each creature with +1 counters on it, dudes. I've definitely built a +1 counter deck before. Where the heck? Armor Craft. Hamza, there it is. So, compare to Hamza. Oh, but these are 4 mana ones. Okay. Ivy Lane Denizen. Oh, Hopeful Initiate. Yeah, that was another one. Well, I should add some of these. I probably don't want the 4 mana ones, but I can play... Yeah, the Spike Feeder combo, eh? Knight of Autumn instead of Lauren. That makes sense. So there's that one. There's Armorcraft Judge. Finale should be in the deck. Evolution Witness. Bristly Bill. Forgot about that one. Yeah, this one. Brooder. Not the 4 mana and up non-creature spells, because I don't want taxing to get this. And then this one, I think I'll not add Hopeful Initiate. That's good. So back to the deck. We're 7 over. Cut Linvala and Mind Sensor. And Norn? Not Norn. Creature enters with an additional counter on it, and other creatures you control enter with an additional counter on them. So that's not an ETB trigger. Although there are other things that have ETB triggers, but we don't necessarily need Norn for any of them. So I just cut Norn. And then, yeah, Knight of Autumn is probably better than Lauren in this deck, so get rid of Lauren. Collective effort with our taxing effects. Actually, let's switch that out for Lauren. We're 3 over. Alright, what about protection? Allosaurus Shepherd does not protect our commander from getting countered. We can cut that. And just keep in Destiny Spinner, Abolisher, and Cutzel. Let's see. Guardian Augmenter is not necessary because we already have 3 Moms and Sylvan Safekeeper, so we can get rid of this. And then we just have one more thing to cut. Is Finale the only creature tutor I have? Because I should probably have more. Eldritch, Evolution, and Worldly Tutor. Alright, The Grateful requires we actually hit our opponents. Grateful. It occurs to me that because we have Evolution Sage, I might want Prismatic Vista in this deck, although we don't have much to actually tutor with our fetch lands. Maybe not. Do I have Crop Rotation? Yeah, Crop Rotation for the Cradle. Specifically in this deck, I think I'm gonna... Crop Rotation is just way more efficient than Elvish Reclaimer. I was thinking Elvish Reclaimer because it's a creature, but probably actually don't need that. Let me look at mana values. What do we have that's expensive? All right, this, and this. You can probably get away with not playing the One Ring. And then on 3, we've got all this stuff. Hands, combo pieces, protection. Let's get rid of Xantid Swarm. All right. And now we're at 100. So it's your typical Hardened Scales esque beatdown deck, but then we've also got Heliod Ballista or Rosy Cotton plus Scurry Oak or Devoted Druid either combined with Luxior or Vizier of Remedies to make infinite mana. And then that infinite mana gets funneled into either Ballista or Finale of Devastation. Seems good to me. Is there any other combo stuff I can do here? I know there's other things. I know like Bristly Bill goes infinite with something. That's probably fine. We have 18 ramp. Yeah, that's good. Try building a deck with Kentaro, the Smiling Cat. Is that the Samurai that reduces the cost of Samurai by X? I looked at that one and I believe it's unbuildable. So, Kentaro. Yep. So he changes... He basically allows you to pay generic mana for your Samurai instead of whatever they normally cost. So it just basically strips the colored pips out of the Samurai. Now the problem with it, so when I saw this, I immediately thought, ooh, cost reduction effects, Urza's Incubator, make your Samurai cost 2 less, maybe we can cast a bunch of free Samurai. The problem is the Samurai all suck. So we go to EDH, ID is in white, and then we say type Samurai, right? So let's ignore like Mirror Entity as a shapeshifter, and let's just say we're only looking at our Samurai, right? So then let's sort. They're all bad. Every single one of them is bad. So unless I'm doing some combo where I'm just casting creatures for free and triggering to draw cards or something, basically none of this works. Urza's Incubator would reduce the cost of 2 mana Samurai from 2 to 0. And then after that, I can't really think of anything else that reduces the cost of your stuff. So I really can't figure out a way where I could build it that would make any sense. Even like the cards that say, you know, whenever a creature enters, draw, they're all limited to 1 a turn except for Mentor of the Meek, which you have to pay for. So I don't see a way to actually make this into any sort of a combo that works. I guess I can look at creature type. How many do I get there? Not lands. So Herald's Horn makes things cost 1 less, and then Incubator's 2 less. And after that, it's basically nothing. Less to cast. I guess it doesn't have to specifically say creature type. It can just be creatures in general if you make all of your stuff samurai, so... It could also be like Oketra's Monument, yeah, Cloud Key. So there's 4 cost reduction spells that we could run. And we'd probably have to have like all of them in play in order to make all of our stuff free. What if we do this? Let's do an attempt. So Kentaro. And then yeah, so we're gonna do this. Urza's Incubator, Cloud Key, Herald's Horn. What was the other one? Ketra's Monument. Oh, Ketra's Monument. I guess just like Helm of Awakening is another one. Make all of our spells generically cost less. It's artifact only. A Pearl Medallion, I guess technically also qualifies. So I guess if we run Maskwood Nexus, then all of our creatures are samurais regardless, and then everything is cheaper. Colorless only, so that doesn't work. And then Historic spells also doesn't work. Auras, enchantments. This only applies to creatures of the specific color. There's Helm. Semblance Anvil, I guess. Semblance Anvil. Artifacts, enchantments, draw spells, period, although this is 6 mana. There's a combo with Sack Outlet, but it's stupid. I would assume so. Angels. Let's see, this is Historic Permanence, and it's only for this. Only this gets cheaper. This is colorless only. Dinosaurs only. Knights cost less. No, this costs less for however many knights you have. Then, yeah, there's Familiar, which is outside of our colors. Soldiers only. Ithkins only. For each creature type, it costs less. So Kentaro is a human samurai, so this would cost 5. Or potentially less. I guess I'm going to add this in when we get to it. Multicolored costs 2 less. Yeah, I don't want to say spells you cast cost up to 1 less to play, but this is 5 mana. That's just atrocious. So not that one. And then I think that's everything. Creature spells cost 2 less. Planar Gate. Yeah, it's also so expensive. So unless these are specifically part of combos, then I don't care about them. Let's see. What is the actual combo with Kentaro? So you need 4 cards. You need Whitemane, Maskwood, Urza's Incubator, plus something else that's going to trigger every single time you play a card. Or Skyfisher. Yeah, okay, so White Mane or Skyfisher. And let's see, a bunch of these artifacts, like specifically we want Maskwood Nexus, so Inventor's Fair can be a thing that we use to tutor for it. And then these are not in our colors. So yeah, you just need something that... Hello? Samurai Chosen with Urza's Incubator, yeah. And then... It says there's variants of it. Oh, but they're in different colors. Show variants. Whatever. There's Oathkeeper, Kentaro, Pure Steel, Sack Outlet, or Enduring Renewal or whatever. Oathkeeper. Creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays... Okay, 6 mana, exile this from your graveyard, return... What? Oh, this one. Sorry, not this one. Whenever equipped creature dies, return that to play under control if it's a samurai. When this equipment dies, exile the equipped creature. So you need this plus a way to freely equip all the time. So you have this Pure Steel and Sack Outlet. So you go Oathkeeper, Kentaro, Pure Steel, and you have Metalcraft. And then a Sack Outlet. So, well, Pure Steel's not a samurai, right? So... Wait, Kentaro is not a part of this combo at all, right? It's Oathkeeper, Pure Steel, Sack Outlet, a creature that's a samurai. So you've got your samurai, you sack it, Oathkeeper triggers, you put the samurai back into play, and then you re-equip with Pure Steel, right? So it's 4 cards, and although one of those can be any samurai, but Kentaro's not a part of this combo at all, right? You said Enduring Renewal's the other one. If you would draw, instead reveal the top. If it's a creature, it goes to the graveyard, otherwise draw. Whenever a creature dies, return it to your hand. Well, this one combos with Kentaro. The other one does not. But sure, Oathkeeper. I assume Pure Steel is the only card in white that can continuously re-equip for free and isn't just a one-off effect like Forge Anew or Sigardizade or whatever. There's that, and then there's... we need a way to actually win the game when everything is constantly entering the battlefield. So Alter the Broods is the easy go-to for triggering when things enter. And then... we need a Sack Outlet that sacks a creature. So the cheapest one in... that's actually going to do stuff is Altar of Dementia, because we don't actually need the mana, right? I guess Enduring Renewal can also be in here. Enduring Renewal, because that will also combo with other things that we've got. This is a combo piece. Then I guess Herald's Horn is cost reduction. Yeah, so kind of ramp-ish. All right, we've got our combos. Is there anything else in white that's going to keep triggering off of creatures entering? Other, like, there's Enduring Innocence, Welcoming Vampire, like all those cards, but they only trigger once. So... whenever a creature you control enters. Cathars would be infinitely huge creatures, I guess. I would prefer something cheaper and something that actually definitely wins the game. But Cathars is okay, because it also does other things. Let's see. Gain life. Don't care about that part. Enters. Creatures you control get +1/+1. Less useful on its own than Cathar's, even if it technically combos in the same way and is 1 cheaper. Whenever a creature enters, +1/+1. Whenever a creature enters, you gain a life, and then that part doesn't matter. Oil counters. Okay, yeah, none of that matters. Whenever a creature enters, period. That's going to show me Soul Warden and those cards. Blasting Station? Blasting Station would work. As another sack outlet, I guess. Sure. Blasting Station. I do want more than one sack outlet that's not just Altar of Dementia. Whenever a creature enters, if it was cast, exile it, then return all their permanents exiled with mirror to the battlefield under its owner's control. Wait, what does it do? Whenever a creature enters, if you cast it. Okay, so if you cast it, that's going to be the problem part. Why don't we have Lifeline in the deck? That would be another way to combo. Whenever a creature dies and there's a creature on the battlefield, return the creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, it's at end of turn, so it's delayed. What's the exact oracle on this? Lifeline. Whenever a creature dies, if another creature's on the battlefield, return it under its owner's controlled end step. Okay, yeah, so, I mean, that would technically give us once a turn loop, but it's not infinite. It's not just boom, win. Cloudstone Aetherflux kind of works. Sure, Cloudstone Curio. Yeah, Cloudstone Curio is also another way of doing this. But we don't need Aetherflux. I'm mainly looking for, well, I guess, yeah, if it's not Aetherflux, then Altar of the Brood is the only thing that's triggering as a result of bouncing our guys. So, is Aetherflux the next cheapest thing? I feel like there's gotta be another way of doing it, right? If we've got Orketra's Monument, we'll make infinite 1/1s. Although, again, that doesn't win on the spot necessarily. Whenever a creature you control dies, will any of these go off? Beginning of your end step, no. Not those. How about whenever a creature dies, period? Whenever a creature comes into play, deals damage to the controller. That's Dingus Staff. Okay, so not that. Infinite life doesn't matter. Okay, and then instead of that, how about whenever you cast Vanquisher's Banner, so that would draw our whole deck. That's 1 mana more expensive than Reservoir, though, although it's better in a vacuum, but like not by a lot. Did I already add Aetherflux? Yeah, okay. I'm mainly looking for stuff that's cheaper. So let's say CMC is this much. Whenever you cast or equipment or vehicle, let's say a creature. Well, actually, it doesn't have to be a creature. It can just be a spell. So whenever you cast a, and then it must say spell or, I mean, I guess they all say spell, right? You must say either a spell or creature. Bontus is an infinite kill, because even though the only thing we're casting over and over and over is creatures, right? We're not looping anything else. Therefore, Bontu's Monument is a better kill than Aetherflux Reservoir is. So Bontu's Monument. Charge counters, they get plus to this pumps a thing. Mentor doesn't trigger on creatures. Hazard's Monument rummages. If you cast an artifact, or if you cast a colorless spell, also doesn't apply. Whenever you cast a spell that shares a creature type with this creature, draw a card. This ability only triggers once a turn. Okay, so not that. Charge counters, colorless only. Creature spell, make a blue token, also doesn't apply. Creature spell, you can make a 1/1 or copy something. Also doesn't apply. Whenever you cast your second spell, okay, not applicable either. Yeah, I think that's going to do it for that. I built him like 2-card Monty and fit every mono white combo possible and win with whichever combo gets in my hand first. He's just for Oathkeeper target from the command zone. Oh, Kentaro is just for the Oathkeeper target from the command zone. Gotcha. Yeah, that's... Let's see, we can add Mirror Entity. Add card draw. And then for the card draw, we're going to get rid of... Actually, we have a lot of artifacts, so maybe Mystic Forge would actually be good. But let's see, let's get rid of Sandstone. I guess I actually do want Mentor the Meek. Mentor of the Meek. You make a Faldorn deck? My friend would like to upgrade his precon. Which one's Faldorn? Is that the... Oh, this guy? Do I not already have him? Or do I just have him? I think I just have him in decks. I don't think I have him as his own thing. Sure. Faldorn. Anyway, we're going to finish Kentaro first. Let's just add everything else into the deck that's supposed to be here. Ramp, stacks. All right, so we can't play Rule of Laws and we can't play Taxing Effects. Let's get rid of this. Mox Amber for sure. Opal, Palladium Myrrh, yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, get rid of Lens, Medallion, Mothering Tithe, Frag, Thought Vessel, Worn Power Stone. And then most of this stacks has to go because we cannot afford to have most of this stuff. So get rid of this, get rid of... Oh, we need protection for Kentaro. I mean, I guess we don't need it that bad. We need some of it. Protection. All right, stacks. Get rid of this. Get rid of... Oh, wait, actually... Do all of our loops involve playing infinite creatures? Because if that's the case, then we actually can keep Deafening Silence. ETB triggers, that has to get out of here. Arbiter, I'm going to wind up having some tutors. Let's get Recruiter of the Guard. Null Rod out. I'm going to cut Linvala just because. Same thing with Aven Mind Sensor. We're probably not going to have enough space for all this stuff. Get rid of this, 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 get rid of this. Yeah, just get rid of all this except Winter Moon. Winter Moon can stay. And then fix our lands up. Get rid of most of these. And then go up 22. Archivist of Ogma out of here. How many of our cards... Oh, get Reeve out of here. How many of our cards are castable off of Mystic Forge. 25, so a fourth of our deck is castable off of Mystic Forge. That feels like it's probably good enough. This really is not great, eh? So Altar of the Brood is the best card in terms of constantly replaying a thing, right? Because some of the loops don't involve a sack outlet. They involve playing creatures over and over, right? So it's either Core Skyfisher, White Mane Lion, or you've got a Cloudstone Curio loop. But then none of those kill on their own. So they have to involve something where you cast a spell and something happens as a result of casting the spell, or a creature entering. So is Cathar's Crusade really the best one after that? I guess. All right, and then are these combos good enough, or do we actually want to do samurai stuff? Because I think the problem is that there's no way to churn through creatures. So I was expecting I would just add all the samurais into the deck, and then you could use like Urza's Incubator and the other cost reduction spells, and you would cast a samurai, and it would trigger something, you would draw a card, and you'd play another samurai. But the problem is all of our play creatures, draw card spells are all limited to only once per turn, except Mentor of the Meek, but that requires us to pay mana for them. So I don't think there's any way of actually doing it. And if I go and specifically look at samurai creature types, or I guess instead of just samurai, or changeling, or I guess all the changelings are shapeshifters, right? So shapeshifter, oh, not type shapeshifter. So we've got like mirror entity, and then it has to be a creature. Like mirror entity, and then this thing that gets artifacts back when it attacks, which is okay. And then none of the rest of them really do anything that I care about. Do any of them say whenever? Whenever another creature of the chosen type enters, put a +1 counter on just this thing. This is lifelink. You may cast an enchantment from your graveyard. Whenever these types of creature attack, they get +1. Yeah, so nothing. Yeah, so all the combos don't involve those cards, which means we actually don't need anything that doesn't reduce the cost by 2 or more, right? Because all of our bounce creatures, so we've got Skyfisher and White Mane Lion, and we're just going to pair those up with Masswood Nexus plus something that reduces the cost, right? Although, doesn't Oathkeeper require the card to be a samurai? Well, Kentaro is a samurai, though, so we just do it with Kentaro. So yeah, we're not going to want Helm of Awakening, or Cloud Key, or Herald's Horn, or Oketra's Monument? Right? Yeah, not Oketra's either. So that's just Semblance Anvil and Urza's Incubator is the only ones that reduce the cost by 2. So, Recruiter of the Guard can fetch White Mane Lion. Oh, let's get rid of Mirror Entity as well. And if those are the loops I'm doing, then I also don't want Mentor the Meek. And then the other thing is there anything else that's like Pure Steel that lets you equip for 0 over and over? Equip 0. Well, there's equipment with equip 0. Yeah, and then there's Pure Steel, and then there's a Planeswalker that only does it once. Arden triggers on combat or something. Fortune News once a turn. Sigarda is only when it enters. Yeah, I don't think any of that works. What's our actual deck count right now? 85 cards. we don't need silence. Actually, no, silence is fine. Add Ranger Captain to this list. We don't actually need Lightning Greaves? Yeah, we don't. Alright, well, what else are we doing here? A little bit more removal. Get lost. What about Commander Spellbook? Show me the combos, Commander Spellbook. Clear this, paste this. Alright, so our combos that it's at least telling us right now is 4 Skyfisher and White Mane Lion loops with Incubator plus Maskwood Nexus, although not taking into account the other ones for whatever reason. During Renewal, Death Render and Blasting Station. Sure. Doesn't that also require us to have a creature, right? Yeah. Death Render. Death Render. Delny plus Amber plus Semblance Anvil plus 4 Skyfisher? So... plus 1 other prerequisite. What is the combo here? So Delny means Core Skyfisher gets 2 triggers. Oh, so it bounces itself and Amber. And then you replay them both. Core Skyfisher costs 1 because Semblance Anvil is reducing the cost of it. So you have infinite ETB triggers, basically. Sure. Delny. There's gotta be another one besides Athars and Alter the Brood. I guess Valor and Akros would be another one, sure. Whenever creature enters, creatures get +1/+1. Alright, good enough. Amarthus plus Enduring Renewal. Ooh, that's another good one. Because you can just cast this infinitely. I mean, that would apply to any of your 0 mana creatures though, right? Just not just Amarthus. Although, if you reduced the cost of Amarthus through any of your cards, like Semblance Anvil, for example, then you would get to manifest as many times as you wanted. So sure, that's another one. Amarthus. Oh, Paradox Engine's not legal. Top Forge, Anvil. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's another good one. Sensei's Divining Top. Realmbreaker plus Maskwood. This is 10 mana to use it though, right? Yeah, never mind that. Angel of Glory's Rise. Nope. Crackdown. Okay, so now we're starting to get into the really bad ones, right? Yeah, so Enduring plus Sack Outlet plus anything that costs 0. There's Walker, Memnite, Ornithopter, and Amarthus, although Amarthus dies the second it hits play. I mean, hypothetically, any of our cards. Can do the same thing. Yeah, alright. Deafening plus Knowledge Pool. Then the one ring BS. That's probably going to be all the actually good ones. So many. Yeah, Ubamask plus Dranith. I mean, why not? Easy enough. So we're 8 cards short. Untagged Artifacts, Death Render. All right, well, first of all, this is a combo piece. Secondly, this is just horrendous artwork, so make it this one. Well, what the heck else do I want to add in here? So the main thing is that we would normally have a bunch of stacks cards to slow our opponents down, but now we don't. So yeah, I guess we'll add Reprieve back to the deck. And we're probably going to need like a bunch of more spot removal. White equals 1. Type is instant. Destroy target. Can't imagine I'm gonna get too much at 1. What about the spree card? Not this one, the other one. Is there another one that's in white that blows up multiple things? Alright, 2 mana. I would be willing to play Disenchant. Bovine Intervention, Disenchant. Already have Get Lost. Alright, that's good enough there. What else do we even have? Already got Lauren and Skyclave. Are there any other ones that matter? Nico Anna, that's just enchantments only. Why do Lauren and Skyclave not even appear in this grouping? They should at least be here, even though... What about Exile target? Skyclave is Exile, so that's why that one's not showing up. Even Interrupter. We don't have a lot going on in this deck. Yeah, why does Lauren not show up at all? How's Lauren worded? Destroy up to. Yeah, we're not going to play Leveler. 4 cards short of a finished deck. We've got a bajillion combos. We've got our card draw. We've got our mana ramp. Yeah, why is the one with Spree not showing up? Requisition Raid. Yeah, why didn't that show up? Oh, because it's a sorcery, not an instant. That's why. So what about type sorcery? Destroy target. Not fragmentize. This is artifacts only. Artifact or enchantment, you gain life. Don't care about that part. Exile target. Stone, exercise. If it's a sorcery, it's got to be a lot better than it normally would be. 3. Guess I could play March of Otherworldly Light, even though I really don't like that card. How much removal do we have right now? 10. That's good enough. What else are we adding? I guess I cut some other stacks cards earlier, right? Like I cut Aven Mind Sensor. I could just add that back. And I could add back Elishnor and Mom. I haven't even looked at Kentaro over here. All right. What are the best things that I didn't have? So yeah, there's all the Samurai. We're not doing any of that. There's the cost reduction. Oketra's Monument. Creatures. There are 30 creatures in the deck. Among them, how many of them get cost reduced by Ketra's Monument? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although this doesn't matter because if you're ever doing this, you're comboing off with something else. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-ish. That's not good enough. Pearl, Herald's Horn, yeah, all the same things, all the same samurais. So this one also counts your commander attacking, and we do need some artifacts to come back if our opponents blew them up. Okay, sure, we can have that card. Iron Soul and Force. Anything else? Oh, God Eternal Ketra, yeah, because that would, if you have a creature loop, you'll make infinite 4/4s. But if you're going to do that, just play with Ketra's Monument and make infinite 1/1s. It's basically the same thing. Oswald? Oh yeah, Oswald, because we do need specific combo pieces. Oswald does make sense now, doesn't it? Means we gotta cut stuff. So I'm back to cutting. Yeah, this is too much removal. What's our worst piece of removal here? Probably Stroke of Midnight, possibly. Or get rid of Bovine. What else does the deck have to offer? Got Recruiter of the Guard already. I'm not going to play Koldath the Forge Master. Roaming Throne? Kentaro doesn't have abilities. Or doesn't have triggers, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't. I guess that was Bushido, but who cares about that? There's the instance. Move on from that. Sorceries also doesn't really matter. Okay, utility artifacts. Reservoir, Cloudstone. Yeah, okay. We saw most of this stuff already. Ashnods would make sense if that's the... What do we need here? We need Maskwood to turn everything into a samurai. Then we need a... And then we don't need the cost reduction effect, right? So we just need Maskwood plus Ashnods plus Kentaro plus Enduring Renewal or Oathkeeper. So 4 cards. And then we need the thing that also triggers on casting stuff. But it does make sense to have Ashnods in the deck. So yeah, Ashnods. I'll get rid of Old Clamp. How many clampable guys are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I want to keep it. All right, I was adding just more removal one after the other, so let's get rid of Disenchant. Wait, is this one a sorcery? Okay, yeah, let's get rid of Requisition right then. Wantu's Monument, we already got that one, and this is all familiar here. Calendar, yep, that already. What is Murmuration? At the beginning of your end step, for each spell you've cast this turn, create a bird with flying named Stormcrow. So just worse than Aetherflux Reservoir then, okay. Sack a creature, prevent all damage to a creature player from one source. What? Because it's a sack outlet? But yeah, okay. I think that basically does it. So that gets us to the 100 card Kentaro deck. So it's mainly just try to find one of various different combos that either involve playing a creature that bounces and lets you play it again. So Core Skyfisher plus White Mane Lion plus Core Skyfisher or White Mane Lion plus Maskwood plus one of the cost reducers, which is either Semblance Anvil or Urza's Incubator. Then get Kentaro into play so that they're free, and then bounce those over and over and over, and then play something that wins the game as a result of that, which is either Cathar's Crusade, Valorant Akros, or Alter the Brood. Or do one of the sacrifice combos, which all revolve around either Enduring Renewal or Oathkeeper. If it's Enduring Renewal, then you don't need Kentaro. If it's Oathkeeper, then you do need Kentaro as the samurai that you're going to sack, or you need Maskwood Nexus on top of it. And then you've got to have a creature that is either you need Maskwood and Ashnod's Altar with Kentaro so that you can keep sacking and replaying the same thing over and over, or you need Semblance Anvil or Urza's Incubator to reduce the cost, and then one of the sack outlets regardless of which one it is. And if your sack outlet is Blasting Station or Altar of Dementia, you win the game because those kill your opponent. If your sack outlet is something else, like Altar or... No, just Altar, right? Then you need to switch which one you're doing, and there's like a whole bunch of other interconnections of combos here. It's mainly that, and then unlike most of the white decks, you can't rely on your stacks because stacks kills all of our game plans here, so we have very limited stacks, so we have to have more interaction than normal. There's also random other combos like Uba Mask plus Dranith Magistrate, and I think that's everything. Jesus. Have you seen Frank Carson's article on how many lands you should play in a deck? I have not. Is that a new article or an old article? Either way, I probably have not seen it. Also, does the article apply to just any deck in general, and he's just using math to figure out the ratios, or is it specifically applying to EDH, 1v1, etc.? Regardless, I think 30 is a good amount. 30 and then 16 to 20 ramp spells, roughly. Although here, Bantu's Monument is not a ramp spell in this deck, so that's actually 16, with some other liberties taken because of Semblance and Urza's Incubator, which are more combo pieces than they are ramp spells in this deck. All right, then we had a request from Cris to build Faldorn. Well, let me just check to make sure I don't have a Faldorn deck built. Faldorn. Do not have a Faldorn deck built. All right, new deck, Faldorn. So, Faldorn Dreadwolf Herald. Whenever you cast a spell from exile or a land enters the battlefield under your control from exile, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token. And one tap, discard a card, exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. Okay. So I'm going to want Impulse Draw, and I'm going to want ways of untapping Faldorn. So starter kit, 2-color mono base. Let's make sure we add this to our bookmark. I'm actually not even sure that the bookmark is necessary, because I believe people can just look at your user and then search specific decks, but just another way of finding it, I suppose. All right, we want protection so that Faldorn doesn't just die. We're going to want untappers so that we can untap Faldorn and use his ability multiple times. I probably want something that I can discard and keep getting back for free over and over, or that benefits from being discarded. So I don't think this can be a welder deck, because I don't think we can have a bunch of big, expensive artifacts. There wouldn't be enough of them, and also in a deck that's going to play a bunch of Impulse Draw, I don't want a bunch of big, expensive spells. So don't want that. I probably want Squee so that I have a free thing to discard. There's Channel Fireball article earlier this year, applies to 60 and 99 card decks. He used linear regression and group cards by draw and ramp. Well, we can take a look at that. Is it paywalled though? Frank, Karsten, lands. How many lands do you need in your deck? An updated analysis from February 28th. All right, we'll take a look at that after Faldorn. Probably not going to want Monovault, although it depends on which untappers I get. Now, you know what? It's fine. We don't need Monovault. All right, so Bolt Bend does not apply because we're running Faldorn as our commander. And Still Energy and Nature's Chosen. I mean, the ability to untap him is good, but we don't need it like that much unless we're going to be able to continuously untap him. I think I can get rid of this and 1,000-year elixir. We don't need to tap him immediately either. He seems more like a commander that will play past the turn and then start doing stuff with afterwards. I know I'm going to want different ramp than usual, specifically ramp that's cheap, and I'm also going to want exploration because I want to be able to play extra lands that we impulse draw into. All right, let's get rid of Chaos Warp and Wild Magic Surge, and then let's see. Yeah, if we're casting stuff, like if we're gonna get a bunch of card advantage, I want stuff that's as cheap as possible. So Force of Vigor is probably something I want here. Get rid of this. Let's get rid of, yeah, most of this stuff as usual. Mox Amber is actually probably something I want in this deck. Get rid of this. An Archimancer, that stays. This. Incubation, no, get rid of that, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. And we're probably not going to have the artifact count for Opal, but let's just see. Convert, this one. Where are we at? 23 ramp spells. Our artifact count's definitely not going to be high enough, so let's get rid of Opal. Forgot to take out Sapphire Medallion. We're at 21. Bloom Tender is okay. Devoted Druid. It's just so easy to slot in infinite mana combos with Devoted Druid. Like, sure, we can keep it. With Luxior. And then there's not a specific creature I actually want to tutor for, so Finale's not really in this deck. All right, let's get Tybalt's, Burnout, Fence Grid, and then most of the rest of this stuff's probably fine. Legolas Quick Reflexes is always great as a protection spell that doubles as a way to untap your commander. We can get rid of Zanted, Ricochet Trap, and Untimely Malfunction, and then keep this stuff as our protection. Yeah. All right, we need to fix the lands. Oh, Deserted Temple, get that out of here. Then Flooded is off color. Marsh Flats is off color. And Black and Blue Delta is off color. Pinnacle Monk. I don't want stuff that's expensive to get that's not a land. So Disciple and Pinnacle Monk will go, and then we can get rid of the Thornspire is definitely not very good. Oh, Urborg, get rid of this. And Wirewood Lodge, our guy's not an elf, so get rid of Wirewood Lodge, and then yeah, we're good at 30. This is all good here. Then we've got Squee. Okay, untapping effects. So I don't want our opponents to untap, so get rid of Awakening, get rid of this. Get rid of this, and this, and this. And then, when does this trigger? Whenever creature you control becomes tapped. All right, that's fine. Orion Ranger, we probably don't want these one-offs. So this one, I definitely want Seedborn Muse. Sting could also potentially be good, although... Oh, we can only play it the turn we use it, though. So actually, no, the untap effects aren't good. No, they're not good, because discarding, we have to impulse draw the card, and we can only play it the turn we do that. So never mind. Actually, all the untap is not actually useful. All right. Yeah, so just get rid of all of it. what are we at? Oh, 70. Okay, so we're going to want all the impulse draw cards. I already have a deck that does this. I don't remember which deck it is, though. Actually, it's multiple, right? So, Reckless. Howling Abomination and Valduk would be good ones to look at. Yeah. So compare to Howling, even in our colors. We want, yeah, all the impulse draw that we can get. So okay, never mind. This deck does not have the impulse draw stuff in it. Let's look at Valduk. Well, this deck also doesn't apply. I know I have a deck where I had Reckless Impulse in it. And all that other stuff. Reckless Impulse. Was it Rocco? Was it Ashling? Rocco, Ashling, one of those. Compare to Rocco. Okay, yeah, Ren's Resolve. Escape to the Wilds. Wild Magic Sorcerer. Sure. Season of the Bold is, yeah, top 4. Light up the stage. Reckless Impulse. Stolen Strategy. Party Thrasher. Any upkeep, exile the top 2. Yeah. Wild Wasteland. Night the Future. Am I a deck that's attacking a whole bunch? I guess I am because I'm making wolves, right? So Grenzo, Facebreaker. Jessica's Will. Exile the top 2 until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards with Retrace. Yeah, okay, add that one. And Ashling's the other deck to look at. So, Ashling. This one's just Rummage, so we don't need that. Wait, when we impulse draw, we can just play this as the land side. We're not locked into playing it as the creature side. Yeah, so let's just make sure we have that. I don't know why I somehow blanked out and thought that that was the case. And Inspired Tinkering. Okay, so that's all that stuff. I don't think we're going to have creatures that are big enough for Disciple of Freyalise to matter, though, and I really don't want multiple of these red sources, so maybe I don't want Pinnacle Monk after all. I mean, it's fine to, like, get back a thing, but it's also expensive. Yeah, you know what? I don't actually want Pinnacle Monk, even if I can play it on the land side. Let's see, what else? Probably not enough removal, so let's play Beast Within. What's the main thing I'm missing here? Some way to make it so that these wolves are doing a better job of attacking our opponents to death. So like Beastmaster Ascension. I want Bergie. Actually, Bergie fits perfectly into the deck because on its front side, it can help us cast multiple spells a turn, and on its back side, it exiles the cards and then we can cast them from exile. So that works perfectly. I would suggest Bergie, Lae'zel, Delayed Blast, Fireball. Lae'zel, I'm not going to go with. Delayed Blast, Fireball is good, though. Delayed Blast, Fireball. All right, so we've got our protection. We've got... Do I need Rhythm of the Wild? We've already got Allosaurus Shepherd and Destiny Spinner. Probably, yeah. So, yeah, Rhythm of the Wild gives me the third thing, aside from Veil of Summer. That's fine. I feel like I want Crater Hoof in the deck, but I also don't want to ever Impulse Draw into a Crater Hoof that I can't cast, and then it's just gone forever. All right, I will add back in Quirion Ranger and Rib Ranger. And my thinking here is that so these bounce forests to our hand, and we've got Yavimaya and Gaia's Cradle. So we might have situations where we're able to, if Yavimaya and Cradle are in play at the same time, then Cradle's a forest. We can go tap Cradle, generate a bajillion green mana, use Quirion or Scrib Ranger to pick up Gaia's Cradle and untap something, and then play the Gaia's Cradle again and tap it again. Whereas Wirewood Symbiote would just bounce an elf to our hand, which is fine. It may actually be worth it, especially if we have Priest of Titania, but I don't think it'll be worth it most of the time. And then it'll let us tutor through this some more. Maybe Valakut Exploration. I don't like that one either. I have looked at a lot of the impulse draw stuff, and I generally don't like Valakut Exploration. But maybe it plays better than it looks. Anyway, what does EDH Rex say? Because I'm kind of at the end here where I'm not really sure where else to go with this, and we still have 9 slots open. Yeah, Lae'zel, this guy. I don't like Wild Magic Sorcerer either, but fine. Exile target creature from the graveyard? No, okay. Now Feshni, that was another one, right? Whenever you cast a spell from exile, copy it, choose new targets for the copy. Permanent. Yeah, I don't like this one because it's 6 mana, which means if we impulse draw into it, we probably can't cast it. Not Passionate Archaeologist either. And then we've got these ones. I don't want to play random things with Cascade. Or 4 mana impulse draw stuff. I'm sensing that I'm not going to be able to find... Ooh, Questing Druid. Questing Druid, you have to play them the same turn, though, right? No, until... Oh, your next end step. So unless you cast it at instant speed in someone else's turn, then yeah. All right. Put this with the rest of them. Still use that, though. Holly, too expensive. Adventure Creatures. I don't think those are particularly good either. Savvy Trader, yeah, don't want that. Probably Inti. Works well with our guy. And Bone Horde, also too expensive. Dragonhawk, also too expensive. I really want to avoid the cards that are more expensive. Tovolar is basically Toski for all the wolf tokens we're making, but that's whatever. Oh, did I add Toski into the deck? Where's our card draw? I did not. Let's add Toski. Carnosaur, Ewit. There's not a specific, like, thing we're trying to do, right? More 2/2s, but it's 4 mana, so ignoring that. Alright, the foretell spells, anything with Cascade or Discover on it, which I generally am not a fan of. Commune with Lava could be interesting. I just generally think it's too expensive. Noxious Revival, kind of. You can cast it for free when we Impulse Draw into it, and then it lets us put something back that we've used. Sure. Noxious Revival. Rebound cards. I don't think most of the rebound cards are good, though. Basically, the only one I can even think of is Ephemerate. Or then there's the protection one. Impulse draw the top 2 with casualty, but it's not until the next turn. Only this turn. Ability artifacts, Chaos Wand, yeah, Kaimil. Unstable Amulet, that was a good one, right? Yeah, whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, deals 1 to each opponent. Unstable Amulet. And then it also itself impulse draws, although not that much, but a little bit at the very least. Library of Lang, yeah, fine. In case we don't want to discard a card. Mishra's Research Desk. Totally forgot about that one. Yeah, that's Valakut Exploration. If I don't find anything for the last like 2 cards, I will put Valakut Exploration in the deck. This is from exile, right? Only whenever you cast a spell from exile or a land enters from exile. So top of the deck cards like Elven Chorus don't actually function with that. Okay. Yeah, we've come down to the bottom rungs here. Let me check to see if there's any combos that I'm missing. So clear the list. All right. Are there any combos that I'm missing? We've got Devoted Druid Luxior. We've got, yeah, this stuff. All these infinite mana combos with some of our creatures. These are all the stock ones that would show up whenever we played any of these things. Ignis plus Bergi. We can generate infinite green, but we can't actually do anything with it because I don't have like Finale of Devastation or whatever, or Ballista. Payment Construct. I don't want to play those, you can cast the spell that you discard a turn, although those are okay, I guess. Yeah, you know what we're missing? I guess the main thing that I don't like right now is that the deck doesn't have a big way to win. So we've got Beastmaster Ascension as a way to give all of our wolves, you know, pump. But there's no other way to do it. I guess like Shared Animosity would only apply to the wolves and not any of our other creatures, although that might be okay. Like a Shared Animosity. We have at least one other way of killing our opponents, and then we just, again, don't have like many ways of actually winning. I guess Stolen Strategy depends on what we get off of it. And outside of Berg, we don't have a way of like storming through our deck either, so that's not going to work. Yeah, containment construct. I really want another crater hoof type thing, or like, but I don't want to just play a card just because. I guess Finale of Devastation. What creature do I actually want to tutor up that isn't just Devoted Druid, right? Because then it's irrelevant if you just get that one. Not like nothing really. Would you consider Impact Tremors and Friends to get more out of the wolves? It seems kind of fiddly though. Not really, because you're not making enough wolves for that to matter. I would much rather just pump all of the wolves once they're in play. So like Beastmaster and Shared. Maybe a way to peek at the top, Oracle will die or something. Sure. What's our creature count? We have 28. So if we had a way of getting creatures off the top, that would only be 1 and 3 that we get to play. But we can manipulate that with Faldorn, so that's something. The best one's probably Augur of Autumn, right? Sure, we'll play Augur of Autumn. So our main way to win here is basically just generate a bunch of value by like drawing a million cards and whatnot until we eventually get to Beastmaster or Shared Animosity, so that all of our wolves can beat our opponents down. And then every single card in the deck costs 3 or less, except for so the only cards that cost more than 3 are Force of Vigor, which is free, so that doesn't count. Ignite the Future, One Ring, Toski, Wild Magic Sorcerer, and then Escape to the Wilds, Inspired Tinkering, which nets us back 3 treasures, so that's not exactly the same thing. Season of the Bold also nets us at least 1 treasure, and then there's Stolen Strategy. So although we do have some cards that are more expensive, let's just take Force of Vigor out of that equation. We basically have 8, and then every other card in the deck is 3 or under. Eladamri. Augur lets you play lands off the top. Eladamri does not. So Chris, you requested this specifically because you said you have a friend who wants to upgrade their precon. So obviously this price tag is not really upgradable, but again, a huge portion of that is due to very specific cards in the deck costing a fortune. So if we just go to group this by price, we can come down here. And so it's 278. Let's just round up to 4 minus 821 for the Cradle, 628 for the Diamond, 365 for the Taiga, 96 for Chrome Mox, 91 for Ancient Tomb, 54 for Ring. And then you definitely don't need Gemstone Caverns. So 49. Cavern of Souls is pretty good. After that, I would just go through this and just figure out what are all the most expensive cards and figure out, do you really need these? You can probably build a mostly functional mana base even after you cut out like all the fetches, for example. So you can get it down, and then it really depends on how much are they willing to spend. So I'm pretty sure if I were to cut out most of the expensive stuff, because there's cards that are like obviously good, but you don't need them, like Beseiju, right? That's $34 right there. Deflecting Swat, obviously good, but you don't technically need it. So I think you could easily get this deck down to like $300 if you were willing to cut out a lot of stuff. Yep, the usual. The expensive stuff are lands and mono rocks. Yeah. With some outliers like One Ring, which is neither, but mostly stuff like that. Yeah. Like, yes, you don't need a Ragavan, for example. Thanks, my dude, as always. No problem, Chris. And then we have another request after this. It was Faldorn. I could have sworn there was another request after this. Or was it just go read the Frank Karsten article? The problem is I don't think you can actually math your way into an answer because... So you can do calculations and you can say, if you have this many lands in your deck, this is the likelihood of drawing X many lands by turn Y, right? But that doesn't take into account what's the curve of your deck. How important is it to cast certain cards at certain times? How expensive are those cards? How many mana dorks / rocks or whatever are you running in your deck? How do you calculate those? Do they count as like half a land? You know, so... But, I don't know. Let's not judge it sight unseen. So what does he have to say? How long is this article, by the way? And is it paywalled? It is not paywalled. Okay. How many lands should you be running? Frank breaks it down with modal double-faced cards, the new companion. That's another thing. Like, the amount of lands in your deck doesn't take into account how many of your lands enter tapped. How important is it that you cast things on curve? Do you just need to cast one important spell, like your commander, or is it multiple? Do you have fast mana in your deck? Etc. Alright, ever since the release of the first Magic set, deck builders have been captivated by the question of how many lands to play. Back in the 90s, I often heard the recommendation to build a deck with a third creatures, third non-creatures, and third lands, but deck building insights have made great strides since then. Nowadays, recognizing the danger of monoscrew decks often contain far more lands, but how much do you need, and how does this depend on the composition of your deck? Alright, in this article, based on a regression analysis of over 95,000 successful tournament decks, I will provide useful formulas that can help you choose the numbers of lands for your deck. The TLDR summary is a non-mythic land spell MDFC such as Wari Disruption or Kazandu Mammoth counts as, and redirects to the wrong card, okay, counts as 0.38 land. A mythic land spell MDFC such as Emiria's Call counts as 0.74 land. Why does it count as not a full land? You can still play it untapped. That doesn't make any sense. A good formula for the number of lands in your 60-card deck, counting MDFCs partially in this fashion, is 19.59 plus 1.9 times the average mana value of your spells, minus 0.28 times the number of cheap card draw or mana ramp spells. So define cheap. Does that mean 2 or less? And yeah, oh, card draw also matters, right? Because you're casting, you know, what if you're casting stuff like Ponder that can replace themselves? Plus 0.27 if you have a companion. This means that if your average mana value is 3, which is fairly typical, then you should start with 25 or 26 lands and cut 1 land for every 3 or 4 cheap card draw or mana ramp spells in your deck. A good formula for the number of lands in your 99 card... Okay, so let's see if this applies. A good formula for the number of lands in your 99 card deck, counting MDFCs partially in this fashion, is 31.42 plus 3.13 times average mana value of your spells minus 0.28 times number of cheap card draw or ramp spells. This means that if your average mana value is 3, which is fairly typical, then you should start with 40 or 41 lands and cut 1 land for every 3 or 4 cheap card draw or mana ramp spell in your deck. Some of his numbers are kind of arbitrary, though. Still like his formula, though. I usually start with it and then cut a couple of lands. Well, let's just, instead of reading this whole article, let's just plug this in, right? So... all right, let's figure out the formula. So we're specifically building for EDH, so we only care about the EDH formula. So let's see, I need to, come on, Google. I need to open Google Sheets. Google Sheets. I am signed in. All right, Sheets. Blank. Okay, so the formula is... So we've got starting lands. Or I guess we go start, then we have average mana value. Then we've got draw plus ramp, right? I assume by cheap he means 2 or less, although I'm not sure. Let's just say it's 2 or less, right? So starting is 31.42. And then it's 3.13. Oh, I guess it's I guess this is the finished formula, right? So formula, so it's 3.14 plus, I'm not sure where he's putting these brackets. So it's plus 3.31 times average mana value, oops, times B2. I need to say equals 3.14 plus 3.13, I guess plus, I'll bracket this, minus 0.28 times C2, right? He has a definition for ramp and draw. Let's go take a look at it. I tackled the topic of land counts in an article 2 years ago, but the present article differs in 4 important ways. I explicitly incorporate the number of mana ramp or card draw spells. I consider the impact of modals. I consider a far larger data set, and I only consider decks from events that were held after the companion rules change. Also, in a recent article, I determined an optimal mana curve and land ramp count for Commander. This work optimized the mana curve and land ramp counts simultaneously to present a general framework, blah, blah, blah. All right, I just need to see what are his definitions. 60 card decks, blah, 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 data set. Number of cheap I defined a cheap card draw spell as a non-land card with mana value 2 or less, whose lowercase oracle text contains draw a card, draw 2 cards, draw 3 cards, draw 4 cards, etc., but not blood token, investigate. Additionally, if it's a creature, then its oracle text also needs to contain when and enter. A non-creature spell with mana value 2 or less and the words look, library, put, and your hand, but not pay or pays also count as keep. Yeah, okay, so is it a cantrip of some kind? Number of cheap mana ramp spells. I defined it as a non-land card with mana value 2 or less that is not already a cheap card draw spell and whose oracle text contains add, but not adds its ability, add a lore counter, etc., etc. We included Llanowar Elf, Skirk Prospector, so we did include fast mana in there, but not Ranger class, Tangled Florahedron, Shambling Ghast Monomorphos. Sure. This includes, wait, okay, so a non-land card with mana value 2 or less that is not already, was also classified as a cheap mana ramp spell if its oracle text contained search your library and land or basic, but not sacrifice. Second, enchanted land is tapped and adds an additional. Third, put a creature card with and from your hand onto the battlefield. So he's including Sylvan Scrying and Crop Rotation and Aether Vial in that analysis. Okay. Presence of a companion in the sideboard. Wait, does average mana value... Okay, Average mana value of your spells. Average mana value... spells, so lands don't count. Okay. MDFCs, I don't know why he's determining what he's determining. Why do the ones that enter untapped only count as 0.74 lands? Is it because sometimes you'll play them tapped? You'll only play them tapped when you have to, though. 80 to 99 card decks. I assume he's 80 because Yorion. Yeah. Okay, for commander, blah, blah, blah. So here's the formula, right? Why divide by 60? Isn't this different? Wouldn't take into account the free mulligan or the free draw on turn 1. One way to get a sense of their impact is by looking at the results from an aforementioned analysis on an optimal mana curve and or land ramp count. There, I found that 26 lands was optimal for 60 card decks without a companion, which would translate to blah, blah, blah. Yet the optimal commander decks for cheap commanders contained 42 lands. This suggests that if we port 60 card formulas to 99 card decks, then we should reduce the resulting land count by 1.35 lands to account for the free mulligan and the free draw on turn 1. I emphasize that this is an imprecise back-of-the-envelope estimate, but it provides a useful starting point, and it's in line with my deck-building intuition. Results in the following formula. So this is a different formula. Oh, no, here's the bottom one. Yeah, 3.142, or 31.42 plus 3.13 times average mana value minus this. Four to 5 times. Oh, it's because 4 out of 5 times it's a land and 1 out of 5 times it's a spell. So sometimes it doesn't count towards your actual lands because you're playing it. Sure. Anyway. Why the second formula, though? Anyway, let's go back to Faldorn. So, I have... So my average mana value of spells, Moxfield will actually just tell me that. It is... Where is it? The average mana value of your main deck is 2.09 without lands. So 2.09. And then draw ramp is going to be a lot specifically in this deck. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. This doesn't count. 20, 21. That's just ramp. And then the actual card draw on the deck is, aside from the commander itself, the ones that cost 2 and less is, let's say Mishra. No, Mishra's is 2. Yeah, so 1, let's not count Inti. 2, 3, 4, 5, not this one. You count Grenzo? I'm not going to count it. 6, 7, so 7. Boom, 30. Oh, sorry, Kenrith draws a card. Plus 8. Well, let's say Faldorn is an outlier, right? Oh, I should link this. I should link Faldorn. Here is the Faldorn deck. Sorry about that, Chris. I should have linked that earlier. This is Faldorn. Let's pick a deck that isn't like this, right? Let's pick a deck that's... Let's pick something that isn't green, so that it doesn't have access to all the mana dorks, and let's pick something that also is not playing like a ton of cheap cantrips, right? I don't know. What about some of the CEDH decks? Like, what if I search for Rogsai? Although that's kind of an outlier too, because it's like Storm. So what about Timna Thrasios, right? That one's green. I want something that's not green. Something that's like a typical, just mid-range value deck that doesn't have any particular Kenrith. Kenrith's green, but whatever. Kenrith the Return King. All right. Oh, we have a bunch of fast mana. Never mind. Let's get back to decks. Show me commanders. What would be a good option? Something again that is like mid-range commander, like a commander that costs 3 or 4 or something around those lines. Gishath. Gishath is more expensive than normal, and it's more casual than normal. It's not super powerful. Sisay, we could look at Sisay as well. Let's look at Gishath for right now. So we've got our card draw is more expensive than normal, but let's count. Okay, so there's Esper Sentinel, so that's 1, but then everything else is more expensive. And then fast mana, we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. And our average mana value of the deck is 3.58. So it says we want to be playing 35 lands, and we're 31. See, that just still doesn't sound right to me. Let me play test the deck. So opening hand is land, Gaia's Cradle, Gemstone, Carpet of Flowers, Arbor Elf. Okay, so the hand is not keepable if we're on the play, because Gemstone Caverns won't produce green. But if we're not on the play, then it will, right? So let's say we're not on the play and we go Gemstone Caverns, exiling Forerunner. Right? I guess let's put this in exile. And then we draw for our turn. All right, so the fact that these lands are not forest is a big problem, but we can go Plateau. Oh wait, no, it's not a big problem. We can go Ragavan, Cradle, then Carpet of Flowers, second main trigger, play Arbor Elf. Then next turn. All right, there's our forest. So Temple Garden. Tap this, put Utopia Sprawl here. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I would have had a treasure last turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom, Gishath. Let's say that was not a typical start, right? Restart. All right, we've got this. Sure, so let's go draw for turn, play Misty, then crack it, and oops. How do I search my deck? The library, and I need to go find, this is Taiga, right? I really wish I could increase the size of this. Oh, we go find a tapped Temple Garden? Yeah. Oh, why is this not in alphabetical order? right. Fetch Temple Garden. Close. Shuffle. Then next turn, draw. We're going to play Taiga. Tap, tap. Play Talisman of Impulse. Next turn, land. Fetch. Blooded Strand. Let's go grab. It has to be white, so let's go grab. Something, doesn't matter what. Plateau, sure. Does Kogla actually ramp you? Shuffle in your driver, draw a card. Okay, so let's just, yeah, so tap, tap, tap. Play Basalt Monolith. And then next turn, we are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're one short of Gishath, so we'll cycle Yadaro. So tap, tap. Put Yadaro back into the deck. Shuffle, draw a card. Hey, there's a land. Play this land. And then we have access to 6 mana, so we'll just cast Zavala Stampede, or yeah, so Marsh Flats, fetch. New library. And we did Marsh Flats, so let's go find Savannah. Savannah. Goes in shuffle, and then tap, 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 tap. Zavala Stampede. So now we're going to get to put a creature onto the battlefield / go through the top until we hit a creature. What would our opponents vote for? We only have 4 cards in our hand, so our opponents would probably just vote for us to put creatures from our hand onto the battlefield. Probably, although I guess you could technically try to just make us hit Monodorks or something. So it would really depend on what our opponents chose. We're definitely going to choose put a creature onto the battlefield, right? I think it provides a good rule of thumb. Gishath is probably an outlier since you cheat all the big spells into play. All right, well, let's pick a different deck then. So get out of this. You said Sisay, right? All right. Which Sisay? I assume you mean Captain Sisay. So here we have an average mana value of 2.3. And our draw / ramp is basically every one of our ramp cards is under the limit, right? Except for Nissa and Zavala. So that's 16. Plus the Mana Vault. So 17. Plus anything that draws cards that's cheap enough, which in this deck is nothing, right? Oh no, Esper Sentinel and Library. So 19. So it says we want 33, and we have 30. We have 29. Yeah, I don't think we need 33. I don't think this formula actually works, but let's see. Let's test it. So play test the deck. All right. We've got some lands. This is fine. All right, so let's play Minister. No, we don't want to play Minister of Tap. We'll play Hushwood, Verge plus. Oh, we haven't drawn for turn. Draw for turn. All right, Hushwood, Verge, tap, play Quirion Ranger, go. Next turn. Bountiful Promenade, tap, tap, cast 3 visits. So view library. We're gonna go grab Savannah, I guess. Although we can't play anything with it, let's go grab Temple Garden. So sure. So Temple Garden, close and shuffle, enters tapped. And then we can't do anything else right now, so next turn. All right. If I want to play Captain Sisay, I have to play an untapped land, or more likely, I'm going to want it to not die to any removal. So instead, we're going to go Windswept, fetch, new library. Here, we don't have Savannah yet, so let's grab Savannah. And then I'm going to cast Ranger Captain, and then Ranger Captain is going to go find one of the moms. If I have that in here. It's been a while since I've looked at Sisei. Do I not have the moms in here? Grand Abolisher. I have to have something to go find, right? Is it just going to be Esper Sentinel? Here, Esper Sentinel. We don't actually have the moms in here, do we? No, we do not. All right. So Esper Sentinel into our hand, tap, play Esper Sentinel. Next turn. Ooh, Cradle. So, tap, 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 play Kutzel, Cradle, or we need white. Cast Captain Sisei. We have one floating that we can't do anything with, so pass the turn. Next. Seems fine to me. All right, let's do it again. Let's say that's an outlier. Restart. Okay, we've got Yavimaya, Monovault, and then nothing else. So yeah, let's try a new hand. So restart. All right. We don't have any green, which is really awkward, but we've already mulliganed once, so let's just not mulligan again. So draw for turn. Play Ancient Tomb. Play Sting. Next turn. All right, there's Beseiju. So Beseiju. Tap, tap, 3 visits. With the library, go grab. We've got one floating. We're not going to be able to do anything else with it, so we're just going to go grab Temple Garden. Have it enter the battlefield, tap, shuffle, and close. Next turn, land. Now we've got 5 mana, so tap, 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 cast Sisei. Obviously, it could get countered, but, you know, we have the mana to do things. Let's try again. Restart. Okay, nothing in the first 2 turns, unfortunate, but let's just say this is fine, right? Draw for turn. I mean, okay, there's Fyntorn Elves on turn 1, and we're going to have a land for 4 turns. Try again. Restart. Ancient Tomb, Monovault, no colored mana, so mulligan. How do I mulligan here? Or do I just say restart? I guess I would just put 1 card back. So our first mulligan, we've got City of Brass and nothing else. All right, so we will have to mulligan again. So restart. Oof, that's pretty rough. No green mana. Okay, well, put back, I don't know, a card. And then I shuffle this. Shuffle. All right, so this is my opening hand. Draw for turn. Play a Plains. Go. Draw for turn. Oh, I should have said next turn. So then it would have been this. Okay, so you would actually get bricked here. If you kept this. I probably wouldn't have kept non-green, though. If I'd mulled to 5. All right, this is fine. So put back Kamal and put back Solitude. So starting on 5, go Command Tower, Elf. Next turn. Oh, I didn't draw for turn either. Temple Garden and Monovault. And we can play Sylvan Safekeeper and then Sisei, and then boom, we're good. And then Sisei's going to be able to tutor out lands from our deck if we need them. Let's try again. Perfectly fine hand. We've got all the lands we need. Restart. All right, we've got Ancient Tomb and nothing else, so mull to 6. We've got 1 land and can't do anything else, mull to 5. This is pretty rough. Restart again. This is mull to 4. This technically works. All right, remove this, and remove this. So shuffle our deck. Draw for turn. We've got Tomb, Promox, Exile the Wild Growth, tap for birds. Next turn, land, and then 1, 2, 3, Sisse, and then fetch and play elf. So even on a mold to 4, we're good. All right, restart. 1, 2, 3 lands, we're good. Restart. We've got 1 land plus Elvish Mystic, and if we brick on 3, then we have a problem. I don't know. Let's see. Draw for turn. We're good. So land, elf. Next turn, land, cast Selvala. Next, land. Yeah, we're good. Restart. 3 lands, and Magus the Candelabra, which doesn't actually help here, but this is fine. Restart. City, forest, and no actual ramp. Well, let's try it. Draw for turn. Forest, cast, Furion Ranger. Next turn. City of Brass. We can... I forget if Dryad Arbor's in the deck or not. If it is, we can Finale for 0 and get Dryad Arbor. If it isn't... Okay, looks like it's not. So, yeah, pretty awkward. Next. I'd probably have to burn Solitude, maybe. I don't know. Draw. Oh, there's a land. If it wasn't a land, I would have just bounced Forest and replayed it and then cast Finale to go find a Monodork. Pretty slow, but ultimately works. Here, we're just going to Finale now and go grab a Monodork. Anyway, that's fine. Restart. Okay. Draw for turn 1. Flooded Strand, fetch Savannah, play Llanowar Elves. Next. Okay, so tap, 3 visits. This is another land. Temple Garden, let's say. And then cast Magus. And next turn. All right, we're going to float. Crop rotation for Gaia's Cradle. Then 2, 3, 4. Magus, untap. Tap Gaia's Cradle again. Cast Sisse. Try it again. Yavimaya. Okay, so draw for turn. Yavimaya, tap, play Findhorn. Next turn. Plains. Let's see, we've got Selvala. Yeah, Selvala. Next. Man Tower. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seems good to me. Restart. Plenty of lands along with Monovault. Yeah, all right. Restart. No lands and Mox Diamond, so not an ability to do anything. So let us mold a 6. All right. Decent enough mold a 6. Put Summoner's Pack back. Shuffle. And then, again, if Gemstone Caverns, if we're on the draw, we Gemstone and put away probably Blind Obedience. Then draw for turn. So let's play land and Hope Tender. Next turn. Land. We can play Sisse right now by... Right, we've got 1, 2, 3. Then go to 2, then untap 2 lands. So this is exerted. Play Sisse. Then next turn, this is still tapped. Nykthos. Sylvan Safekeeper. And Nykthos produces 3 right now. So then we play Selvala. We can also Sisse for more stuff. Seems good. One more time. Restart. All right, looks good to me. Draw for turn. Land. Play Yavimaya. Can't actually do anything, so next turn, land, library. Next turn, draw. City of Brass, we're at 20, we took a bunch of damage from that. We're at 32. No other ramp, but we do have ways of playing other cards, so let's go Sentinel, 31. Alright, next turn. Library trigger. Alright, so still no lands after all of this, but we can go tap, Ranger, bounce it back to our hand, play it again. And then we can either Finale for a Dork or path our own Ranger to get another land. Either way, I think we're good. Now, Captain Sisay is a deck that I built a while ago, and I built it specifically off of other players' recommendations for Sisay. So, like, this primer. So what if I pick a more recent deck that I've built, right? And let's sort this by updated. Something that isn't green, so we don't have access to all the mono dorks, so that we have to have 2 lands in order to play rocks, right? Let's pick a deck that's not even that good. Astarion or Yomiji. Yomiji's really not very good. Because we've got a 7 mana commander, right? Do Yomiji. So we've got 30 lands and 21 ramp, with some of those being Palladiumer and Worn Powerstone and Thran Dynamo and Smothering Tithe and Relic of Legends. So let's try this one. So playtest. How many games should we playtest? Play 6. All right, obviously this hand's not keepable. So restart. So this is a mull. We have 2 lands because one of those is Witch Enchanter. All right, this is fine. And we'll put back Grinding Station because that's a combo piece. All right, so draw for turn, play land, play Esper Sentinel. Then presumably we can draw some cards off of this, but who knows if we do. So next turn, play Witch Enchanter as a land, play Plague Mer. Oh no, play Iron Crag. Tap Iron Crag for Skull Clamp. Presumably we can draw a card off of Esper Sentinel, then go to the next turn. So no more lands. Then we have access to 3 mana. I'll put this down here. So let's clamp Esper Sentinel. Draw. Play a land. Then play Enduring Innocence. Next turn, play a land. What do we got here? We can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Teshar. And I can actually clamp my Enduring Innocence, and then it comes back. So I draw off of Teshar, and I also clamp the Enduring Innocence and draw some more cards. Seems fine to me. Restart. All right, we've got 1 land, Arcane Signet, and not enough to do anything. So Forced Mulligan, 6. Seems fine. We'll put back Altar the Brood. Turn 1, land. I guess play Witch Enchanter tapped, maybe. Untapped. So next turn, land, Hedron Crawler. Next turn, land, ring, immediately draw a card. Next turn, draw 2 cards with the ring, and then play a land. And we can go Relic, and then tap, play Enduring Innocence. Next turn, ring is on 3, so draw. And we're pretty good there. All right, again, this is our 3rd restart. Yeah. Seems fine to me. Turn 1. Oh, we have to draw. Draw for turn. Turn 1. Go Ancient Tomb. Pearl Medallion. Next turn. Land. Lauren costs. Actually, we don't actually get a discount off of it because it costs 2 and we still need to tap this. That's fine. Next turn. Land. And play... So we can go Altar. And Lauren's not actually doing anything for us at this point, so if we want to, we could flash in Aven Mind Sensor. Next turn, land. And so 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 2, leaves us with 3 mana. That's fine. Next. Hey, the ring. And then we can start drawing cards and go nuts. Restart number 4. Looks fine to me. Draw for turn. Land, go. Next turn. Land. Oswald. Next turn. Land, name whatever type this is. Spirit. Play. I probably want to tutor more mana, so let's go Stonebrain, and then Oswald this, Bennett, and then view library, and let's grab Worn Power Stone. And you get the point. We grab Worn Power Stone, we've got the mana to do stuff. Restart number 5. Sounds good. Draw for turn, play a land. Next turn. Land, Felwar. Next turn. Land. 3 mana, Palladium Myrrh. Next turn. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Play Winter Moon to slow everybody else down, along with Grand Abolisher to make sure this resolves. And also Drannith Magistrate and or Oswald. Seems good to me. Restart number 6. Final one. Draw for turn. Land. Cast Hope of Gyurper. Next turn, land. Play Grim Monolith. Immediately tap for Worn Power Stone. Next turn, this stays tapped. One, 2, Relic of Legends. Tap this, this, and this for Boromir. Actually, no, let's get Milliken into play, right? So, 1, 2, Milliken. You can also fragmentize something. Next turn, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're still short, so let's go Boromir plus Plague Myrrh. Next turn, land, and now we're at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can tap all of this and cast Sandstone Oracle, and then it depends on how many cards, but let's say we draw like 3 or 4. 3. Seems good to me. So yeah, I don't think that that formula really matters. I get what they're trying to do, but I don't think you can ever math this out to the point where it will always tell you like the exact correct amount that you need. And I'm perfectly happy to build my decks on 30 lands, and sometimes you've got a mulligan, and overall, your cards are better. Let's move this to the trash. I really like this Moxfield tester. I just wish that... But I know that there's ways of playing online like Untap or Cockatrice. I wish it was just from... I wish you could just do it directly from Moxfield, but oh well. There is no way to do it directly from Moxfield, right? I don't think so. Okay. Well, we don't have any more requests at the moment. So, how long have we been going? 3 hours, 22 minutes. Right now, I've got the commanders sorted by release date. Of course, this is not exactly correct because it will, if a card was reprinted, it'll jump that to whatever the most recent release date of the reprint was. But that actually is kind of a good thing because it allows us to see more unique commanders that haven't been constantly reprinted. So let's see, we did a Sasaya deck. What does Seki do? Comes in with 8 counters. If damage would be dealt to it, remove the counters. Stack 8 spirits and return this from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, so this just sounds really bad. 8 mana, and it doesn't have an ability that even like does anything. Okay. What does a name as 1 do, right? So a name as 1 is there's the 2 names, the green name and the black name, and they've been mashed together. So what does this do? When it enters, if you played it from your hand, you may search your library for a spirit and put it onto the battlefield. And when a nameless one is put in your graveyard, you may remove it from the game. If you do, return target spirit from your graveyard to the battlefield. So we're paying 12 mana to cheat 1 spirit into play. That sounds absolutely atrocious unless there's some sort of combo with it. A name as one. Nope. At least not according to Spellbook. So I don't think there's any way to make this work. Best Boros commanders, Winota. Winota. Oh, were you looking for more than one? Okay, Commander. Can I do color identities in this search? No. All right. All right, Boros. Aside from Winota, Arabella looks pretty good to me. Arden Rograk's also really good. That's probably it. I didn't know what I expected. Of course, it's Winota. Walked right into it. Yep. But I think it's not like... I mean, it's obviously Winota, but other ones are like... Arden Rograk's pretty good. Arabella seems good. I would have to actually play it, but... Seems good to me. Zerda is a way to make Grim and Basalt Monolith infinite colorless from the command zone. So it's just a 2-card combo. Well, not a 2-card combo because you still need something to do with the mana, but you know, a 2-card infinite mana combo with one of the pieces being in the command zone is pretty good too. Anyway, the hunt for more commanders. Agros Coast, I know this is just a pump effect, so that's not very good. We already have a Circu commander. Sisters of Stone Death is incredibly expensive, and its abilities don't even really do anything that great. So the one thing that I looked at here was, is there a way that we can like lure all of our opponent's creatures into blocking it because of this G ability? But even if we do that, this is still a 7/5. This still costs us a bunch of mana, so this seems bad. Orborigmos is just a big creature. Not even very good. So moving on. Tabor and Lumia. Whenever you cast blue, flying. Whenever you cast red, deal 1 damage to each creature without flying. Yep, okay, so that's not good. Right, it's target creature gains flying, and then deal 1 damage to each creature without flying. So you'd have to play a storm deck. You know, so you can cast lots of spells, and then the best thing that you're doing is you're turning your commander and any other creatures you have into... They're not going to get damaged. And then the damage will be dealt to everything else. But the damage to everything else is 1 at a time per spell. And then, congrats, you built your whole deck around storming off to kill all the non-flying creatures in play. Like, that really doesn't seem very good. And it's like, if I'm already storming off, why am I not just casting Brain Freeze or, you know... Why am I not just winning the game as opposed to trying to kill everything that's in play? So yeah, like you technically could build Tibor and Lumia, but why would I do that when I could just play Ral Monsoon Mage for less? That makes my spells cheaper and will just be better at winning the game as opposed to this one. Asperia the Inscrutable. Whenever it deals combat damage to the player, name a card. The player reveals their hand. If they revealed the named card, search your library for a creature card with flying, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So I have to know what's in their hand, which I could know via Gitaxian Probe or whatever. And then I hit them, and then my payoff for doing all of that is I just go tutor a flyer. Doesn't seem very good. Lizolda. 2, sack a creature. This deals 2 damage to target creature or player. If the sack creature was red, draw. If the sack creature was black. Not that great. We have Momervig already. Rakdos the Defiler. When it attacks, sack half the non-demon permanents you control rounded up. Okay, that's awful. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, the player sacks half the non-demon permanents that they control rounded up. This is so bad. Hadar. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. Activate only if you control 4 snow permanents. So I'm playing a 5-mana commander that has a 2 and tap ability, and it just bounces a permanent. I mean, I know what to do with this. You just play Isochron Scepter Dramatic Reversal, and you get infinite mana plus untap Hadar, and he just bounces all of your opponent's permanents to their hand. Is that fun or interesting? Like, I can do it, but that sucks. The other combo would be you pair him with Intruder Alarm plus Freaking Drake, or Dreamstalker, or any of the other ones that bounce themselves, plus mana creatures, and then you just do infinite mana that way, and also untap Hadar. I guess we can build it. All right. New deck. Hadar. This one's going to be super easy. Let's time it. Timer. Ho, 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 ho. All right. Ready? How fast can we build? Stopwatch. All right. Starter kit. Go. One color mana base, and then we're going to need counter spells. Where's that? Counter spells and protection for Hadar. And we want ramp. Then I'm going to want Intruder Alarm, Freaking Drake, Dreamstalker, and Isochron Scepter, and Dramatic Reversal. All right, now let's fix all of this. Oh, we can run some stacks too, because why not? Whoops. Stacks. Okay. Counters. We want Muddle the Mixture. Everything here is good. Get rid of the fetch lands. And the rainbow lands. We're going to want snow-covered island. And then get rid of, let's see, this one. Mana Vault's actually good, as is Grim Monolith. I am going to want haste, so 1,000-year elixir. And get rid of Yavimaya, get rid of Urborg, and these other fetch lands. Okay, and then take this and add 19 snow forests. Let's see. Get some more this stuff in here. Polywog, Pro, Ledger Shredder. And then stacks cards. We're going to get rid of this one. Curse Totem has to go. This goes. This goes. Actually, Torpor Orb can probably... No, Torpor Orb can't stay. Torpor Orb counters that. And then Winter Orb, Trinisphere. These are the ones that stick around. And then we've got some of this stuff. Volatile. Storm Drake. Snap. And then our protection, defense grid out, and our ramp has to be in the form of creatures for the most part. We don't want the Baral type stuff, so get rid of this. That one, this one, this one, this one. With Metal Torque, get out of here. Mox Amber, definitely not good here. Opal, sure, keep that. Only to cast non-creature spells, so Nardole doesn't really work. And then Palladiumer, probably that goes too. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Keep Sapphire Medallion. This one, Crag, this, and this. Although, did I cut Cold Steel Heart? I want to keep that. Cold Steel Heart. And what's our total deck count right now? It is 87. We're going to want tutors, so merchant... Let's just add all the tutors. Tutors. Yeah, so we're going to want to find Isochron and Dramatic Reversal for the most part, so let's get rid of Cave, Trophy Mage, Trinket Mage, Tribute Mage stays, Transmute stays, Spellseeker stays, Solve the Equation stays, Reshape, that can get out of here, Moonsilver Key, that can get out of here, Merchant Scroll, that stays, Inventor's Fair, that's good. Let's get rid of Lorien Revealed. And then Intuition, get out, and Fabricate stays, I guess, and Expedition Map, that can go. 6 cards short. I'm probably going to want more snow permanents if I can get them. So right now all we have is a bunch of lands and Old Steelheart. So let's do an advanced search. Let's do a search. Specifically, it's advanced search. We want color identity blue, and it needs to be snow, and it needs to be... I guess that's fine. Search. Most of these are going to be bad. Okay, Arkham's Astrolabe, that's fine. We just need cheap snow stuff so that we have enough snow. Faceless Haven, not better than a snow fort or snow island, so not that. Not the Ronom can kill stuff, I guess, but that's still not very good. Most of the stuff's bad. Let's see, Scrying Sheets, sure, we can run that. I think everything else here is basically irrelevant. All right, back to the list. So we've got 95 cards, and the deck is basically done after 5 minutes, and now it's just a matter of finding the very last cards in the deck. So, find my combos. Submit. Yeah, so you can get infinite rings or whatever. Yeah, okay. Dramatic, Isochron Scepter, Intruder, Shrieking Drake, Intruder, Dreamstalker. What are easy things? Yeah, okay. Kitsa plus Dramatic Reversal. That's another good one. Kitsa. I guess as much as possible, I want these lands to not be anything but a snow-covered island. So let's get rid of that. The rest is fine, though. Hullbreaker plus Soul Ring, not necessary. Ulamog's Dreadsire. Okay, most of this is going to be just bad, right? Enigma Jewel. Rem. One ring. Intruder Alarm, Aether Snap. Create a token. Nope, not necessary. Alright, that basically seems fine. And then... I guess I can do some other infinite mana combos. So Power Artifact. Basalt, Monolith. And not Ring. Staff of Domination. So this is another one where once we get infinite mana, we can untap Haidar infinitely and then just win the game. And then we've got one card left over. What does Ediatrek have to say? Haidar. Yeah, alright, so all of that. Oh, I added Scrying Sheets to the deck, so let's reduce an island. Oh, no. That's fine. Land. What does Haidar want us to add? I guess Replicating Ring can be a Mono Rock. That's also snow. Anything else I'm overlooking? Stuff enters tapped, blah, blah, blah. A nice counter on stuff. Stuff that's just snow for the sake of being snow. Or just random untappers so that we can activate Haidar multiple times. Yeah, we just want to combo with them straight up, though. We don't want to have random cards that just untap them once and that's it. Just chill, blah, blah, blah. Nope, doesn't necessary. Sorceries, this is also fine here. Kill the artifacts. We have Sapphire Medallion, right? Yeah. Sunstone. Sack a snowland, have all creatures deal no damage. That sucks. Dalkin Shackles. I mean, like, yeah, okay, technically that's a thing. Do we want it? Not really. Arkham's Weathervane. Target snowland becomes non-snow, or non-snowland becomes snow. Okay. Play just random snow stuff that's not relevant here. And, basis stuff. This all seems pretty irrelevant. Ice Cave. Whenever a player casts a spell, any other player may pay its mana cost. If a player does, counter it. So this only applies after Hadar's already in play and bounced everything. Alright, that basically seems fine to me. And then basically... so we've just got a bunch of combos that let us bounce everything with Hadar. And then after that... our opponents presumably will not be able to redevelop. How do we actually win? We just attack with like a big just creatures, just Ledger Shredder or whatever we steal, essentially. I don't think I need a big bomb creature in here in order to make that work. All right, seems fine to me. 10 minutes. Deck complete. Infinite untap loops to bounce all opposing permanents, including lands. Then win slowly through relatively light beatdown. Continuing to bounce any lands opponents replay. All right. It was very boring, but it's also, like, I guess a deck that technically works. All right, back to here. Garzazul, Plague Queen. Whenever a creature dealt damage by it dies, it gets +1 counter. All right, whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. So 7 mana Magpie is not good, even if it has haste. Mistform Ultimist, it's every creature type. Basically not relevant. It's just a changeling. Aeron the Relentless can regenerate and has haste. Jolrael, discard 2 cards. Until end of turn, all lands target player controls are 3/3s that are still lands. Okay. Obviously, Jolrael's very expensive at 5 mana. And then it's another 3 mana to tap it, and you have to discard 2 cards. So very steep cost to activate this. However, we can turn all of our opponents' lands into creatures. What can we do with that? So normally, combos that I've seen like this before have been like Living Plane plus Elesh Norn, right? Or Chromaspell plus Urborg plus Elesh Norn. So you turn all of your opponent's lands into creatures, and then either they can't activate, or you just kill all the creatures, right? Wholesome land destruction? Yeah. How do we do this in mono green, though? That's the problem, right? How do we have all creatures get either negative toughness or can't activate or are just blown up, but in mono green? So let me just pull up EDH Rec and see if there's even any cards that do it, because I assume they would appear on like the first page. Each land gets +2 as long as it's a creature. Well, we're definitely not turning our own lands into stuff, so that's not happening. Top cards are... Yeah, okay, so it looks like there's no way to do it in mono green, and that everybody on EDH Rec who's building this is just trying to turn it into... make all of your guys into creatures and then overrun the opponent, or like, you know, play untapping effects so that all of your lands untap and then you can tap them again, which is also not really doable in mono green because we don't have access to Dramatic Scepter, and we don't have access to... I mean, there's one-off effects like Vitalize and Benefactor's Drop, but there's no continuous way to keep untapping our guys. We don't have Intruder Alarm, we're not in blue. So I don't see a way to do it. Sacrifice Lano or Druid to untap all forests. Yeah, that's not going to work either. What about artifacts? No, here, what about enchantments? Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't see a way of doing this. So this just looks really bad to me. Jasmine Boreal doesn't have any abilities. Merieke Ri Berit. Do I have a Merieke deck? Probably not. Merieke. Not how you spell her. How do you spell her? I-E-K-E. So I do not have a Merieke Ri Berit deck. And Merieke Ri Berit is... It doesn't... Let's just get the Oracle text on it. Doesn't untap during your untap step. Tap, gain control of target creature for as long as you control Merieke Ri Berit. When Merieke Ri Berit leaves the battlefield or becomes untapped, destroy that creature. It can't be regenerated. So... You can obviously just steal whatever the best thing is. It doesn't untap normally, though, so we'd have to forcibly untap this. And immediately, again, the first things I think of are Dramatic Scepter and Intruder Alarm, which basically just says steal, just kill everything on your opponent's side of the board, right? If you've got Dramatic Scepter plus 2 mana worth of mana developing creatures, you can infinitely untap everything. And then Merieke Ri Berit can just steal all of your opponent's stuff, and then every time it untaps, the creature will die. Or Intruder Alarm, same deal. You steal a creature, play another creature, everything untaps, the creature dies. That's technically not an infinite combo, but it's just another way to keep untapping Merieke. Or you can put Freed from the Real or Penman's Aura on her, and then just however many times you can pay blue, you just steal all of your opponent's creatures. Is this fun and interesting? I don't think so, but sure, we can build it. So, Merieke Ri Berit. Boop. All right, let's restart the timer. Go. So, types and tags, starter kit. Let's make sure this is in the bookmarks. Then we're going to want the untappers. We're going to want more counterspells than normal so she doesn't die, along with more protection than normal. And we're going to want our ramp to be in the form of creatures for Intruder Alarm. So let's add all the ramp in here. And then I think that's it, basically. I guess I would probably want haste if I can get it. So let's do haste. Okay. Lands. So the only land that she can't run is green and red. So that's Wooded Foothills and Yavimaya. And then we've still got 34 lands. We don't need Deserted Temple. What else do we have in here that we don't need? Hydroelectric, probably. Oh, no, we want to keep Hydroelectric if possible. For 33 lands, and we can cut... probably Urborg, and that sounds fine. All right, get rid of Mana Vault and Dark Ritual. And then Dress Down can go. And then we're not going to use most of these untappers, so Voltaic Key and Construct. Get rid of all of this. Cheap things are possible. Let's see, Village Bellringer also is another way of going infinite. Yeah, so let's keep that. Let's get rid of Clock. 1,000-year elixir stays. Get rid of Thassa's Ire. Sting is fine. Sonic Screwdriver out of here. Retreat out of here. Reconnaissance out of here. Penman's Aura good. Patriarch Seal. We can lose that. We can lose Mirren Spy. Mind Over Matter. We don't specifically have a combo with it, so let's get rid of that. Manifold Key, Mage Right Stone is the equivalent of a Vizier of Tumbling Sands, basically. Actually, it's better than it, because this one... 3 mana. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And then Kelpie Guide gone, Ireth gone, Intruder Alarm stays, High Alert goes, Halo Fountain is gone, Gauntlets, get out of here, Galvanic Alchemist, none of the ones that cost a bunch. Filigree Sages out, Faces of the Past has to be a specific creature type, get out of here. Drum Bellower is good. Dramatic Reversal, Deceiver Exarch, get out. Crab Umbra out. Corridor Monitor out. Clock out. Chakram Retriever out. Aura of Dominion out. Beto Alchemist. Okay. These are reasonable. And then Isochron, Scepter. And then we need Gilrain / Eldrazi Displacer for Bellringer. Then let's get rid of a bunch of this stuff. So let's see. Submerge, Floodmaw. We mostly just kill everything anyway, so we don't really need anything that specifically kills creatures, except for, like, we need to be able to kill Drannith Magistrate, so we do need something that kills creatures. So Snuff Fountain Swords are probably good enough. And then let's get rid of, let's see, Psych Rift, Fragmentize, Fairy. Teferi can stay. And then let's get rid of Baral. Gonna get rid of most of this stuff. Again, anything that's not just creatures. Keep this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Grim Hireling, Heartless Summoning for sure has to go. All the medallions. Orc, Lothos stays. Mox Amber, that can stick around. Nardle out. Ladiumer. This single-handedly pays for Dramatic Scepter, but I still think it's not worth it, so get out of here. I'll see how much ramp I have at the end of this. Silvermer, get out. Let's see. Tithe, Talisman, Ironcrag, Thought Vessel, Thunderclap, Born Power Stone. We have 16. Okay, we can add Palladium Mer back. Alright, and then 32 lands. All these counter spells, get rid of Reprieve, and we do want Muddle the Mixture. Where's our protection? Alright, we don't need the Hand Disruption or Imp's Mischief. Or Silence. Lightning Greaves is good. Get rid of this, get rid of Defense Grid. Misdirection, that's fine. Spellskite, when we already have 3 Moms, is probably not necessary. Let's get rid of that. Now, you know what? It's okay. Spellskite. And then I don't want Hall the Bandit Lord, because that doesn't even pay for Merieke. And then there's these 3. Let's get rid of Lava Spur. Don't technically need a Bowmasters in our deck. Oppo, Draneth are really good. And then we've got these ones, these card draw spells. Oh, get rid of Teferi, because this is an untapper. This should be classified as an untapper. I don't know why it's not. Get rid of Teferi. This is all fine. Let's see. Mystical Tutor. I do want that for Dramatic Reversal. Then Enlightened Tutor, Demonic Vamp Tutor, and let's add Imperial Seal in here as another way of finding combos. And then the thing is, Merieke Ri Berit is alone not really good enough to justify... Like, none of these combos actually win us the game. They just allow us to kill all of our opponent's creatures. So that would require that we also play... Now, even if we play like a Blood Artist, that still doesn't win the game. Because opponents still just... We kill all the creatures, the opponents take some amount of damage, but then that's not good enough to actually win. So... As boring as it is, let's just add Thoracle. And add Demonic, Consult, Tainted Pact. Might not need Teferi, actually. Sure, to Teferi. Mage Rite, Sting. I probably want more than one at a time. We probably don't need a Feto or Mage Rite Stone. All the other ones do it more than once. Yeah, so those are all good. And then Deluge is not necessary given what we're doing. Enough out. Skyclave and Lauren I have here mainly because they're creatures and can therefore trigger Intruder Alarm, but that's probably not worth it. We could use, yeah, Shrieking Drake plus Intruder Alarm, so for every 1 mana we can just untap the Intruder Alarm again. And then, how many cards are we actually at right now? We are at 108, so we're actually way over budget. We could probably cut some of these counter spells, so let's cut the double blue ones that are hard to cast. So counter spell, mana drain, but we keep Muddle the Mixture because we want that for transmutation. We need to cut stuff from somewhere, so yeah, Spellskite can go, Silence can go. We already have Grand Abolisher. Technically, you don't need both of these. Just one of them with Bellringer is sufficient. And between the 2 of them, I would rather have Displacer because I can activate it immediately, even though that does require that I have more mana than Gilrain, I guess. Yeah, because let's say I get both of them and I go like Bellringer, untap my guys, and then I cast Displacer, and then I can start blinking. But if I just cast Gilrain, she doesn't necessarily have haste, unless I have 1000-Year Elixir. Put her in the side, the Considerations tab. And I've still got to cut some other stuff. I can probably cut a land. And between all these lands, Obviously, Manamo's not getting gone because that helps with Merieke. So I don't really want to get rid of any of these lands, though. Maybe the basic island, because then I still have 6 lands that are fetchable. All right, let's get rid of the basic island. That or Hydroelectric. I like Hydroelectric specifically because I can swerve and I can also trigger and trigger alarm with it if I have to. Misdirection can probably go. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Skyclave. Flash Lauren. I guess Penman's Aura and Freed from the Real are redundant, so between the two, Penman's Aura has that Shroud ability, but it's also double blue, which means it's harder to hold up counter spells the turn you play it. Cut Penman's Aura. Alright, so we're at 100. So the deck is finished at this point at 9.5 minutes. The only thing is just to check EDH rec just to see, did I miss anything that was obvious? Oh, Marvin, so that you've got another card that does the same thing. I mean, if you've got one Merieke Ri Berit, that's fine. All this really does is it just lets you have turn 2 Marvin, turn 3 Merieke, and then be able to activate immediately. But then this would be the same thing as just hasting it. I don't think we need this. And then, yeah, there's all the untap effects. I think most of which we don't need. Unbender Tine, yeah, we don't need that. Ever-changing Dane, sack a creature, it becomes a copy of the sack creature. So it's also playing a bunch of clones. So just clones and untap effects. Yeah, we don't need that. Roborin Mercenaries has all activated abilities. Okay, so it's 4 mana Marvin in white that only applies to legends. Empress Galena as basically another Merieke. Hitsa as another thing that's Isochron Scepter. I mean, I guess I don't have anything that specifically tutors for artifacts. Isochron Scepter is able to activate immediately, whereas Kitsa is not, though. So we can ignore that. Coffin Queen, Callous Suppressor, choose a creature type, you can control target creature of the chosen type that isn't of the chosen type. An opponent chooses the type. No, we don't need that. Ignore it. Untap target blue creature, or whatever. Yeah, okay, this is all fine. Socrates. Hexproof as long as it's untapped. Until end of turn, target creature gains its creature deal combat damage to player, prevent the damage. Controller, and that player to draw half that many cards rounded down. Most of this seems like stuff I'm not going to really need or care about. Oh yeah, I forgot Void Rend's in this colors. Yeah, so let's do Void Rend over Lauren or Skyclave. Actually, I like Lauren for the fact that it's got a tap ability. Let's go to Skyclave. Energy Arc. Untap any number of creatures, they prevent all damage. Okay. Yeah, and then we've got our untap cantrips, which again, I don't need. Sorceries, this is all fine. Artifacts, Mage Rites, yep, all this stuff. Rings of Bright Hearth, Old storage for some reason. And enchantments, this is all pretty straightforward as well. I don't know why Second Wind. All right, this all looks basically complete. Yeah, I think we're done. Okay. There's the deck. Completed in 12.5 minutes. All right. But the deck is out of the way now. So, moving on back. What is our next commander? Tivador. First strike pro red, ETB destroy a goblin. Can't do anything with that. Limb Duel. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you can pay 1 in black if you do reanimate it under your control, except it's a zombie. So 7 mana, then we gotta kill something, then we gotta pay 2 to reanimate it. That's just terrible. Norin, I believe I already have a Norin deck. Yep, there's the Norn deck. Mishra, it says same name, right? Same name? Yeah, okay, so not going to be usable in EDH. It's whenever you play an artifact, right? Yeah, okay. Whenever a creature with trample attacks, it gets +2. So this is 5 mana for just a +2 Anthem, and we specifically have to have trample creatures. Not very good. Oris Grander does absolutely nothing in EDH because it requires that we have multiple copies, and so the only ability on this is tap, prevent all damage that we've dealt to target creature this turn. That's awful. Moving on. Linessa. So here's all the Grander used. X blue blue, return target creature with mana value X to its owner's hand. Nope. Forlash. PT is equal to swamps, and it can regenerate. Ferox Bladewing, flying in haste. That's it. Baru, Fist of Crowset. Whenever forest enters, green creatures get +1/+1 and gain trampled on the turn. You could use cards like 3 Visits and whatnot, the cards that put forests onto the battlefield as ways of pumping your team. I doubt you could ever do it enough to where this would be worth it, because the best you're going to be able to do is find something that grabs 2 forests at a time for like 4 mana and puts them onto the battlefield. So again, you're giving like +2 to your team. We've got a 5 mana commander. This is bad. Comano Revolutionary. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to him. What can we do with that in mono white? Nothing. Ambassador Laquatus. Target player mills 3. So this is just an infinite mana outlet in the command zone. If that's all we're looking for, we can find plenty of that. I mean, like, Gracios is infinite mana in the command zone, and it's also green and a partner. So there's no reason to run this over any other card that is an infinite mana outlet in the command zone. Moving on. Baron Sanger, 8 mana. Whenever creature dealt damage by him, okay, yeah. Tap, regenerate, and vampire. Nope. Marton Stromgald is kind of interesting. So he is, whenever he attacks, other attacking creatures get +1 until end of turn for each attacking creature other than himself. So basically all of your creatures get +X, where +X -1, where X is your number of attacking creatures, except for Marton, who does not get pumped. And its blocking occurs the same way. So this is just more token spam, like just spam a bunch of tokens and then attack with Marton and win the game. I don't think I have him in decks. I don't think I have him as a commander. Marton. Okay, that should definitely show some results. Is it because there's a little accent on the A? Really? Okay, what if I just say Stromgald then? Yeah, okay, so I have Marton Stromgald in 4 decks that are go wide token stuff. The main question is, why would I run Marton over other things? I guess it's so that you can have the pump in the command zone, which all of these other guys don't have. So sure. I don't think it's going to be particularly interesting, though. This one's going to take a bit longer just because I'm going to have to go find all the token generators. So, new deck, Marton. Create. So, I don't know. Let's time it regardless. Start. Okay. So, starter kit, 1 color mana. We definitely want haste. And protection so that Marton doesn't die. And ramp. And specifically, our creatures should be the ramp because we want to be able to attack with the maximum number of creatures possible. We're also going to want a little stacks because we're in mono red, so why not? Okay, so Mana Vault's okay. Generator Servant's okay. Arena, let's get rid of all our fetch lands and rainbow lands because we don't need any of those. All the Bandit Lord, while it normally would be good, I think we're going to play enough haste that that doesn't matter, and I don't want my lands entering tapped, so get rid of this. Get rid of Pinnacle Monk, probably. No, Pinnacle Monk can stay. Get rid of Nykthos. This one, this one, this one. Shatterskull definitely getting out of here, as is Shinka. And, okay, good. Here, and then let's add in 22 mountains. Okay, haste. We want haste for everything, not just one thing. Although, I guess technically that's not too relevant. So if it's also a creature, that's good too. So let's get rid of need for speed. Reeves is fine. Let's get rid of Spur Boots. 1,000-year elixir does not apply for what we're trying to do. Boots of Speed, get out of here. Bitter Reunion can also go because we got to pay for it. And then Ashling's Prerogative, I think, is possibly going to be a problem, although I imagine mostly we're going to be making tokens, so this is possibly fine. So a bunch of haste, and then we can get rid of Trickery, maybe keep Burnout, I'm not sure. Fence Grid, Bolt Bend is not applicable to our commander. So this is the protection spells, and then Ramp. Let's get rid of all the ramp that is not in the form of creatures except for the big three. And Ruby Medallion. This. This one. Actually, keep Torque. Because we're going to have things that blow up artifacts, and we want to be able to turn stuff into artifacts. Mind Stone. Amber. Get rid of Amber. And Palladium Myrrh. Get rid of that. Facebreaker for sure. Ruby. Okay. Crag, Thought Vessel, 1 Power Stone. So we have 16 ramp spells, and among those, only 13 of those are artifacts. That's kind of rough. Oh, we can play Darksteel Citadel as another land. And then First Totem has to be out of the deck, as do most of these. So let's get rid of this. Torpor Orb, I'm not sure. It depends on whether we have ETB trigger creatures or not. We will possibly have those. Actually, we probably will have those. Let's get rid of that. Thorn, Tabernacle, Null Rod, Pending Disaster. And then these ones get to stick around. Card draw is very, very limited in mono red. In fact, we basically don't have anything. Provide card draw. That's Bergie, Jessica's Will. Jessica's Will is good. Mystic Forge, we're not going to have enough artifacts for that to matter, probably. Sandstone's too expensive. Skull Clamp, absolutely what we want in this deck. And Bergie for 5 on the other side is not great. Get rid of Bergie. Okay, then we got Chaos Warp, Wild Magic Surge, Untimely Malfunction. We need a little bit more removal, like in case our opponent has Dranith Magistrate, for example. We need to be able to kill that, so play some more removal. Then, oh yeah, do we want fast mana or not? Probably some amount, but not too much. So Grim Monolith can go, as can Desperate. Sticker Goblin is good because it's also a creature. Let's get rid of Plunge. Plunge can stay. Probably Petal, Geyser, Pyretic, Rite of Flame, Steamkin. Fine. Get rid of Seething Song, Spirit Guide. Urk can stay. Get rid of Stormkiln. Treasonous Ogre. Treasonous Ogre can stay. Get rid of Urabrask, Vessel, Strike It Rich. That's fine. I re-added Bergie. Get rid of Bergie. Okay, and now we need to find all of those token generators. So compare this to here. I know Taysac has a bunch, so let's just go to Taysac. Okay, beginning of your end step, if you attacked, make a 1/1. Yeah, so add this, add Rally, add Mercadia's Downfall. Yeah, the other pump effects. Karizev. Sure, yeah, Karizev, Boyle Apprentice, Rouse Reinforcements, Marenko, Ben Friendship, Hanwar Garrison, Pyromancer, yeah, that's fine. Mage Bane, so do we just want random other beatdowns? We really just want mostly go wide. Kranko's Command, Dragon Fodder, Hordling Outburst, Goblin Instigator, let's see, not this one, Pack Attack, Mog War Marshal, Flame Tongue Kavu, or Flame Tongue Yearling, rather. This is only 2 damage, though, right? Yeah, not Flame Tongue Yearling. Alright, what about Anax? What's in that deck that we don't have? Recruiter. Combat Celebrant for extra combat steps, and then let's add Kiki Jiki as a combo. And let's add Dual Caster Mage combo, because that's another way we can win the game. Everything else is probably not relevant to what we're doing. Whenever you sack a non-token, no. We're not going to use Impact Tremor stuff, because we just want our commander to just beat down. So back to the deck. How many cards are in the deck right now? They are 100 cards exactly. Well, would you look at that? Anyway, so that is built in 6.5 minutes, but this is possibly not everything. So what does EDHREC have to say? Marton Strom. What are they playing? Song of Totentons. I think these are just less efficient than the other things we can play that make tokens. War Boss and Rabble Master are essentially the equivalent of Hordling Outburst, just over a longer period of time. But in general, I want my cards to be cheaper. Also, these ones force you to attack, so that's not great either. Battle Him, meh. Alright, we got all that. And then here's all our guys. Mostly don't care about any of this stuff. Alright, what about instants? Also largely irrelevant. Sorceries. Also largely irrelevant. Utility artifacts. Yeah, mostly don't care about this either. Enchantments. Creatures you control have haste. Legendaries get +1/0. No, don't need that. Shared Animosity is like, the problem is we don't have enough overlapping types, right? We've got mostly goblins, I would say, but then we've got like humans and pirates and monkeys. Thopters. Goblin, dinosaur, human, goblin, Francos. This is elementals, humans. Maybe it overlaps enough for shared animosity to be good enough. Shared animosity. What would be the cut in that case? Probably one of these fast mana cards or Seasoned Pyromancer. Dark Prospector, Vernal Plunge. Or Steamkin. Let's go to Steamkin. Alright. I think that's it. Boom, done. 9 minutes. I forgot. I don't think I've been posting these links in the chat, so let me make sure these are linked. Marton Stromgald. Here's the link for Marton. And yeah, I didn't post the link for Merieke or Hadar. Let me fix that now. Here's Merieke. Merieke Ri Berit. And Hadar. Alright, next up. Autumn Willow. 6 mana Shroud 4/4. Until end of turn, Autumn Willow can be the target of spells and abilities controlled by target player as though it didn't have... Wait, so is this just your opponents can make it not have Shroud anymore? Until end of turn, Autumn Willow can be the target of spells and abilities controlled by target player as though it didn't have Shroud. Oh, so you can just make it so that... So it's 6 mana, 4/4 Shroud, and you can pay green to make it lose Shroud, but only to make Shroud turn into hexproof until end of turn, basically. That's just so bad. Adun Oakenshield. Return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. So I'm paying 6 mana to raise dead. Yeah, that's awful. Black and Blackblade. PT are equal to lands. Just a big creature that doesn't do anything. Green creatures get +02. Lord of Tressorhorn. I remember this guy. He was always kind of fun to try to figure out how to make him work. Because he's a 4 mana 10/4. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't have Trample or anything. He does have Regenerate, which at this point is pretty bad. So, ETB, you lose 2, sack 2 creatures, and an opponent draws 2 cards. So the most obvious way to mitigate this is just play Torpor Orb. You can also run Sundial of the Infinite and cast this when you have 5 mana to make this trigger irrelevant. And then there's the other ones that are like that. You know, you can stifle it. You could, you know, basically any of the stifle cards you can do. I think most of those are pretty bad. I feel like you don't want to have to play an extra card or have any more mana open when you cast this. So that basically just leaves us with Torpor Orb, right? Because we're not in white, so we don't have the other Torpor Orb creatures. If it's just Torpor Orb, I don't think that's good enough. Also, we're not in green, which means all of those cards that say, you know, draw cards equal to the creature's power don't apply. The only ones that apply are Disciple of Bolas, which is directly in contradiction to Torpor Orb, and Ruthless Technomancer that makes this into treasures. But then we're paying 8 mana to make 10 treasures. Is there another Torpor Orb that I'm overlooking? Yeah, and you can also play like things that die and come back so that the sack is mitigated. But the fact that your opponent's drawing the cards is not mitigated ever. Yeah, I give it Infect, sure. Kedis so that it hits everybody. Double Strike, Trample, Battle Rage. Unless there's more than just like the one Torpor Orb effect. Yeah, so they're playing a bunch of like things that die and get you some sort of ability or that generate tokens. We have Stifle in here. Yeah, Tail's End, you know, counter the triggered ability. That's also just not very good. What about Artifacts? Nothing to see here. I can't believe Torpor Orb isn't in this list. Unless it's way down. There's Sundial. Torpor Orb was not on the list. Wow. And then enchantments. So yeah, I guess you could go end of the opponent's turn, cast Dress Down, untap, cast Lord. That's a way to do it. Yeah, so it's basically just Torpor Orb and Dress Down, and then you've got no other options, because every other way of doing it is just incredibly inefficient and bad. I decline to build Lord of Tressorhorn. Feldegriff, I know Feldegriff is the classic, you know, group hug commander, but Feldegriff's abilities really suck. So first of all, bounce it to your hand, opponent draws a card. So incredibly bad. Opponent gains, or sorry, this gains flying and opponent gains 2 life, which could be good if you had a way of like making the life turn into life loss, which are all in black, so Feldegriff is not good there. And then it gains trample and opponent puts a 1/1 into play. And again, if we had like Trespasser's Curse or some way of punishing the opponent for having lands enter the battlefield, I think there are some blue stacks cards that care about that. So it's an Overburden, I believe. I don't know if you have to cast or just creature enters. Whenever a player puts a puts a non-token creature onto the battlefield, bounce a land to their hand. There's probably some things you can do with this. The other thing is, if you want to make a group hug commander, I feel like there's just better ways of doing it than Feldegriff. So I'm really curious what EDH Rec has to say about Feldegriff. Questing Feldegriff, yeah, we've got some Pillow Fort abilities, other group hug stuff like Glunch. The Tempts with cards. Everybody draws. Technically is an infinite combo with Intruder Alarm because you have Intruder Alarm, you've got Mono Dorks, and then you just green, opponent gets a token, untap your guys. So it's technically like opponents gain infinite tokens and you gain infinite mana. And then Feldegriff's infinite mana, hang on. Where is the colon on Feldegriff? Oh. I see. So Feldegriff is actually, if you can generate infinite blue, you win. Oh no, they may draw a card, so you can't force them to draw a card. I thought we had something. Anything else here to look at? Nah, just all the group hug stuff and pillow fort stuff, right? Yeah. Oh well. I feel like, what is the other one? It's that 4 mana, it's the two Akroan guys who built the city. Kinia and something else, or whatever their name is. Probably the better group hug commander out of all of the options. Brigid, Hero of Kinsbale. Tap, deal 2 damage to each attacking or blocking creature target player controls. If I could force my opponents to attack, that'd be one thing, but we're in mono white, so we can't do that. Big River Guide. Target merfolk you control gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn. That's bad. Wart Boggart Auntie. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return a goblin from your graveyard to your hand. Bad. Maryland, have that already. Reaper King, have that already. Ashling the Extinguisher. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, choose target creature that player controls. They sacrifice the creature. So it's just deal combat damage, they lose a creature. Grandmother Sangir. Target creature gets -1. Ugh. Pesa. Green creatures you control get +1. Bad. Skeleton Ship. Tap, put a -1 counter on something. Ascendant Evankar. Basically, the black Elishnorn, except it's not, it's only half as much plus and minus. So the main thing to do here would be Cormuspell combo, right? All swamps are 1/1s that are still lands, yeah. So you have Urborg, you have Cormuspell, everything's a 1/1 that isn't black, all the lands are, and then they all die. Including your lands, though. So it's not even really that great of a combo. Because all your lands also die. Like, I guess you could build your deck in such a way that you're trying to mitigate that from being a problem, but it seems like mostly this isn't very good. Whereas Elishnorn is one-sided. This applies to everything. You'd have to also combine the Cormuspell and Urborg with like something that changes the color of all of your creatures, or increase it, or like makes your creatures all get +1. That just seems very bad. Razia, tap. The next 3 damage that would be dealt to target creature you control this turn is dealt to another target creature for 8 mana. No. Guan Yu, Horsemanship. When he dies, you can shuffle him into your deck. All right, we're at all the portal stuff that was reprinted in Masters editions. So I'm pretty sure every single one of these guys sucks, right? Horsemanship gets +2 as long as you control a permanent named the other ones, right? Horsemanship Vigilance. Horsemanship. Ravika Wizard Savant deals 2 damage to target creature or player and doesn't untap during your next untap step. Okay. ETB, bounce a creature. So a very expensive mana war. Sacrifice this, return target black card from your graveyard to your hand, activate only during your turn before attacks. ETB, target creature an opponent controls deals damage equal to its power to that player. Horsemanship and haste. Other green creatures get +1. All right, Angus Mackenzie. This is one of the classic commanders. Unfortunately, fogging every turn is just not a strategy anymore. Yeah. Axelrod Gunnarsson. Whenever a creature dealt damage by him dies, you gain 1 life and deal 1 damage to target player. Yeah, that's incredibly bad, and it's 8 mana. Barktooth Warbeard, no abilities. Bartle Rune. All the legends are bad. All the legends are bad. Yeah, Chromium. Beginning of your upkeep, choose one of these abilities and he gains the ability. Nope. Target player discards a card at random, activate only during your turn. So Grixis, again, just Isochron Scepter, infinitely untap and make your opponents discard all the cards in their hand. Doesn't even win the game. So, and you can't do it at instant speed, so you can't force them to discard their draw step. It would technically work with what? Waste Not. You have to get a combo that involves infinite untapping, which is going to be Dramatic Scepter or another Intruder Alarm thing. But even then, unlike Merieke Ri Berit, which did that, Merieke Ri Berit stole all of the creatures on the board and killed them all. Gwendolyn Just makes your opponents go hellbent, which is good, but not any way to win the game. Also worse the later the game goes, right? Halfdane. At the beginning of your upkeep, its PT becomes equal to the PT of target creature other than it until the end of your next upkeep. That's bad as well. I suppose you built the Lae'zel deck. How good is it? Here's the... Oh, so are you just back here, Chris? I guess you had to leave for a bit. Oh, yeah, let's... Lae'zel. I linked the Lae'zel deck earlier, right? Or did I not? Oh, I forgot to link it. Well, let's make sure to link it. Here is the Lae'zel Master Chef deck. So, Lae'zel. I don't know why I always want to capitalize the Z. So yeah, it's some combos here, and then the rest of the deck is the +1 counter beatdown plan. Again, remember, this is not really accurate. Like, you know, almost 1,000 of this, like 800 of this comes just from Gaia's Cradle, and another, you know, 600 or whatever comes from Mox Diamond. So, and then there's also a Savannah in the deck, so you can reduce this down a lot. All right. Hazezon Tamar. I remember this one being kind of interesting. ETB create X11s of all the same colors. Green and white at the beginning of your next upkeep. Oh, so you don't make them immediately. So ETB create X11s at the beginning of your next upkeep, where X is the number of lands you control at that time. And when it leaves, exile all of them. So the problem with this is that, okay, so it's kind of like Avenger of Zendikar from the command zone, except first of all, Avenger of Zendikar is no longer a playable card. Secondly, it's worse than Avenger of Zendikar in multiple ways. It has no way of pumping the tokens, and it and when it leaves, you lose all the tokens. So, like Rosh, it's a food chain. No, it's not a food chain loop because you don't get the tokens immediately. Also, the tokens don't increase. So it's just 7 mana, 1 turn delay, make a bunch of tokens. Which is just not good. Like, yeah, you can combine it with Impact Tremors effects and Skull Clamp, but that really doesn't strike me as being particularly great. Thoughts on Winter Moon? Most decks are not monocolor, and therefore it is like an asymmetrical Winter Orb in monocolor decks. Assuming that you're not playing a bunch of utility lands. Although it's fine to play some amount. Like, you're probably going to be playing Cavern of Souls and Ancient Tomb, for example. So yeah, I like having Winter Moon in basically all the monocolor decks most of the time. I think I usually leave it out of green because it's not necessary, or maybe I'm just not thinking about that. When I make mono green, I'm typically not thinking that the deck is able to be a stack outside of Collector Oof. But yeah, you can basically just add it to all your monocolor decks and it seems great. I mean, you do get a bunch of tokens out of this, so like you could build around this. I would just play all the land ramp possible so that when I cast Hazezon, I've got all the lands, and then we could also play like Field of the Dead, and we could play the cards that double all your tokens. All right, I guess it's a playable commander. Probably build it. Can you do a deck tech for Seedry Galvanic Genius? Commander is bad. I'm just a big fan of that Teresa Nielsen art. Excuse me, sir. Seedry is not bad. Seedry is good. And hilariously is a way to kill all the creatures on the board with Caltrops. How dare you suggest that Seedry is bad? Yeah, sure. I assume when you say deck tech, you don't mean critique one. I'll prioritize that over Hazezon Tamar because you just asked for it in the chat. So yeah. I built Sharoom. The only difference with Seedry, though, is that it's basically the same thing as Sharoom. I don't think I built a Seedry deck, right? I did not. Okay. New deck, Seedry. Galvanic Genius. Let's add in the starter kit. Let's add in more counter spells than normal. Let's add in protection. Let's add in card draw. Yeah, card draw. Let's add in ramp. Let's add in, I think that's gonna be it probably. Yeah, we don't want stacks in this deck. Yeah, okay, that's good. So Seedry is target non-creature artifact becomes an artifact creature with power and toughness each equal to its converted mana cost until end of turn. And white and black, target artifact creature gains death touch and lifelink until end of turn. All right, so I'm gonna add these in because I know these are gonna be combo pieces. Let's add in Voltaic Construct and the Rand Dynamo. Probably Gilded Lotus as well. We'll come back to that. All right, let's fix up a bunch of this extra stuff here. So we're gonna get rid of most of the bounce. And it has to do with artifacts, so we don't really need Lorien and Teferi. And I guess Teferi's fine. Get rid of Lorien, Skyclave, Croak. Let's add Void Rend to the deck. Get rid of Fragmentize can stay. Submerge, that can go. And this is not a Yawgmoth deck. Get rid of this. Gilded Drake, gone, I guess. Gilded Drake's good. Gilded Drake. Dress down, Rawluck. Okay, all that's fine. That's probably good enough. Like, yeah, that's a lot of removal. Okay. And then lands, we can't play green and red. So Wooded Foothills, get rid of Yavimaya. We're probably not going to have Urborg in this 3-color deck. And get rid of the island. And that leaves us with 30 lands. Now let's keep the island. Okay, we are not a deck that involves a bunch of creatures, and therefore we do not need most of this card draw. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of Archmage, Black Market Connections, Sphinx. Probably going to have a lot of artifacts, so Crystal Skull helps. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of Enduring Innocence. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Mystic Forge stays. Get rid of Necro Dominance here. Psychic Frog, Sandstone. Skull Clamp, I don't know how many creatures I'm going to wind up with. Chip, actually no, Chip can stay. The Reality. Yep. Acacia's welcoming. Do I want Timna? Probably not in this deck. Then get rid of Nardole. Heartless. We probably don't want the creatures. So Hireling, Baral. Not the monocolor ones in our 3-color deck. So Charcoal Diamond, Cold Steel, Mirror Assistant, keep the Signets. Medallions are out. Ethereum Sculptor stays. We're definitely going to want Senseis, Divining Top, and Aether Flux Reservoir, because those are just easy enough things to have. Palace, Felwar stays, Fractured Power Stone, Gilded Lotus, Gold Myrrh, yeah, get rid of that. Legion Caller, Jet Medallion, Leaden Myrrh, keep Liquid Torque, Lotho, Monacan out, Marble, Millican, Mindstone, Mox Amber can stay, Mox Opal can stay, Myrrh Convert, Ornithopter's fine, and then Signet, Palladium Myrrh out, Medallion out, Plague Myrrh out, Prismatic out, Medallion, whoops. Void Rend. Okay, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Talismans are all good. This one, keep that, get rid of this. Worn Power Stone. What do we have? 19 ramp. Okay, that's good. Toxic Deluge is possibly needed to be in this deck. Ledger Shredder. We can get rid of Ledger. And Reprieve. This is way too many counter spells. Get rid of Mana Drain, counter spell, and possibly Muddle the Mixture. I'm not sure which combo pieces I'm going to have, though, so we'll come back to that. And then Protection, Defense Grid, Duress, Imp's Mischief, and Thoughtseize all go, and so does Teferi. And not Spellskite, because it's an artifact. Misdirection can go, though. Get rid of that. All right, we're definitely going to be a combo heavy deck. So Imperial Seal. Some of these combos are going to be artifact related. So possibly Fabricate. Oh, wait, no. Transmute artifact. Okay, so the main combos right now are, so we can turn a non-creature artifact into a creature, and then Voltaic Construct untaps artifact creatures specifically. We can transform Grand Dynamo and Gilded Lotus into creatures that tap for 3, and therefore, so with either one of those, plus Voltaic, plus Seedry, we generate infinite mana. What we actually do with that infinite mana, I'm not sure, but we've got it. Probably add Hullbreaker in here as well. Hullbreaker, Horror. All right, we're to dress down. And then there's Caltrops, which is whenever a creature attacks, Caltrops deals 1 damage to it. So what you can do with this is you can turn your Caltrops into a creature and then give it Death Touch with the bottom ability, and any creature that attacks will die, because Caltrops will deal 1 Death Touch damage to it. So this is a way to just prevent your opponents from ever attacking. You can just selectively decide what can attack and what can't. It does require that you pay 3 mana to turn this into a creature and then give it Death Touch, but, you know. Well, actually, it doesn't even require that. All you have to do is just pay 1 mana to turn it into a creature at the beginning of combat, and then if your opponent does attack, you go trigger on the stack, give it Death Touch, and then Caltrops will kill everything. Outside of that, I don't remember exactly what combos with Seedry, so let's just look that up. Reservoir plus... Oh yeah, just Reservoir period does it, right? Yeah. So, oh, you need a bunch of life. Yeah, so you go, turn this into a creature, give it lifelink, and then you, as long as you have 51 life, you go shoot somebody, you regain all the life because this has lifelink, and then you just shoot everyone. Although you do have to be at 51 when you start this. And there's, yeah, Voltaic, Gilded Lotus, 17 other variants. What is the... Yeah, so it's Voltaic, Gilded Lotus, and then all the other variants are, yeah, Karn can turn something into a creature. We don't need the thing to turn it into a creature, though. We just want Seedry at the helm at all times. Yeah, there's like Toymaker, Xenic Poltergeist, but we don't need any of that, actually. Then there's, yeah, there's Thran Dynamo. Then we've got Seedry, Voltaic, Basalt Monolith. Oh, yeah, Basalt. And Grim Monolith will do the same, right? So let's make sure to add those. Basalt Monolith. Grim Monolith. Actually, if those are going to be in the deck, I'm going to get rid of Thran Dynamo and Gilded Lotus. Because then Grim and Basalt are just cheaper ways of doing that. Also, Monovault works as well. Yeah, let's add Fabricate. And what are the other combos? Yeah, it's all the Voltaic Construct variants. Do I even need them all if I'm doing that? Like, Vault is enough, right? Grim Monolith's also relatively cheap. We can get rid of Basalt. Just don't want like a million versions of the same combo. Although if I play Basalt too, then that also gives me access to Power Artifact. Yeah, let's do that. Power Artifact. Then I need something for the infinite mana. I guess Walking Ballista would be the easiest thing to go grab, because we've got like artifact tutors for that. And what else? Freed from the Real plus Gilded Lotus. So yeah, you put Freed from the Real on Gilded Lotus. Yeah, I think Voltaic Construct's the better way of doing that. Frost Scorpion, don't need that. And Mycosynth Lattice. What is this combo? You control a land that can produce colorless. Activate your land. Activate Seedry. Oh, because Mycosynth Lattice makes us able to pay anything. Target. Oh, so we turn our opponent's lands into creatures, and then we do what now? Oh, the land dies instantly. Draw Scorpion triggers on tapping a land. Repeat. Gotcha. That is pretty expensive, but it is also A 3-card combo that is specifically involving Seedry. Oh, sure. Myco, Synth, Lattice, Ross, Scorpion. Let's actually get rid of most of these 2-mana counter spells. I don't want most of these. Let's get rid of Permission Denied, Negate, Dovin's Veto, Counter Squall, and Delay. And then Muddle the Mixture. What cards do we have right now that combo off of 2? Power Artifact's one of them, so that's something. We probably don't need Mystical Tutor. We can get rid of that. All right. What else? Hemonzora, Coveted Jewel, Seedry, Voltaic. Yeah, okay. Do Voltaic plus Empowered Auto Generator. All right. If it has Voltaic, we don't need it. Basalt Training Grounds. Oh, yeah. So you can turn Basalt and Grim into creatures, and then if you have Training Grounds, that's another way to infinite colorless. Ori, Halo Fountain, Pemin. So, yeah, tons and tons of combos. Icecrown Scepter stuff. Do I want that? Do I really want that? It's just so boring, but yeah, sure. Icecrown Scepter. Matic, Reverse. Pyramid. Yeah, we're starting to get into the worst ones, right? The ones that are like 4 different cards. All right, what about more things like Caltrops, right? So type artifact. Whenever card name deals, creature. Combat off of this. Blasting Station, because then we can turn this into a creature and sack creatures to shoot stuff. Already got Caltrops. Dingus is only whenever creatures put into any graveyard from the battlefield, the creature's controller. I'm mainly looking for more things where I can just start pinging stuff. All right, how about cut off whenever? Deals 1 damage to target creature or player. The creature's controller makes a squirrel. So this is 5 mana, plus we've got to give it Death Touch with Seedry. So this is 7 mana before we kill one thing with it. That's pretty bad. Tap all untapped creatures. At the end of each player's turn, tap all untapped creatures they control that did not attack this turn. Angel's Trumpet deals 1 damage to that to the player. I want it to deal the damage to the creature. Equipment is also not going to be where it's at. Bullwhip deals 1 damage to target creature. That creature attacks this turn Fable, but it's 4 mana. All right, let's get the mana value lower and just say not an equipment. Idol, controller. Deal 1 damage to target spirit. Okay, that's too limited. So nothing really works like that. Okay. How many cards are we at? I assume we're over budget. Yeah, 110. Yuck. Cuts. Off out. See, this is fine. Do we need all these combos? I can get rid of Reality Chip. We don't need that. And then this definitely is not looking like a Skull Clamp deck, so we can get rid of Skull Clamp. Polywog. We do have a 3 mana commander that immediately evolves it, so that's pretty fine. Ad Nauseam. Is this an Ad Naus deck? Probably not. Go to Ad Naus. Tutors, tutors, tutors. This is all fine. 31 lands, some counters. How many blue cards do we have? We have 24. That's good enough. Cast Muddle. Oh, Wise Dark Ritual here. Get rid of that. And then Necropotence. That can go. Combo pieces. The Mana Vault only specifically combos with Voltaic Construct, but Grim and Basalt combo with multiple things. So I could probably cut this just for the sake of redundancy, although this is the only one of those three that we can fetch off Urza's Saga, so that's relevant. Deluge we can maybe get rid of. Yeah, let's get rid of Deluge. Now we're at 103. All right, what does Rek have to say? I feel like I'm forgetting something obvious. Oh, is Flood Farm Verge among our lands? No, it's not. Okay, good. Rolling Ham Sphere. Attacks create 3 1/1s, and then it deals X damage to any target. Okay, yeah, so that's why it's in here, but it's 7 mana, so we're not doing that. Adim, we don't need it. We already have Ethereum Sculptor, right? Yeah, so Boundary Inspector's redundant. Then there's Unwinding Clock. We also really don't need that. Orokai. All right, creatures. This is all fine. I'm mainly looking for stuff that deals damage. Oh, let me guess. They have Thopter Assembly, so they got the Time Sieve combo? Sure. There's Ballista. Desync, bounce all non-historic permanents. Are all of our permanents historic? Not all of them. Mystic Remore and Rhystic Study are not, as an example. Is mostly all fine. Then Sorceries is also basically fine. All right, what are the artifacts? There's Caltrops, the Indomitable. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to the player, draw a card. And it itself can be crewed. And given Death Touch, I guess. Can't be blocked except by vehicles. Whenever this deals combat damage to the player, you may cast target instant or sorcery from the player's graveyard without paying for it. Weatherlight. Oh, vehicles because you can just animate them. That's why. But these are still just like expensive vehicles that I don't really want to play. Whenever this deals combat damage to the player, look at the top 5. You may reveal a historic card. You may reveal a historic card and put it into your hand. No. Simulacrum Synthesizer to make constructs. I don't know how many. It's 3 or greater triggers it. So we've got 1, 2. Yeah, not a lot. Eastwalker Colossus. So there's jamming in all the vehicles that have like expensive crew costs so that we can turn them into creatures with Seedry, but I think most of these are just bad. Or they have very cheap crew costs anyway. We still haven't solved the problem of infinite mana but no outlet for it. I guess Ballista is the outlet for it, yeah. I just wish there was a different outlet for it that I could use in a more convenient fashion. I guess Infinite Storm with Dramatic Scepter is also we can win with Aetherflux Reservoir. And we can use some of the infinite mana to like draw our deck with Sensei's Top. Yeah, okay. Artificer class. The first artifact spell you cast each turn costs 1 less. When it becomes level 2, reveal cards from the top until you hit an artifact and goes into your hand. At the beginning of your own step, create a token that's a copy target artifact. Sort of ramp, but no. Everything becomes an artifact. All artifacts become creatures. Well, not a ton of stuff to do with her. It's mainly Caltrops and like some combos that are enabled by turning artifacts into creatures. But otherwise, this seems fine. We still have to cut 3 cards, right? What are we cutting? Whew. Man, I do not know. Goblin pairs? For 31 lands, we could cut one. Let's cut Specimen, I guess. Or Island. Specimen. One more cut. Whew. Alright, I kept Lightning Greaves because it was an artifact, but I guess... I kept Spellskite for the same reason, though. Yeah, okay, so Lightning Greaves doesn't protect Seedry until you've actually equipped it, so sometimes there's a window where it can get killed, so I guess let's cut Lightning Greaves. Alright, and that is 100 cards. So, yeah, mainly it's Seedry plus various artifact-related combos. The most unique ones are in combination with Voltaic Construct to turn artifacts that tap for 3+ into creatures and then untap them and be able to generate infinite mana with that. And there's Lattice plus draw Scorpion to blow all of your opponent's lands up. Alright, seems good to me. Let me post this link. And then the whole Caltrops thing is like, it's funny, but it's not that good, unfortunately. But yeah, we're not going to cut Caltrops. All right, so back to Hazezon Tamar. By the way, if any of you guys want to do test games, so somebody was mentioning last time about how we can play online using Untap, and that sounds good to me. So yeah, I'm definitely up for that if anybody is interested. Okay, let's build Hazezon Tamar. So, Hazezon Tamar. All right, I'm going to time this one, although I think this one's going to be going for longer than normal. All right, so immediately, starter kit, we're going to want all the various ramp, because we're mainly going to want to ramp via lands. I think that's not going to add all of that, though. And then we don't need to protect Hazezon from... I mean, I guess we kind of do. Oh, so the Oracle text is different. It's at the beginning of your upkeep, ETB... Or at the beginning of upkeep, if Hazezon entered the battlefield since the beginning of your last upkeep. Wait, is that the actual Oracle? No, we fixed the Oracle, right? When it entered... Oh, so the Master's Edition text is also out of date. Hang on, so let's switch this. Is this the one, then? Yeah, okay. When it enters, create X 1/1s at the beginning of your next upkeep, where X is your land count at that time. When it leaves, exile all the Sand Warriors. So if this does die before the trigger resolves, then it'll die, and then all the Sand Warriors will enter the battlefield, and then Hazezon's not around anymore, so it's fine. I have to look into untap maybe another time. Sure, yeah, cockatrice, whatever people are good with. Okay, so I know that I'm going to want all the land ramping related stuff, so into the north, glimpse the core, rampant growth, Sakura tribe elder. I would have automatically added in the other 3 that we usually play. Growth Spiral is not applicable here, nor is Kelon, nor is Planar Genesis, because those are all in blue. What else is there? There is... Well, if we want to get above 2 mana, there's going to be a bunch of extra options, but for right now... Right, let's fix some of this up. So Chaos Warp out, Wild Magic Surge out, and then I don't know to what degree I'm actually going to want creature-related stuff. I'm definitely going to want Skull Clamp. I don't know if I want, you know, Mentor the Meek and that kind of stuff. Probably not in this version of the deck. All right, let's get rid of Druid, Hilda. Most of this stuff's going to go. So yeah, get rid of this. The 1 mana dorks are up for debate, though, so we'll come back to that. Get rid of most of this, like anything that's 2 mana that's not tutoring a land, basically. Or allowing us to play an extra land. All right, let's do Exploration. That's another one. Fanatic. Farseek's good. This one out, this one. Narcomancer, depending on how many red and green spells we have versus white spells, that will stay in the deck. Obviously not Mox Amber, and Opal's not going to have enough artifacts. Yeah, we do want to go from, like, cheaper to more expensive. Or from, like, you know, 3 and up, 4 and up. Although, we don't want to tutor in a way to where we don't have more lands in play. So that's the thing, is... Like, even if we've got a card that produces multiple mana, do we want to do that? Because we want the maximum land count that we can get. Alright, so right now we have 27 ramp spells, although a bunch of those are creature tutors. If we make it so that we don't have any creatures besides, like, Hazezon, then we can set this up in such a way to where... Oh, we need more protection. We can set this up in such a way to where... Mana Vault. Where we can play, like, sweepers and whatnot early game and then get all the value out of Hazezon later. Fix a bunch of this stuff. Bolt Bend, Defense Grid. So if we're not using creatures, I do still need Hazezon to be uncounterable. So... Oh, and that means Gaia's Cradle is going to come out of our deck. Wait, no, Gaia's Cradle can't come out of our deck. It's great with our tokens. Let's see. So, the Moms can go. And then Abolisher... Cutzel, Legolas, Quick Reflexes, Greaves. Get rid of most of this card draw. The Orin and Toski are after the fact. I don't really like Orin though. Skull Clamp Library, get rid of this, Toski can stay, and get rid of Welcoming Empire. And then lands, we can't use Delta in our deck, so let's get rid of Polluted Delta, and let's get rid of, we're going to need snow lands, so snow-covered forest, mountain, plains. We're going to want multiple forests. Probably even more than that. We're going to have to fix this up a lot because we got a bunch of cards that tutor up basics. So let's get rid of the ones that are more restrictive. So like Utopia Sprawl and Arbor Elf only ramp us if we get specific things. Boreal Druid is colorless only, so it's the worst of the 1 mana cards. Let's see. Glimpse. We can get rid of Priest. We can get rid of Sanctum Weaver. I'm probably going to have more ramp at higher mana values that finds lands. So let's get rid of all the mono green ones. So Wild Growth, Fyndhorn, Llanowar Elves, and Elvish Mystic. Those can all go. Whereas like all the other ones have some better utility in this regard. And then Xantid Swarm. Yeah, if it's a creature, we want to get rid of it. So Skrelv, Ricochet Trap. Let's add City of Solitude to the deck. Rid of Mom, and I don't care if people are trying to kill Hazezon once it's already in play. Silence can go. This leaves us with City, Rhythm. I guess Domri would technically be a way of also getting Hazezon into play without it getting killed. Although the odds of Domri surviving are not great, but I guess if we're running sweepers, it's fine. Domri, Anarch. Okay. And then if we're going to kill all the creatures anyway, then Kenra's transformation isn't as relevant. And we don't need Fragmentize in our green deck because we can play other removal that does the same thing. Let's get rid of Lauren and Skyclave. And then we've got Force, Nature's Claim, Stroke, Swords to Plowshares. That seems reasonable. Ranith, again, I want to play as few creatures as possible so I can sweep the board. So like Esper Sentinel's not going to go, but the rest is fine. So, and then get rid of Reprieve, Tybalt, and Burnout. So then we've got Vanquish the Horde and Blasphemous Act are the best sweepers. Is there potentially 1 to 2 mana, like at the low end? Maybe even less than that. We also barely have any artifacts. It's just the big 3 Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond, Soul Ring. So something like a Brotherhood's End would be also a decent sweeper. Okay. We're going to need more... What the heck? Yeah, we're going to need more forests than this. So probably at least 4 of these. What's our land count? 37. We're going to have to start cutting duels. As unfortunate as that is. Oh, Urborg, get rid of this. So right now, the number of things that fetch only basic lands is Rampant Growth, Sakura Tribe Elder, and Into the North. And Glimpse the Core only fetches specifically basic forests. So 4 cards. ID, red, white, green. CMC equals 3. Search. Library. 2. Land or forest. And battlefield. Yeah, Cultivating Kodamas are 1-to-1, and I don't want that. I want 2 go onto the battlefield. Search library for 2 base, sack a land. Okay, no, don't want to sack a land. So none of the Harrow effects either, and I don't want to pay 6 for it. I don't think we have that ability on 3. I think we have to go up to 4 before we get that. So yeah, okay. Sky Shroud claim. And what are the other ones? It's on 4. Sky Shroud, the other ones come in tapped, I believe, although that's not that big of a deal. It's more of a deal that it's basics only instead of being able to grab forests specifically. Because we actually have more fetchable lands that are forests than we do just random basics. Yeah, Ranger's Path. I think that's it, though. I don't think I want Explosive Veg or any of those cards. Okay, what's our ramp? I probably never have added these to a deck before. Yeah. So ramp. 21 ramp, which includes two of them are at 4 mana, and then there's also Domri at 3. And our total land count right now is 36, which sounds pretty high. In order to cut this down, I would have to cut what? Grove of the Burn Willows, the command lands. I don't really even want to do that. All right, what's our total card count at the moment? 79. Okay. So we're putting a bunch of tokens into play, so we're going to want the token doublers. So Parallel Lives, Mondrak, and Anointed Procession. And then we're going to want ways of those tokens to just kill our opponent. So that's Beastmaster Ascension, Shared Animosity. I wonder about, like, cheap ways of flickering Hazezon? No, flickering Hazezon doesn't work because every time you flicker him, he exiles all the other tokens. So the best thing to do is actually just sack him immediately so that he comes in, puts all the tokens into play, and then just dies instantly before the tokens actually enter, right? Beginning of your next upkeep, yeah. So the ideal would be play Hazezon and then instantly just sacrifice him so that on the next turn when the trigger goes off, you're going to get to keep the tokens for sure. Mercadia's Downfall. What's a sack outlet in these colors? I guess like Ashnod's and Phyrexian and Altar of Dementia. I don't actually particularly care about doing anything that's loop related. I just care about having the cheapest access. So B equals 2. It's not a land. And it just says sacrifice a creature, colon. Goblin Bombardment. Evolutionary Leap, that's a pretty good one, but you do need an extra mana. Actually, the extra mana is not relevant because you can, with the Hazezon dying trigger, or with the upkeep, put tokens into play trigger on the stack, you can then just activate Leap and get rid of it. This one has the most utility. All right, Evolutionary Leap. Although we don't even have that many creatures in our deck, right? Where's our creatures? We've got Dork, 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 Esper Sentinel, Dork, Mondrak, Ragavan, Sakura, Toski. So unless we're specifically hitting Toski, then it doesn't matter. I guess Craterhoof would be another one. That'd be great to hit off of Evolutionary Leap. And Moonshaker Cavalry. And if we are at the point where we can play Hazezon, then we're only 1 mana away from being able to cast one of these huge pump spells. Now let's get rid of Mercadia's. I want it to be something that I can keep using every turn. All right. Blasphemous, Brotherhoods, Vanquish. There's got to be other ways of using all these tokens. Or especially drawing more cards, something else. All right, what does Rex say? Hazezon Tamar. I'm assuming there are also, and also loops, right? Hazezon Tamar. No combos? I don't believe that. Overlord of the Hauntwoods is another potential add, yeah. Or Cryptolith Rite abilities. I feel like if you're going through all the trouble of getting all the tokens, you should just be winning the game at that point. War Leader's Call. So it both pumps the tokens and is a impact tremors effect. Porphyros for 2 damage per. So if you're making 7, then you're dealing 14 to your opponents. That's pretty good. All right, Porphyros. And Porphyros won't die from us sweeping the board. But Porphyros, God of the Forge. High Market, yeah. As a way of just sacking season. Oh yeah, I didn't actually add a sack outlet, did I? I just looked at them. I guess Goblin Bombardment is probably the best one. And Leap. Bombardment and Leap, and then 2 is good enough. I probably want a high market just so that one of my sack outlets can be a land, and specifically so that I can crop rotate for it if I need to. So, a high market. All right. Yeah, then there's the land ramp. Balin makes sense, but I'm not going to do that. Avenger of Zendikar. Avenger of Zendikar is basically the non-commander version of Hazezon, so sure. Avenger of Zendikar. Jetmir is if you control 9 or more creatures. So we're going to make 7 just off Hazezon. And then there's Jetmir, and then as long as we have 1 other creature, then we're getting +3 Vigilance, Trample, and Double Strike. Sounds pretty good. Jetmir, Nexus of Revels, yeah. And it's cheaper than a Crater Hoof and whatnot. Ewit, Scute Swarm, Ogier Tack to make triple. I want to do that. I guess that's fine. Ogier Attack. Each other creature that's a Barbarian, Warrior, or Berserker gets +2. Oh, Elishnorn to double the trigger? Sure, Elish. The only artifacts in our deck is Sol Ring Mox, Diamond Chrome Mox, and then Skull Clamp and the Ring are the other ones that we would want to activate, so we could run a Collector Oof. This Norn, we don't need that. Yeah, there's also like the Ogre Battle Driver or an Enduring Courage, but we want more than just +2. Oh, the tokens don't actually have haste the turn they come out, right? They're just... So we play a Hazezon, next turn the tokens come out, next turn we can attack. In that case, yeah, let's play Enduring. Let's play, yeah. Instant. This is fine. Down to the sorcery section. This is also fine. All right, utility artifacts. Pan-Harmonicon. Yeah. Pan-Harmonicon. I guess Roaming Throne technically also works, right? Roaming Throne. Eldrazi Monument? Nah. Aura Shards. That's a pretty good one. Make it so that you get a bunch of 4/4 angels instead. And this also would mitigate the problem of Hazezon won't exile them because it's specific. Or does Hazezon say exile those tokens? Exile all Sand Warriors. So yeah, this makes it so that you don't have to sack Hazezon. Or that Hazezon dying is not a problem. Cathar's Crusade will trigger on all of them, so they'll all get +6. Yeah, that's another good one. Cathar's Crusade. Can I cut and light? Can I just cut and lighten tutor? That's probably worth keeping. What do I want to cut? Broken Midnight? Sure. Oh yeah, Annie joins up. Another good one. And now I really don't want to cut anything, eh? Bigger. Shared I have shared animosity already, right? Yeah. And then not all the 5 mana like Primal Vigor doubling season. I don't think I did that. All right, looks good to me. Just to make sure, were there any combos in this deck? Find my combos. Submit. No combos found. If you add blah blah combo, you'll make blah blah card, you'll make a combo. So Ivy Lane, Bombardment, and a Persist creature. Yeah, not doing that. Last one's supposed to be Percussion, Master Chef, Basking Brood skill plus Cathar's Crusade plus can adapt it. I think I'd rather just win with put a bunch of creatures into play and then deal a bunch of damage and not do all of these weird AB combos. That's fine. All right, so yeah, it's basically just ramp as much as possible using mostly ramp that puts lands into play. Oh, do I have Ragavan here? Oh, that's fine. Ragavan's fine. So yeah, put a bunch of stuff into play, a bunch of lands into play, get Hazezon out, and then any number of cards deals a ton of damage is basically the win con. No infinite combos, finally. We've got things that double the trigger, things that make the tokens multiply, and then just a bunch of stuff that gives huge pumps. I wonder what this deck looks like when you're playtesting it. Land, Veil into the north. Okay, so draw for turn, play Scalding Tarn, fetch. Let's not waste time doing all the fetches. We fetch a land that produces green. We fetch Stomping Ground. Draw for turn. Oh, whoops, not draw for turn. So land into the north, get another forest. How many total forests do we have? We have 4, right? Yeah. I guess it doesn't have to be another forest specifically. It can be a different one. Then next turn, play land number 4. Let's play. I guess we got nothing else to do, so let's play City of Solitude. Probably sword something. Next turn. Ooh, Ancient Tomb. We're 1 mana short of being able to cast Hazezon, but we can cast Elesh Norn. Actually, Cathar's Crusade's probably the better of the two. We get more damage total, I believe. Claim something. Turn. All right, play Norn. Next turn. All right, there we go. So now we go Hazezon. And then we go to our next turn, trigger, we make 6 Sand Warriors. Sorry, no, we make 12 Sand Warriors, and all of them get +11. And so we're 1 turn short of Rhythm of the Wild. It'd be nice to have a way to give all of our guys haste immediately, rather than have to have the thing in play already, right? That's one thing I'm realizing. So if we end playtesting, so rather than the Enduring Courage, because this has to already be on the battlefield, let's find another card that grants haste, period, right? So it either says creatures or each creature. And then it must say either have haste or gain haste or gains haste. Or I guess has haste. So we could just, so Finale's too expensive. So I'm looking for ones that are, it doesn't matter whether it's in play or when we get the Sand Warriors, it just gives everything haste, period, right? So the cheapest one would just be like play Concordant Crossroads, but I'm looking at more, does it do anything else? Because like Rhythm of the Wild, for example, prevents our stuff from being countered, but then we still have to have it in play before all of the tokens enter. Also, does Rhythm count towards non-tokens? Non-token creatures you control have Riot, so this doesn't even work for our tokens, even if it was out ahead of time. All right, so Rising of the Day, we don't need that one. Bitter Reunion's pretty close. Give everything haste, and it also rummages. This is the one I'm going with if I don't find something better. Yeah, it looks like that's the one we're going with. Oh, Bushwhackers. If the only reason I'm getting pumped is because of Bushwhacker, then that's probably not great. I think I would value the rummaging more than an additional +1. Yeah, okay. Let's play Bitter Reunion. All right. So back to playtesting. 4 lands with Trouble in Pairs. Awesome. Draw for turn. Play a land. Go fetch a tap land of some kind next turn. Ooh. All right. Another land. Fetch something. Here's Avacyn's Pilgrim. Let's sword something. Turn. Drop rotation, which we're not going to use yet. All right. Another land. And then we can cast Trouble in Pairs. Next turn. Play Bitter Reunion and discard SWAT. Oh, why do I have SWAT in the deck? SWAT should not be in the deck. This is yet another reason why the playtesting helps. SWAT should absolutely not be in here. So what's another way of protecting our... Type is not a creature, and it says... can't be countered. Omri Rhythm, and then they suck after that. Okay, what about spells only? How's City of Solitude worded? Each player may play spells and abilities only during their turn. Only during turn. City. Dosen isn't here. Interesting. Oh, it's not here because there's no creatures. Type is Hazezon. He's a human warrior. So I could play Healy Resolve name Warrior, and then Hazezon and all the tokens would be unable to be targeted by removal. Probably the cheapest way of giving everything Shroud. All right, that's fine. All right, play test. Hey, there it is. All right, so draw for turn. Play this tapped. Next turn. Fetch. Glimpse the core. Next turn. Land. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 3 visits. And play Bombardment. Next turn. Land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Carpet. Healy Resolve. This potentially actually could allow me to just cast Hazezon right now, depending on how many islands are in play. Let's assume it is enough. Let me go Hazezon. And then next turn, trigger on the stack, sack it to Goblin Bombardment, put it back in the command zone. We make 6 Stand Warriors. What's, like, is there a duplicate token hotkey or something? No? All right, well, whatever. Token, token, token. We have 6 of these. And then we've drawn for turn, so then we can go tap, tap, explore, draw, put Beseiju into play. I probably wouldn't put it into play at this point. Actually, no, it's fine. Again, it depends on how much Carpet of Flowers is doing, but we have Avenger here. Hey, I built your Dragon deck. How'd it go? You enjoying it? This makes 6 more tokens, then we go Beseiju, and then trigger, everything gets pumped. And next turn, another land, everything gets pumped. Probably good enough, and then we can just bombard people. Restart. Okay, this is fine. So we'll go turn 1, Urza Saga. Oh, hang on. Draw a card for opening turn. Urza Saga. Next turn, second counter on here. Fetch a green land, play Exploration. Play another land, cast Rampant Growth. And then next turn, this triggers and goes to the graveyard. We float a mana, and then we'll go grab Soul Ring. I really don't understand why this is not in alphabetical order. I guess it's in order of the actual order of the library. Can I make it in alphabetical order? Soul Ring. I guess, oh, I can just tutor specific things. All right. Soul Ring gets put onto the field. Shuffle. Then we can play land, and then we've got 1 from the Urza Saga, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But only 4 lands in play, so let's just go. Actually, that's fine. Hazezon if we don't know that our opponent's going to counter us. If we think there might be a counter, then I would just play City plus Toski. And then next turn, we can go. We have 6 total right now, so we can play the 7th land or the 7th mana, and then play Hazezon. And then when it comes back to our turn again, we'll make 5 tokens, and now all of those tokens can actually we can play Beastmaster Ascension, and we have 7 creatures, and we can immediately trigger this and then draw a bunch of cards. That's awesome. Regarding the Dragon, I think it was super fantastic as a general starting point for people. Then they can tweak it as to their play groups. The ratios of rampant creatures were very close to what I deem to be optimal now. Awesome. Let me just look that up. Dragon. I don't think I would have put stacks in this deck, so I'm wondering what would be cut for local play groups. Dragon, dragons, heat, lands, dragons, protection, removal. Yeah, definitely don't have any stacks in here. Yeah, tons of ramp. So, since you just got here, Kyle, we were also looking over, Frank Carson wrote an article back in February of this year, apparently, that I was not aware of, where he talked about trying to create a formula for the optimal, like, how many lands should you have in your deck. We did that whole formula. I tested it out on different lands. I determined that my decks, at least from the limited number that I used in that formula, were either the amount of lands he suggested or they were up to 4 short, but it didn't seem like a problem. I play tested a whole bunch of it, and it seemed like it was not an issue, that they were less than what the formula said they should be. Anyway, yeah, let's play test the Dragon deck and see how that goes. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this hand's obviously a keeper. So turn 1 draw. We go Ancient Tomb, tap, cast Arcane Signet, play Mox Diamond, ditch a land, then tap both of these and 3 visits. Boom. What a turn. Next turn, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're 1 short of casting Clouth. So now we can go Sarkhan. We need 2 red, right? So red, yeah, on whatever. And then what does he do? You may discard if you do draw. Do I want to discard this land, even though it'll get me to this one? Probably. Dragon, we have to pay... Oh, wait, no. Dragon makes it cost less. Doi. So, Clouth. And then we have haste, so we attack. Add X in any mana combination X the total power of attacking creatures. So we had 4 mana. And then post-combat, play Sarkhan. Add a... What's the other ability on this do? Alright, so... Add a counter. Ditch, mana confluence, draw. The 30 lands are perfect for fast games, but I bumped it up to 33 since my playgroup plays more board wipes. Gotcha. I don't even think that's necessarily an issue, right? Because isn't most of the ramp in this deck not creatures? Anyway, next turn. What turn are we on? This is turn 3. Holy shit. Wow, turn 3 Mystic Remora with all this mana. All right, well, we can actually just play the Dragon and start drawing cards, right? So, Mystic Remora, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Other dragons cost less, so this is 1 cheap. Okay, so we go add a counter. This adds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we're actually 1 short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're 1 short if we cast Mystic Remora, so... that's fine. So we go... Wing with Clouth. Generate 4. Ditch Nature's Lore and draw a card. Sure. Land. Oh, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cast Dragon. And then I'll hold this for rummaging. Next turn. This obviously assumes our opponent's not interacting with this, but the Mystic Remora is going to help out a lot in that regard. I have to go by. See you, Chris. Thanks for showing up. There are a few Monodorks. There are. I don't think there's that many, though. So that was obviously an insane start. Let's play test this again. All right. So draw for opener. And then let's go Tundra and then Enlightened Tutor. And we're going to put Soul Ring on top of our deck. So then, next turn, new library, Soul Ring, we draw Soul Ring. Now we can go tap, Soul Ring, tap, cast Ornithopter of Paradise, and this, and we can have Flusterstorm open. Then next turn. Is there like a way to clean up the board so that this all, I guess not. Okay. Oh, we can zoom in. So this is turn 3. We go land number 3. We have 6 mana. We can cast Stinging Study to draw a bunch of cards and have Flusterstorm. So I guess we just pass the turn. And then all opponents end. We go... do we have black mana? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cast Stinging Study. Opponent tries to counter. We Flusterstorm them back. We get to draw 8 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then... What is going on? Can't get Flusterstorm off the screen. There we go. So then next turn, draw. We get to play Command Tower. Got 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So we can play... That puts them into our hand, right? Yeah. Enters, you can discard and draw equal to the damage dealt to opponent this turn. Okay, so not that. Actually, if I knew this was going to be my opener, I would have... Instead of drawing the Badlands, I would have upkeep, cast Vamp Tutor, and then gone and grabbed Urza. I think Urza's Incubator's in here, right? Incubator, yeah. I would have grabbed Urza's Incubator. And then we can go to this one. Play Incubator, name Dragon, and then that's going to help immensely with casting all this stuff. So our dragons cost 3 less now. So we can play Balefire for 4. Although we can't actually play that right now. In fact, we can't play any of them right now, right? But we can do a bunch of stuff next turn. So at this point in the game, it's turn 4. I doubt I can just run Starkun onto the battlefield and have it not just die. So we'll just go to the next turn. All right, well, land. So red, another color. Starkun. Add a counter. And then 2, 4, 6, 7. Eight. Play Utvara. Oh, sorry, 7. Because her dragon counts. And then we can hold up an offer to protect. So we can do that. Next turn. Minion of the Mighty. Whenever it attacks, if you attack with creatures 6 or greater, you put a dragon creature from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Okay. So from here, we just start playing dragons and donuts. All right. One more play test, and we'll see how this goes. So this hand's a little light to begin with. If we're not on the draw, we get to, or if we're on the draw, we get to play Gemstone Tavern. So let's go Gemstone, and then what would I ditch in this hand? Probably one of the dragons, probably Utvara maybe. All right, exile Utvara. Then we draw for a turn, and we can play Savannah, Carpet of Flowers. We're on the draw. It depends on if anyone played an island on turn 1. So let's just, assuming they didn't. But even assuming they did, we still don't have enough mana to do anything. So next turn, I assume I'm going to get 1 mana off of Carpet. So Carpet triggers, and then we need then Gemstone. Now we can play Rivaz. Next turn, land. So we've got 5, 6 with the Dragon. Oh, sorry, 5, 7 with the Dragon. So yeah, we can play Balefire. Next turn. All right, let's just run out 5, 7. So we're short of Dragon, so let's just play Dragon Speaker Shaman, Elves. Next turn. All right. Land, Dragon, assuming this is still around. It might, very well may not be. It could have just gotten killed. Or we could just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cast Cyclonic Rift to bounce everything. Again, it's hard to goldfish this because, you know, what are your opponents doing in the meantime? But this is cool. Exit. Out. So, that was Hazezon Tamar that we just built. And now, that's probably going to be the last one on this page, right? Because it's all the Legends commanders, like Hunting, Yornerson, Dedodogenon, Vanilla, Terrible Ability. When all damage will be dealt to target creature this turn. Nope. Vanilla, French Vanilla. Nebuchadnezzar. Name a card. Target opponent reveals X from their hand. That player then discards all the cards with the same name. Okay, that's just so bad. Lady of Moors. Nope. Pavel Maliki. Nope. Princess Lucrezia. It's a 6-mana card that taps and adds blue. Like, I just can't even imagine what they were thinking when they were making these cards. Regenerate something. First strike. Destroy an enchanted creature. Rasputin Dreamweaver. Okay. Dreamweaver. He can actually do stuff. So, let me make sure I've got the Oracle on this guy. Rasputin. Enters with 7 dream counters. Remove a dream counter, add colorless. Notably, you don't have to tap to do this. Remove a dream counter, prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to him. At the beginning of your upkeep, if he started the turn untapped, put a dream counter on him. And you can't have more than 7 dream counters on him. So basically, you play him, and then you immediately have access to 7 colorless mana. And he will get 1 more mana every turn. I don't know what you can actually do with this, though. There's probably some kind of combo that allows us to keep having counters on this guy, but I'm not sure what that would be. It also lets us jump from 6 to 13 on the following turn. So assuming we play Rasputin and he doesn't get killed, next turn after that, we've got a bunch of mana. So we could just make this a Azorius ramp as hard as possible to get to 6 and then cast, our huge Eldrazi Titans or something. Is there any combo with him? Rasputin Dreamweaver. Oh yeah, Eldrazi Displacer to gain infinite mana. Right. Oh, there's a whole bunch. Nim Death Mantle, Ashnod's Altar. So, Nim Death Mantle plus something that can sack him, basically. Oh, Alter Dementia, they just lose on the spot. Cool. Alright. Rasputin it is. So, deck Rasputin Dreamweaver. Let's time it. Oops, I forgot to stop timing it the last time. All right. Start the timer. Add the starter kit. Add 2-color mana base. Add counter spells, protection for him. Ramp as hard as possible. Probably it. Okay. Types and tags. Fix the mana up. We have 3 fetches that we can't run. Mire is one of them. Green and black is another. Verdant Catacombs. And red and green's the other one. Yeah. Okay, get rid of Urborg. And now we're at 34 lands. Get rid of Reflecting Pool. Get rid of Blood Farm Verge. That one sucks. And not thrilled about Hydroelectric Specimen. We can cut that too. So at 31, this seems like a decent enough mod. Oh, Yavimaya. Why did I think? Get rid of that. Okay, 30 lands. Good. Then the blue counterspell. So let's get rid of counterspell. Let's keep Mana Drain though. I want that. Muddle the Mixture is actually going to be useful for grabbing combo pieces at certain points. So that's fine. And then all the rest of the counterspells are good except Reprieve. Get rid of Reprieve. Then, as for protecting ourselves, so Silence to Fairy, that's good. Misdirection, that can go. Greaves is... Okay, Defense Grid's out. Where's Greaves? We don't necessarily need Greaves yet. Let's get rid of Greaves. And then the rest of this is probably fine. And then where's our removal? That added a lot of removal. All right, get rid of Submerge. Skyclave. And Lauren. Okay, and then we've got this as the rest of our removal. This is all fine. Ramp has to get severely cut down. So we're already going to want to play Eldrazi Displacer, which means I could do shenanigans with Village Bellringer, and that would mean that I would want the ramp to be creatures. But actually, no, because Eldrazi Displacer just already goes infinite with Rasputin, right? So we don't need to do that. All right, so let's cut all the creatures then. So Baral, and all the things that only produce one color of mana are probably... Now, let's revisit that. Okay, Range Assistant out, Medallion. All the Medallions are going to go. Go to this one, get rid of Goldmer, Hedron Crawler, Jet Medallion, Monakin, Milliken, Amber, Merconvert, Nardle, Ornithopter of Paradise, Palladium Mer. We do want to ramp to our guy as quickly as possible, so I think that's probably fine. Pearl Medallion, Plague Mer, Ruby Medallion, Sapphire Medallion, Silver Mer, Tithe. Sure. Tithe can stay. And then Thunderclap Drake and Worn Power Stone. So we have 21 ramp. That is all good. We also probably want some fast mana. So Mana Vault's good and Grim Monolith can be good. Then... Oh, is Lorien revealed one of these lands? And that can go. What was the last land that I cut? Was it Flood Farm Verge? Or Hydroelectric Specimen? I guess we're a pretty dedicated combo deck. I don't necessarily care if our opponents have creatures with Forbidden Orchard. No, I do, because if I'm going to play Annihilator Eldrazi, then I don't want them to have excess permanents that they can sacrifice. All right, let's add Flood Farm Verge back to the deck. Okay. Card draw, this is good. Counter spells, most of this is probably... Well, the 2 mana ones are not so great, so... For Mission Denied, Negate, Veto, and Delay, all those can go, and we'll keep the rest of them. And this is fine here. Alright, so now we need these combo pieces. So Eldrazi Displacer is one of them. Another one is Nim, Death Mantle, plus anything that sacrifices, and then the cheapest thing that sacrifices is Altar of Dementia. Yeah, so it's Nim, Death Mantle plus any sack outlet, and then Cogwork Assembler plus Lattice. That doesn't sound great. So Rasputin makes 7 counters, so... Oh, this only copies artifacts. That's why we need Lattice in play. Gotcha. So if we drop Rasputin, next turn, if we have both of these cards, we can win, I get... Well, actually, that doesn't even win. Oh, the tokens gain haste, so that will win. Oh, no, we won't, because it's a legendary creature, so we'll have to keep legend ruling them. Yeah, never mind. Cogwork plus Encroaching Mycosynth. That's better. That's not as much mana. Technically, I can almost play both of them off of him, but I need a blue mana open, and it still doesn't actually win the game. We'd need a 4th piece to win. So it's probably just Displacer and... Yeah, Displacer and Alter Nim Death Mantle. But I could run Gilrain and Intruder Alarm as another way of generating infinite mana. So Gilrain plus Intruder Alarm means we can blink this, and then Intruder Alarm untaps Gilrain. Having both of these in the deck really makes me tempted to just have Village Bellringer, since that's another combo. But then at that point, like, why don't I just use Dramatic Scepter? That's another combo. Probably better than both of these. Alright, if we're running these blink creatures, I do want Skyclave and Lauren back in the deck so that I can blink them. So Skyclave, Apparition, and Lauren. And if I have those back, I can get rid of some of the other cards like Floodmaw and Roke. Alright, what's our actual card count right now? We are at 91. So there's some combos to win the game, and we can also just play huge Eldrazi bombs next turn, right? The best ones are which one? hypothetically, we have enough mana to cast anything on the following turn, right? Greater than 7 or 6. I can't sort by rarity, can I? All right, let's do a Scryfall search. So, EDH format, ID is in blue and white. Mana value is 7 or more and is a rare. And sort by rec rank. Hullbreaker, Hellish Norn. Use Nezahal, Kozilek. Alright, let's do the ones with Annihilator. Kozilek. Ulamog, the Infinite. The other ones are pretty good, right? Ulamog. This one, and Kozilek. Broken Reality, Great Distortion. Can't think of much else I would want in here. What else do we have? Like other big bomb stuff. Ugin. How detrimental to our board is Ugin? Probably not too bad. Ugin, the Spirit Dragon. We're mainly would just be killing, because like all of our ramp is colorless, so it would mainly just be killing if we had any of these in play. Not Displacer. It would kill Gilrain if we had Gilrain in play, although if we have Gilrain in play when we untap, then we can probably do some crazy things. If we've got Teferi in play, it will kill that, and if we've got, most importantly, Mystic Remore and Rhystic Study, and it will also kill Sentinel and Trouble in pairs, but we don't have to use Ugin, but I do like that as an option. Alright, Hazezon, or not Hazezon, Rasputin. Anything else that I would run? Void Winnower? Yeah. Void Winnower. Probably all of it. Maybe Emrakul. Oh yeah, so I have these infinite mana combos, but nothing to do with the infinite mana, right? I've got Placer or Gilrain Intruder Alarm or Nim Death Mantle. If it's Nim Death Mantle Altar of Dementia, then you win the game because you mill out your opponent. But the infinite mana ones don't actually win the game. So then I guess it would be... Ballista's the one that immediately comes to mind, I guess. For Mystical Tutor, and let's play Walking Ballista. And we've got one more empty card. What is in the Rasputin decks? Yep, all this. Oh, we've got Teferi in the deck already, so let's play Displacer Kitten. Deadeye, Navigator, blah, blah, blah. So they're doing blinky stuff. You can reset all the counters on Rasputin. I feel like if you're at the point in the game where you can use all of the mana from Rasputin, that's probably good enough, and you don't need to blink him. So there's all these blinky effects. Polywog Prodigy. And here's the big payoffs. There's Ballista. Preferably, I would like something that, like, it doesn't have to be Ballista, right? It can be anything that when you dump infinite mana into it, you just win. So preferably, I would like a card that does something else, but then if you happen to have infinite mana, it wins. But I don't know that there is something like that in blue-white. I guess Cityscape Leveler would be another card we could run. Agent of Treachery, actually. It's like another solid payoff, and if we do have infinite blinking, then we can blink the Agent of Treachery and just steal all of our opponent's permanents, and that wins the game. Get rid of this Ulamog. Recruiter. Eldrazi Displacer's a 3/3, right? The Recruiter doesn't grab it. Yeah. Artifacts. We can't blink the ring. Staff Nomination to destroy our deck, although this does nothing unless we already have the infinite mana, so we may as well just have a card that wins. Enchantments. Nothing to see here. There's Ugin, Planeswalkers. Alright. Well, this seems good enough to me. So, basically, the plan is we assemble one of 3 infinite combos. It's either Altar of Dementia plus Nim Death Mantle plus Rasputin, where Rasputin can make 7 mana and it costs us 4 to get it back with Nim Death Mantle, and then Altar of Dementia just mills everyone out. Or we have Gilrain plus Intruder Alarm, so we add 7, use 2 of it to use Gilrain to blink Rasputin, and then Intruder Alarm untaps Gilrain and we make infinite colorless. Or we have just Eldrazi Displacer plus Rasputin. It's 3 to blink it, but we make 7 in total, so we will also make infinite there. And then we can win either with Ballista, where we just play this, opponents all die, or we can pass the turn and Rasputin can then cast like any of these gigantic Eldrazi bombs or Ugin, and we can win that way. And there's another combo in here, which is Displacer Kitten plus Teferi plus anything that costs 0. So that would be Chrome Mox, Chalice, Mox Opal. Yeah, any of those will allow us to infinitely... You cast it, Displacer Kitten resets Teferi, Teferi bounces the thing back to our hand, repeat. And we can also do that with Sol Ring. And then that can draw our whole deck, and then we can use that to find whatever other combo it is that we're looking for. I wonder if the Invokers might be worthwhile. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Okay. So here's the Rasputin deck. Rasputin. All right, let's play test it a bit. Play test. All right, well, turn 1 Sol Ring is not really indicative, but sure, whatever. Draw, Command Tower, tap, Sol Ring, tap, Mind Stone. Next turn, we have Clouds. Can't actually do anything here, so just next. All right, fetch land. We have 6 mana in total. Skyclave something, counter something. Next turn. Oh, there's Displacer. So cast an uncounterable Rasputin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold up mana for Dispel to counter something. Then back to us. Play Displacer. Infinite colorless mana, although we can't actually win with it right now. So just play Rhystic Study. And I guess we can displace the Skyclave Apparition and eat a bunch of opponents' permanents. And just give them illusion tokens. And then we can Psych Rift and bounce all the tokens. That sounds pretty good. So then our opponents will just be left with whatever lands they had in play. Oh, we've got infinite mana. I can ditch Mind Stone to draw a card. Thought Vessel. Yeah, sure. Next turn, Gilded Drake. Exile another target creature, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Oh, so this is another one where we go Gilded Drake, steal everything. Because we can keep blinking the Drake. Which reminds me, the fact that that's an option means I probably want Volatile Storm Drake in here as well. And what do we cut for that? Another removal spell. Not Swords, because we do need something that does that and not Fragmentize. guess Trust down. All right, back to playtesting. Another hand with Sol Ring. Let's do this again and get a hand that doesn't have Sol Ring in it. Okay. Deserted Beach with a ramp spell and Witch Enchanter. Okay, so draw for turn. Having some of these big things is a problem. So play Witch Enchanter tapped, and then, I guess not tapped. We just, like, Giver of Runes. Actually, no. What we're going to do is we're going to play Deserted Beach tapped. And then next turn, then we play Witch Enchanter untapped, and then cast Marble Diamond. Then next turn, we've got no more lands, so we cast a Everflowing Chalice and a Giver. Then next turn, okay. Well, we need to draw some cards, so here's Teferi. And we bounce something. So bounce something, not any of our own stuff to draw a card. Oh, there's another land. Awesome. We've got 2 mana, and then, well, we don't actually have mana drain up because one of our lands is Witch Enchanter, but we've got Dispel up. Hypothetically. Next. This would probably get killed. And then we can play, let's see. So colorless, this, Liquid Metal Torque. And then it's between Mana Drain and Displacer. So we probably just drain something. So opponent casts, let's say, a spell that costs 3 mana. We Mana Drain it. Go to our next turn. Now we've got 3 mana in our pool. So we go 3, 4, 5, 6. I need blue for this. Cast Rasputin. Then use 2 of this mana and white to cast Displacer. Now we've got infinite colorless. And with Rasputin, so the only way this fails is if someone counters Rasputin, but as long as there's no counter spell, Giver of Runes protects it. So we make infinite colorless, we cast a Void Winnower, and then we cast Ulamog and blow something up. And yeah, we're good. Next turn, I mean, we're probably winning from there, so try again. All right, so draw for turn 1. So go Sea of Clouds, Mox Diamond, ditch Mana Confluence, cast Arcane Signet. Next turn. Land. Don't really have anything to do, so just next turn. All right, Minamo, Fork. I should probably play this tapped, not Minamo. Then next turn, all right, so now we go Minamo, and then we have exactly enough mana to play Rasputin, plus have Dispel up to counter back when they try to counter it. And then we can take our next turn, and now I can play Ugin. The Muddle the Mixture will only fetch Altar of Dementia and Nim Death Mantle, so it can fetch either of those 2, but we don't have anything that fetches Displacer specifically. Anyway, we can go Ugin, and then kill a bunch of stuff. Next, Sol Ring. Still not worth really transmuting for anything, right? Next. Oh, kind of bricking here. Flusterstorm. Majorly bricking. All right, so that one didn't work out. Final playtest session. Let's, we obviously have to mold this, so restart. Still no lands, although we do have a Sol Ring. How greedy, no, sorry, we do have a land. We have Sink into Stupor. Okay, yeah, so this is fine, so we'll put back, Orin into the deck. So, draw for the turn. We go Sink into Stupor, tap, cast Sol Ring, tap Sol Ring, cast Talisman. Next turn. Oh man, we drew Displacer. Okay, so tap this and this and this. We've got 1 floating. We go Teferi, bounce Sol Ring back to our hand, draw a card. Use the 1 floating on Sol Ring. Oh, I didn't calculate this correctly. I needed to not do that. I needed to just play Palladiumer. All right. So next, draw Force of Will. All right. So now we have 6. There's enough to play Rasputin, but not anything else. So it's probably better if we just go, yeah. Tap, 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 float a colorless. Fairy, bounce, draw, replay this, tap this, marble diamond, sky diamond. Then we can take our next turn. Presumably this gets killed. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. If our opponents don't have a way to counter us, then this is... Actually, no. We only have a single white mana, so we can't go Rasputin into a Displacer. So, and we can't even cast Grand Abolisher either. And Force of Will has no blue cards in our hand to pitch. Interesting. All right. So I can only play one card this turn, and it's a white card. I guess we'll play Gilrain next. All right, there we go. Exotic Orchard. So I probably would not want to risk casting Rasputin into a counterspell, so let's just play Grand Abolisher. And I can actually hold up the mana to force. So force something on the whatever other turn it is. Next turn, all right, Saga. Then cast Rasputin, so this is 4, 5, 6. And then remove counters here. Displacer, infinite, colorless. But Skyclave isn't in play. So we actually have nothing to do with the colorless. What does Gilrain do exactly? It's... You may return that card to the battlefield. If you don't at the beginning of the next end step, return that card to the battlefield, except it's Vigilance and Lifelink. Give Vigilance and Lifelink to something. Actually, we give Vigilance and Lifelink to all of our guys. And technically, with this in play, we can always use Gilrain to flicker out all of our creatures, right? All of our other creatures besides Gilrain, so everything is immune to removal. And Displacer can also move things around. Cool. Can you build Voja, Jaws of the Conclave? Sure. Anyway, this deck seems pretty fun. So let's get out of this. So Voja is one of those commanders that cares about 2 different types, right? It's the wolf. Voja. Yeah, so it's when it attacks, you put plus counters on each creature you control, where X is the number of elves you control, and then you draw a card for each wolf you control. So, which is more valuable? Putting a bunch of counters on all of our guys, or drawing cards for our wolves? I think what's going to wind up happening is we're going to naturally have elves in our deck anyway, because they're all of our mana dorks for the most part. And then we're going to have to struggle to add wolves to the deck, or we're going to have to combine this with things. So... new deck. Voja. Start the timer. All right. Types and tags. Add this to the bookmarks. Starter kit. We don't need any other colors. We need to protect our guy. We need ramp. And fast one? I mean, he does draw cards, right? So potentially fast mana, although I don't know what fast mana exactly. But yeah, fast mana, and then I also would like haste because I don't want to ever play Voja and have to pass the turn, so let's grab some haste. I think that's all the things I want to add here. Actually, we're in a Naya deck, so stacks is also a possibility. Okay. And it's when it attacks, so ETB is not necessarily the case. All right, so we have 69 ramp, nice, and then 35 lands. Arena of Glory is one of them. Possibly okay, although it's pretty bad for this to be one of our lands. So to haul the Bandit Lord, let's get rid of, and we can't use Delta. Yeah, so polluted Delta out, and then Urborg has to get out of here. Then all of our other lands are functional. We have 32 lands. One of these is Gaia's Cradle, and one of these is Arena of Glory. That's probably fine. Then our ramp is going to be obviously creatures, so let's cut mostly all the things that aren't creatures. So, cuts, let's, Devoted Druid is an elf, keep that. Cut, 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 cut. all this. Actually, Fanatic of Ronus, our commander is 5 power, so Fanatic of Ronus. Incubation is also a druid, although, well, we get the counters on it, right? On each creature you control or X is the number of elves, including itself. Yeah. Incubation druid, that's fine. Ironmer, Jet Medallion, out of here. Catilda, out of here. Orc, Monacan. Amber, definitely out. Mox Opal, we're not going to have the artifact count for that. And then get rid of all this. Priest is fine. Somberwald Sage is a human. That. Where's our ramp? Okay. Get rid of Talisman, Ironcrag, Thought Vessel, 3 visits, Trail Tracker Scout, Zerta, Druid, Power Stone. Alright, Stormkiln Artist is obviously not something we want. Haste. I'll get rid of this. Rhythm, Battery, get rid of this. Greaves is good, rest of this is whatever. Generator Servant gives us a guy haste. I guess that's okay. So the main question is, which ones of these do I want for haste? Probably just Rhythm. Or maybe Concordant, Mass Hysteria. I wouldn't want both of them, though. Probably Concordance is the easier one to use. So yeah, get rid of Mass Hysteria. And then we can use Null Rods, but I don't need actual Null Rod. The Collector Roof's probably good enough. So yeah, all that's fine. Let's get rid of all the rest of the stacks that we don't need. So Rule of Law effects are probably fine in this deck. Probably. Get rid of Armageddon. Let's get rid of Blood Moon. Cursed Totem obviously has to go. Deafening Silence. Doorkeeper Thrall. ETB triggers. What cards are we going to have that have ETB triggers? Don't know. Eidolon, Elishnorn. Keep it for now. No, let's not keep it. Canonist. From the Ashes, get rid of this. Taxing effects are probably okay. Crony out, Tabernacle out. Ooh, Shrinosphere gone. And Torpor Orb, get that out of here because we have 2 Torpor Orb creatures already. Winter, Moon, and Orb are gone. Spirit of the Labyrinth definitely has to be gone. Ruination, Ravages, Magus, Impending Disaster. And then we have a bunch of fetch lands, so Leonin Arbiter has to be out of here. All right, and then we've got High Noon and a bunch of other Rule of Laws. The anti-trigger Torpor Orb stuff usually winds up getting cut, but not always. Enchanted, all right, I like that. Gets rid of Silence, Ricochet Trap, Fence Grid, Bolt Bend, yeah, Bolt Bend. Quick reflexes. A lot of protection, but that's fine as long as we can draw a bunch of cards. All right, we've got Orcish Lumberjack. Like him. I don't like Sticker Goblin because that means I have to have more mana than just 3. I can't Sticker Goblin into Voja. Bergie, also similar reasons. Most of this stuff is going to I'm going to get rid of it. Just because yeah. I'm mostly interested in Petal and Spirit Guides, so most of these are going. Barbarian, Rite of Flame, Steamkin, get rid of this. Tinderwall is a pretty nice boost. Alright, yeah, so this is fine here for the fast mana. And then, let's see, we're attacking with a bunch of stuff, but if we're ever at the point where we're attacking with Voja and a bunch of our other creatures, we're probably just going to win the game, right? Because our creatures are going to become gigantic. Our enchantment count for Sanctum Weaver. 10. Alright, and then we gotta play stuff that's specifically for Voja, right? Let's get rid of Force of... No, Force of Vigor? No, that can stay because we're going to draw cards. Let's get rid of... Stroke of Midnight. That can go. Alright, what's our actual count right now? It is 106, so we're way over budget. So we can either cast Voja later in the game when we've got a bunch of elves and then kill our opponent on the spot. Or we can cast it earlier in the game off of fast mana and use that to recoup cards as long as we've got like 1 or 2 elves in play. Well, let's see. We've got a lot of anti-counterspell stuff. So the things that are against counters are Shepherd, Destiny Spinner, Abolisher, Cutzel, Rhythm, and Xantid Swarm. We probably just have too many cards in these categories. Like, we don't need all of them. Oh, Xantid Swarm is not good because in order to get the ability online, we have to... I want to be able to play Voja and attack immediately, but we have to attack with Xantid Swarm ahead of time in order to have it be uncounterable. So yeah, let's get rid of that. And then there's probably too much haste. Honestly, we probably don't need Arena of Glory. I imagine that's just going to mess our mana up a lot of times. But I do like that it's just haste that we can bury in our lands, but I'm kind of playing this as an additional card in the deck anyway. Get rid of Arena of Glory. Generator Servant I'm not thrilled with either. Yeah, let's get rid of that, and then we've got 3 things that give haste. That's good enough. We've got our fast mana here, and then protection. So once the card's in play, we have the 3 Moms and Sylvan Safekeeper and Guardian Augmenter to protect it and Lightning Greaves. Okay, let's cut Guardian Augmenter. Also, this is a lot of stacks. Like, wow. I think we still don't have a single card that has an ETB trigger in our deck. Type creatures. Do any of these have ETB triggers? Oh, wait. We have Lauren and Skyclave, right? But technically, we don't need to play those. All right. Are there any good wolves? Type wolf. CMC's 3 or less? I don't know. They don't look great. Oh, I need also to specify that the ID is white, red, and green. Okay. I think there's a wolf mana dork, or is that a werewolf? Okay, yeah, all these are bad. Uh-huh. Boy. Yeah, these suck. Yeah, they're just outrageously terrible. And the cheapest ones are like Young Wolf, Ascendant Pack Leader. I don't want to play wolves just because they're cheap and therefore will trigger us to draw cards. Oh, I could. But then you're playing random, like, wolves just to replace themselves if you get your commander to attack. And even in that circumstance, like, you need multiple attacks or multiple wolves before it actually pays off. What about wolf tokens? What if instead of wolves, I say wolf token? Not a single thing. Shapeshifter token? Token with Changeling. Yeah, that's not going to do it. What about tokens with Changeling? No. Okay, how about a 4-mana wolf? Or, yeah. There's irregular cohort. So there's Maskwood Nexus. We need to add that. So Maskwood Nexus would mean we can choose... It's not everything becomes every creature, is it? Where's Maskwood? Creatures you control are every... Oh, so this applies to both. Okay, so yeah. So Maskwood Nexus, that'll be fine. So everything will be a wolf and an elf. And then... What about type wolf? That's 4. There is. Our commander's indestructible. Who cares? Fight. Draw card. 4 mana. Yeah, all the wolves are so bad. So unbelievably bad. Okay. Well, how expensive are our non-creature permanents? We've got Maskwood, Ring, and Trouble in pairs, which are all hampered by the taxing creatures. Although we don't have to play Trouble in pairs, or the One Ring, really, because Voja just draws cards. So Maskwood Nexus is really the big one that's getting hindered by the taxing effects. Although, we only draw cards if we specifically have Maskwood Nexus, right? Because we don't have a single wolf in our deck. So hang on. I could also just play cards that are changelings, right? So changeling, type creature, mana value is 2 or less. Maskwood Vandal, Automaton, and then just random other cards that are bad, that are worse than just playing the 1 mana wolves. Yeah, I really just don't want to play these. What does EDH Rec have to say? Voja. Whenever 1 or more counters are put on Shalai and Halar, deal that much damage to target opponent. Not necessary. Elvish War Master to make more elves. I think we just naturally have enough elves to where it's not a problem. I think the main issue is just having a wolf. Like having wolves in general. Annie joins up to double the trigger. Do we want all the trigger doublers? There's Roaming Throne, Annie joins up. I think that's going to be it, right? Because it's an attack trigger. I feel like this isn't necessary. I feel like we probably should have enough elves to where we can just kill our opponent straight up. Evolution Witness, that's a good addition. And then they're just playing like every single elf creature that they can find, or wolf creature that they can find, regardless of if it's any good or not. Leaf Crowned Visionary, I don't know that we have an actual enough elves for that to matter. How many elves do we have? Subtype. We have 10 druids. Okay, we have 12 elves. Yeah, that's not enough. So also, the fact that our wolves are so garbage means that I'm way less interested in having fast mana, because now I can't recoup that fast mana anymore. So let's just get rid of all of that. Do they get trample, or does this just have trample? Each creature you control, where X is the number of elves you control, draw a card for each wolf you control. Is this elves only? Yeah, other elf creatures get +1 and have Forest Walk. Let's play Ella, Damri, Lord of Leaves. So this is all of our elves have Forest Walk, and elves have Shroud. And then because of this, oh, this should be Evasion. I don't know why it's not listed under that. Evasion. So that means with the Yavimaya, we always ensure that there's a forest on the other side of the field, and then we can just go nuts. But that's probably going to be pretty much it. Inspiring Call, no. Like, I get why it's there. Armorcraft Judge, right? Was Armorcraft Judge, or did I scroll past that? So this applies after we already get a bunch of counters, at which point we should just be killing our opponents straight up, so we don't need that either. I'm more interested in just having wolves in general prior to Voja coming down so that we can draw cards with it, but it doesn't look like that's even really feasible. Howling Moon, King of Combat, Elf. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, create a wolf. Okay. I don't know why that didn't show up before. Did I specify the creature had to be type wolf? Oh, I said wolf token. I should have said wolf creature token. Howling Moon. Awesome. So, wolf creature token. And 4 or less. Faldorn is whenever you cast from exile. Wolf Will Haven, you have to sacrifice. Night Pack Ambusher, you have to not cast anything. Makes a wolf. You know what? 4 mana is pretty crap. Let's crank it down to 3 mana. Yeah, these are also bad. Ranger class, yeah, whatever. That's not good either. Basically just Howling Moon. All right. The beginning of your upkeep, create... oh, this is also 4 mana. Create X wolves, where X is the number of your opponents with 4 or more cards in their hand. I don't like how conditional that is. Especially since the number was 4. Aura shards. Oh yeah, I needed to fix this whole ETB trigger thing. I feel like the value of Doorkeeper and Hushbringer is more valuable than the 2 creatures in our entire deck that have ETB triggers. So that means we're going to need more removal, I guess. Got 2 things that kill artifacts and enchantments besides Boseiju, and 2 things that kill creatures. Get lost. What else is in here? Yep, that would appear to be it. Yeah, what a shame. Because I feel like I wanted to mainly focus on pumping everything, but I did want to draw some amount of cards, but there's just not really good wolf token makers aside from Howling Moon or just creatures that are wolves. Well, that cost 4. There's like these planeswalkers that can put a wolf token into play each turn, which are bad. Morbid put 3 wolves into play, but you have to have something die to use that. Also 4 mana. Five mana? I don't know. Ulsamir, Cage Breakers? That's pretty close. Reach creature in your graveyard. Well, it's conditional, it's 5 mana. Doesn't seem great. Whenever permanent transforms... Okay, well, we're not doing that. What about 5 mana wolves? Oja, Wildseer, and then kind of drop off after that. Yeah, alright, we're not doing the wolf thing. It's mostly just elves. And Maskwood Nexus. And then we don't need any sort of like infinite combos, even though we're running Devoted Druid, because we can just win by Voja just enters and puts huge amounts of counters on our guys and then kills our opponents. Seems good to me. Here is the Voja deck. And let's play test this some. All right, opening hand. We have no green mana, no second. Oh wait, no, we do have green mana with like Chrome Mox into Incubation Druid. That's really awkward though. And we have 2 Rule of Laws and a Lowrider. I would take a free mulligan here. So mulligan. This is also bad. Mulligan down to 6. All right, this is fine. Putting back... Oh, do I have deflecting SWAT in here? I forgot to cut that. 5 mana commander means deflecting SWAT should not be in this deck. What to replace that with? I would do wolves if I could. What did I recently get rid of? Skyclave, Spirit Guide. Some other way of killing our opponent that isn't just Voja, right? Like what happens if our commander gets countered? I guess Craterhoof would be like the next logical choice. Or Beastmaster Ascension. Actually, what about 6+ wolves? Or wolf creature. At 6 mana and up, we get Tovolar's Huntmaster. Beginning of your upkeep, for each creature you control that's a wolf or werewolf, create a wolf. Okay, well, if we were heavily wolves, this would be great, but we're not. Create a wolf for each forest you control. That's decent. Beginning of your end step, sack a non-token. If you do, put X wolves, where X is the sack creature's toughness. ETB, create 2/2 wolf, and then a bunch of other tokens. Probably going to be Howl the Night Pack. Yeah, alright, sure. Howl of the Night Pack. Even though it's very awkward because it's 2 mana higher than Voja. But sure. Sure. Playtest. Alright, we've got... This is fine, so draw for turn. Savannah, tap, Delighted Halfling, go. Next turn. I want to cast Fanatic, and then we'll have enough mana left over for Hainu. So play this, and then... Oh, this can only cast Legends. Never mind. So let's go tap this, play Fanatic, and play Mana Confluence. Tap this for Giver for turn. Ancient Tomb, and now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Voja. So Voja. Actually, I can do 5 for Voja here, and then this generates 4 mana, and then I can tap for Destiny Spinner. Although, again, it depends on does our opponent have a counter spell. Because if they do, I play Destiny Spinner first. Anyway, this is the highest upside thing. So then tap this, play Destiny Spinner. Then next turn, we go 4, 5, 6, 7, cast Howl the Night Pack, and then we can attack, and we actually don't have any elves in play, but we can draw... Oh, this is per forest, though, right? Yeah. So that works with Yavimaya, but that's it. Alright, you know what? Get rid of this thing. It's just going to be Craterhoof. Playtest. How about Maskwood Nexus? We have Maskwood Nexus. Would love to see DePaula if you have time. Sure. DePaula requested by Gilleril. A little bit of playtesting with this just to make sure I've got the kinks ironed out. So I'm gonna shuffle back any hand that has Soul Ring in it because it's not representative of how the deck's gonna function. Okay, Command Tower. Oh, I haven't drawn. Command Tower into Carpet, and then we probably don't have any triggers yet. It depends on turn order and whatever, but let's just assume that we only get it next turn. So next turn, we drew Soul Ring. All right, well, let's just say I'm going to draw something besides Soul Ring. Okay. Land. We've got 3 plus Chrome Mox plus Sanctum Weaver. So I can't multi-spell this turn. I want to play Weaver. So we go Weaver. And then I have 2 left over. All right, next turn. All right, well, Chrome Mox has to come out now. So Chrome Mox, get rid of, I don't know. Probably Vinwing at this point. This is exiled. And then we go... Sanctum Weaver produces 2 mana, right? So we go... 2... 3, cast Phyrexian Censor, and then on an opponent's turn, Flash and Mind Sensor. Next turn, Tomb, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can actually Crater Hoof here if we tap Sanctum Weaver and attack for a lot. Next. All right, let's try another one. Is Realm Walker good enough? Not at all. We don't have anywhere near enough of the creatures of the same type for that to be worthwhile. Realm Walker usually winds up not being good enough. I would need, in order to want to play Realm Walker, I would need like 30 creatures that all share a type. And the thing is, Realm Walker only allows you to cast specific creature types off the top, whereas for the same mana, you could just play Augur of Autumn, and then you could play lands off the top too and not care about the creature type. Anyway, so draw for our turn, play this, tap for Delighted Halfling, and then I don't have anything that I want to Chrome Mox yet, so next turn, ooh, Goblin and Archimancer. All right, so land, play a Narcomancer, and then it's awkward because I can't, Delighted Halfling only taps for colorless for these things, so I can't actually Chrome Mox for this. So the next turn, we go another land. And now we have 5 mana, so assuming we don't get countered, we can play Voja. But what I could do is I could just go Chrome Mox. Oh, wait, no. I have Delighted Halfling. There's no way I get countered. I would still probably Chrome Mox the High Noon, and that's because I want to hold up Red Blast. So I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, cast Voja. And then I still have Red Blast open, and I can just Red Blast something. All right, next turn. Unfortunately, we have no elves and no wolves. See, this is kind of a problem. Maybe I need to redesign the deck, but it's like our wolves are just so bad, and we have like basically all the good elves, other than just like other mana dorks that are worse than other cards we can be running. All right, well, I'll play this and this, and a land. Voja. Wait, we always draw at least 1 card, right? So we always draw 1 card because Voja itself is a wolf. Draw a card, sure. Next turn. Swing, draw a card. Play Canonist, play a land. Next. Finally, an elf. Restart. Let's see if that was not representative and if we can do something better. All right, we have no green mana, which is unfortunate, but we do have other things to do. So draw for turn. There's our green mana. All right, Promenade, tap for Skrelv. Next turn. Wow. Well, Collector Oof directly competes with Skrelv. So Spectator casts Sylvan Library next. Draw. Play Saga. And then we have 3 mana, so we can play Vryn Wingmare if we want to. Fine to me. All right, Wingmare. Next turn, draw. Probably can't afford to draw any more cards off of Sylvan Library, given how much damage we would have taken at this point. We would have taken like 16. Play another land. Saga's on 2 counters. There's Maskwood. We're still short of casting Voja, so let's just cast Maskwood. Actually, Maskwood's better the turn after Voja. It's better to set up ahead of time, so let's play Destiny Spinner. Oh, I can't play Maskwood because of Wingmare as well. So Destiny Spinner and High Noon. Oh, I can't cast High Noon, again because of Wingmare. All right, let's play Oof, even though that shuts off Skrelv. And then draw, then Urza Saga dies. So then we do Library, go grab Soul Ring. shuffle. We can play a land. And we can go play Voja. Hopefully nobody can kill this. Next turn, draw. Put these back. And then we can play Maskwood and probably just win the game at that point. Cemetery Prowler and Masked Vandal. Prowler looks decent. I don't want to play Vandal. I already saw that. Prowler, is Prowler really actually any good? Really doesn't seem like it. Whenever it enters or attacks, exile a card from the graveyard. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card type they share with cards exiled with Cemetery Prowler. The problem is it's 3 mana, so it's already worse than all the 2 mana ramp we have. And then on top of that, it requires that there's a card in the graveyard. It's the specific card type that we want, probably creature. So it just really doesn't strike me as being very good. But I do see a problem with this deck is that we just don't have enough wolves or elves. So let's go back to the deck. We have Voja, and we've got 1 thing that makes wolves, and then our elf count is 12, which is just not enough. I could replace ramp in my deck that aren't elves with elf ramp. That's one way of doing it. I already have all the 1 mana elves, so what about all the 2 mana elves? So let's do color identity is green, and it has to be an elf, and it has to say tap symbol :add, and it's got to be less than search, because there's going to be a bunch of them. Yeah, like Druid of the Anima, kicked spells. Dire Sage doesn't actually tap until you get a counter on it. So sure, Druid of the Anima. There's just a whole bunch, right? At 2 mana. Actually, Druid of the Anima is just straight up worse than Llanowar Loam Speaker. Loam Speaker has more toughness and taps for any color and can do other things. Overgrown Zealot, same kind of deal. Paradise Druid, we don't want that really. I guess the fact that it's hexproof kind of matters. But let's play Overgrown Zealot, and then what else? Rada? Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong, but doesn't just having decent wolves become better when they also have the text your commander draws X more cards in addition to their ability? Yeah, but I don't want wolves that do nothing. And so like the wolf that you said, the Cemetery Prowler, that's like the one wolf that actually does something, but it's still a 3 mana card that may do nothing, right? Because it entirely depends on what is actually on the board. So probably there will be a fetch land that you can exile, but then that's irrelevant. And if you're exiling like instants and sorceries, that's also basically irrelevant for this deck. So it's really a matter of, is there a creature in the graveyard this early in the game, right? And the answer is probably not. It probably just won't do anything. It's probably just a wolf that says 3 mana, this is a 3/4 with vigilance that exiles 1 thing from the graveyard. So yeah, I'm not going to add every single elf here that could tap for mana, but probably want all the ones that tap for rainbow mana so that we can tap for any color. Like, I'll just ignore all the ones that only tap for green or something. And Druid of the Anima, technically, although it has worse stats and abilities than all of the other ones that tap for all of our colors. But we could try this one too. So then let's go back to the deck. And the other thing is, like, it doesn't matter if I draw cards if I'm just putting a bajillion counters on all of my attackers and overrunning the opponent. So, what cards can we cut for the 4 cards that we just added? And all of these are ramp. So, ramp. Oops. Ramp. And ramp. We can probably cut Ragavan. I don't want to cut Carpet. Fanatic of Ronus only taps with the additional mana once Voja's already in play, so probably this one. And a Narcomancer. Here's our colors. So it doesn't tap... Wow, we have 23 white cards, so it doesn't tap for any of those. We've got 35 with some multicolor, so a little less than half our deck, but that also doesn't take into account all of these 1-drops that it doesn't reduce the cost of. So in actuality, it's probably only reducing the cost of about a third of our deck, so we can get rid of a Narcomancer. And then... Incubation Druid kind of has the same problem as Fnatic in that it's probably not tapping for the 3 until you already have Voja in play, but it's also an elf, so that's fine. And what else can we get rid of? We've got 4 taxing effects and the ETB trigger cards. Yeah, what the heck else do we cut? A land, maybe? If we cut Spectator Seeding, because Boros is the least color combination that we need, that's probably acceptable. All right, let's cut that. Back to the playtests. Let's see if this actually works now. So we upgraded the amount of elves. We added 4 additional elves to the deck, so hopefully that works. All right, so we need to draw. Turn 1. Oh, Taiga, Chrome Mox, exiling Nature's Claim, and then immediately tap for Druid. Then next turn, land. We've got 4 mana, so let's go Concordant off of this. And then tap, tap, Incubation Druid, tap, Allosaurus Shepherd, and then we also get to have Pyroblast up. Pyroblast, or I just hold Pyroblast for... Oh no, Allosaurus Shepherd makes this uncounterable, so yeah, Pyroblast, whatever. Next turn, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So exactly enough. So we go Voja. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Immediately attack. And we have 2 elves in play. No, 3 elves in play. So then this attacks and we put 3 counters on everything, including Allosaurus Shepherd, which is now 4/4. We get to draw a card. And then go to the next turn. Another land. And then we get to go tap, Delighted Halfling, tap, 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 no, tap this land, Cut Soul, swing, 3 counters on everything, and now we've got 4 attackers, or 5 attackers actually, so that should probably be game. Wolf Skull Shaman, it's really bad. You have to randomly hit off the top. Wolves. Yeah, beginning of your upkeep, look at the top. If it shares a creature type with Wolf Skull Shaman, which in this case would be 15 cards in our deck, we make a wolf, but otherwise we do nothing. I'd rather just play another Mono Dork. Anyway, restart. Okay, this is fine. So we go land. Actually, no. Boseiju. Oh, I haven't drawn. Okay, Boseiju, Carpet. Next turn, this should trigger. So land. Now we have 3 mana, so now we can go Concordant, Devoted Druid. These are all tapped and Carpet triggered. And now we can do this, untap it, gets a counter. Tap it again, cast Priest of Titania, tap this for 2 mana, cast Druid of the Anima. Boom, next turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap Devoted Druid. Voja. Combat. Immediately swing an attack with this. Put 3 counters on all of our creatures. This has 2 +1 counters on it now. And then post-combat... Oh, and we also draw a card off of Voja. And then post-combat, we can go 3 plus untap this and remove a counter. Tap, play the 1 ring, tap, draw a card. And we can also untap, remove a counter, tap, Allosaurus Shepherd. Well, I could have done that first, and then Priest of Titania would have tapped for 4. So I should have 1 more counter on this. Oh, no, I drew that, right? Never mind. Counter. And then this basically, this board state wins the game. Because next turn we're attacking and we're giving all of our creatures +4. So 1 more restart. Yeah, okay, so upgrading the amount of elves kind of seems to have fixed the problem. Draw, land, tap, play, Arbor Elf. Next turn, land, tap, Boreal, tap, Lenore Loam Speaker, Chrome Mox, Imprint Phyrexian Sensor, tap, cast Giver of Runes. Next turn, land, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Voja can't actually attack with this yet. Tap this, Kenrith's Transformation, something on the battlefield. Draw a card. Next turn. Ooh. Alright, attack with everything except Giver. So everything gets +4. So swing, swing. +4 to my entire board. And then draw a card. Then post-combat, we can Utopia Sprawl, something, play a land. And then Giver has protection up for Voja. Then next turn, doesn't matter. We're just going to beat everybody to death with our massive board at this point. 1 more restart, and then we'll stop. This is great. So we've got... I'm probably going to want to play Chrome Mox. Maybe not. Let's go Beseiju, tap. Oh, I have to draw. Beseiju, tap, play Avacyn's Pilgrim next. Land. So tap, Sanctum Weaver. Oh, let's tap this. This goes and gets a green land, and then we can Chrome Mox, Imprint, Abolisher, tap, Destiny Spinner. I guess it doesn't matter which order I do it in, right? Imprint, Destiny Spinner. Grand Abolisher. I guess Grand Abolisher is a little bit better for protecting us because it also protects us from removal on our turn. Next turn, land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cast Voja. If they try to counter it, we Veil in response and draw a card. And then... Actually, no, they can't actually counter it because of Grand Abolisher. So we just Veil when they try to kill it with something, I guess, maybe. Although blue and black is unlikely to have a thing that kills it. So next turn. All right. Well, we have no elves actually in play. So swing with Voja. Draw a card. Land. Get lost something. Next turn. Yeah, it is a problem when we just don't draw elves, right? I mean, I'm up to 16. How many more can I really have? And what would I cut for them? Because, like, I don't want to cut the 1 mana dorks. And all the 2 mana dorks are already elves. Except for Sanctum Weaver. Sanctum Weaver sometimes taps for more than 1. So I like that. Well, that was just 1 game. Let's try again. Play test. All right. Land, tap, Endhorn. Oh, I haven't drawn a card. Next. Land. Itaki would be really great at slowing everything down, so... Oh, we actually don't have double white here, so... Itaki... And then tap this, crop rotation, sack this card, and go grab Cradle. Tap this, cast Kenra's Transformation on a creature. Draw a card. Next. Well, I guess if I have Kataki out, then I don't want to play Mox Diamond. So City of Brass. Then this is basically free. So tap, Mother Runes. But actually it's not, because then I can't pay for the other mana for Voja. I guess I want Voja to not die, though. So, yeah. Mother Runes. Then we'll get lost something. Then next turn. So now we have 3, 4, 5, but we're still don't have the mana to Red Blast. All right. Hopefully, opponent just doesn't have Counterspell here, right? Or we have to wait until we have enough mana to Red Blast something. Next turn, we have exactly 1 elf to trigger. So swing, draw, counters on everything. Sylvan Safekeeper to protect Canonist. Turn. Yeah, our lack of ability to draw or have consistent elves is really a problem, isn't it? All right, well, we can add Universal Automaton. That'll help. And then... CMC is less than or equal to 2, Wolf. What about just elves that do other things besides mana ramp? So equals 1, type elf. Yeah, so there's all, I guess Quirion Ranger sort of is another mono dork in the sense that if you have a mono dork, it can untap it, kind of. Not really, though. Draga Tree Speaker, sort of. But again, not really. There's like Sky Shroud Ranger to put a land into play, but that's not consistent either. Great target enchantment. Interesting. We have to sack it to do it. All right, one thing is I have really, so I'm goldfishing, I have really not liked these taxing effects. They feel like they're all like weird on the curve. So, well, Glow Rider and Wingmare at least. And then the Rule of Law cards, we already have Archon, Aethersworn, and High Noon. I don't think we need Censor in addition to all that. So we can get rid of that, and that can free up some space for some more elves or wolves. What about white, red, green? Changeling type creature. Are there any changelings that cost 2? Yes, there are. Yeah, okay. Well, sure, we'll add Masked Vandal to the deck, and then I really don't want the rest of these. This hypothetically could put a +1 counter on Incubation Druid, I guess. That just seems so niche and bad, though. All right, what about 2 type elf? So once we get past all the tappers, right? What does that leave us with? Visionary, War Master to make more elf tokens. It's also an overrun later in the game if you don't have Voja, so sure. Elvish, War Master. And what else? Get rid of all the ones that tap, so. tap, add. What now? And the text doesn't contain tap, add. This literally contains tap, add. Okay, just straight up didn't work. All right. I wonder if there's a creature that's both a wolf and an elf. Yeah, I wonder. Sky Shroud Elf might also be nice because it can convert excess green mana off of something like Cradle into red or white. And it's itself a mana dork already. Sky Shroud Elf. Oh, I'm out of room. Refresh. 101. Automaton dies under Kataki. Yeah, alright. Well, that's a non-bow that we're going to have to live with. Type elf, type wolf. Not on 2. What about higher than 2? Nothing. Alright, I know there's elves that make wolf tokens, but are they all Tulsamir that costs 5 and up? Champion and elf, 3, create a wolf. Wolves have death touch. Whenever you cast, whenever you complete a dungeon, no. And then there's Skull Shaman, but that's random. ETB, create a wolf, but this is 5 mana. Yeah, this is all not great. Whenever wolf enters, you gain 3 and the creature fights 1 creature. Tap to make Boja. I don't like any of these. What about the opposite? A wolf that says elf on it. Yeah. Just that. Alright. One more time back to the deck, and after this, I'm not futzing with it anymore. Playtesting. Alright. Draw for turn. Tap this. Tap for Fin-Torn Elves, Chrome Mox, exiling. Bloom Tender. I don't want to get rid of anything here, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Next turn. Alright, so Cradle. So then we go tap, Elf, tap, Delighted Halfling, Cradle for 3, Bloom Tender. And next turn, and then we go Tower. 1. Yeah, 1, 2. So 1, 2, Cradle. We've got 4, 5, 6 mana. Boja. And then I'll spend... Oh, and I'll spend Delighted Halfling to make sure it's not counterable. And then spend the excess mana on Masked Vandal. And then... well, we actually can't attack yet because we don't have haste. Alright, well... Next turn, assuming this survives... Assuming this survives, everything gets +5, and we draw 2 cards. That's pretty good. Restart. 1 land, 1 Chrome Mox. Okay, so draw for turn. Another land. Excellent. All right, doesn't matter because we're going to go land, Chrome Mox, imprint, Force of Vigor, and then put Library into play. Next turn, draw. Wow, that's a lot of lands. I would put the lands back probably and then fetch them away. So fetch. Sentinel. Next turn, draw. Yeah, that's fine. Land, tap, Soul Ring. And then tap, Elf. And tap, 1 ring. Tap, draw a card. Next turn. Draw, put... Oh, we want Concordant. Put the land back. Then land, fetch, shuffle. One ring, draw. So Concordant. Yeah. Tap Concordant. Tap Bomb. And then we're go 2, 3, 4, 5. Boja. And we can immediately attack. We have only one elf, but that's okay. We get +1 counters on everything, and we get to draw a card. Then next turn, and then we're just drawing a bajillion cards, and draw with the library. Put back Saga. And we can draw 3 cards now, right? 1, 2, 3. All right, so land, tap, halfling, tap, vandal, and some of this, and then have a green floating, tap, Eladamri, yeah. Keep putting more creatures into play, so tap, Thalia. And now our elf count is 1, 2, 3, and we have 2 wolves, so we attack, put 3 counters on everything, draw 2 cards. Yeah, so this is pretty good. One more restart. And I swear I'll be done. All right, this is keepable. So draw. Bountiful Promenade, tap. We want to guarantee that we have a mana source, so Wild Growth. Next. Grove of the Burn Willows into... Tap this for Sanctum Weaver, and then Arbor Elf unfortunately can't untap any of our lands right now, but that's... What else are we going to do? Actually, we're probably better off just casting Esper Sentinel. Next turn. All right, there's a forest. Tap Elf. And tap this one, Library, and now we produce 3 mana with Sanctum Weaver. So tap, ring, draw. Next turn. Draw 2 cards. And now we can go land. So 1, 2, 3, play Rhythm. Sanctum Weaver taps for 4 mana. It's only 1 color, right? Any 1 color. 1 floating, Voja. We have an elf in play. We can attack counters on everything. So I'm probably better off untapping a land and like get losting something. Trigger, draw. And then the rings pulling work here. All right. That's enough. Further playtesting will determine whether this deck needs more wolves/elves. If it does, I'm not sure exactly what to cut for them. Because we're pretty, like, solidly... Maybe we can just, like, not even bother with cards like Trouble in Pairs. Like, that can possibly go. It's possible that the taxing effects are just not good enough. They probably aren't, and we can just get rid of those. Cards like Linvala, Kataki, like, these are not necessary to be in the deck. We can get rid of that. We have 3 different Rule of Laws. Maybe we could cut one of those cards, and we can just jam in some elves and whatever. I don't know. Let's just do that now. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of... I still do like Kataki, but Linvala is possibly a card I don't care about. Get rid of that. This is all fine. Our anti-ETB triggers shut off. Where is it? They shut off Masked Vandal, but that's the only one they shut off? Yeah. All the Monodorks are gone. We're done with that. Quirion Ranger. Sure. Quirion Ranger. And let's just add in the best wolves we can find, I guess. Yeah. I should do that from here. All right, well, add in the green wolves, so that's these ones. It is what it is. Hopefully that's good enough. I'm not going to keep testing it, though. Anyway, we had a request from... Boy, that was a while. We had a request from Gelleril an hour ago to build Depala. Now, question, there's multiple Depalas, so I guess I should have specified which one. Right? Aren't there multiple? Yeah, there's... Oh, no, I'm thinking of a different one. Okay, so Depala Pilot Exemplar. So, dwarves and vehicles get +1. And whenever it becomes tapped, you may pay X. If you do, reveal the top X of your library, put all the dwarves and vehicles from among them into your hand, and put the rest on the bottom. Yeah, that's not great, but... Sure. Okay, plus... So, Depala. There's not going to be a lot of good vehicles or dwarves to pick from, but we want to make sure that when we pay the X, we have the maximum amount of hits. So, let's see. This is a triggered ability, which means... Okay, so doubling this trigger with, like, you know, roaming thrones irrelevant because we can just pay the maximum amount. Starter kit, 2 color mana. We definitely need to protect our guy. And then the ramp is going to be real iffy. I don't think the ramp probably doesn't matter to most degrees. So we have this right now by default. That's probably fine. Yeah, we don't need Surge or Chaos Warp. And then we have the rest of this stuff to kill our opponent's creatures or whatever. Okay, so as much as possible, I want to make sure that I have the dwarves and vehicles to hit. Let's get rid of Mana Vault. And then, yeah, I guess we want haste. Not really, though, because we need extra mana lying around, but we do need protection. Bolt Bend is irrelevant to us, and the rest is fine. Yeah, the rest is fine. And let's get rid of this and... Fine, I guess. Yavimaya, Urborg, gone, and then we got to cut 3 fetches, so that is... the blue and black ones. So, Delta... Misty, and... Black and white? No, not black and white. Black and... We're at 28 lands. We need more than that. And we're probably not going to want Pinnacle Monk in this deck either. So we're going to have to fix that. Also, we're definitely going to need stacks. How did I forget that part? Stacks them up. Do you playtest any of these decks on Moto or another site? No. I just test them to see. I'll come down here and deal hands, or recently I just found the playtest functionality on here, so I'm trying to do that. But no, I don't test them on Moto. But as someone mentioned last time, it would be a lot of fun to pick one of these decks and go up against viewers. So I'm told that untap.in is a good place to do that from. So if anybody has an Untap account, that'd be probably a pretty fun time. Anyway, we're going to have so many cards here that we actually need a ton of ramp, right? Because we need as much mana as possible to dump into Depala. So let's add ramp. Whoops, not reanimation. All right, ramp. Let's fix our stacks because I'm not going to play Armageddon. Blood Moon could actually work. So if we go Plains, and we're missing lands here, right? So let's go Prismatic Vista. That is a way that we can get around the Blood Moon effect. So then let's cut Cursed Totem. Maybe, okay. I probably won't want the more expensive stuff. So, okay, Impending Disaster, Ravages, Ruination, From the Ashes, Pending disaster. Null Rod, can't run that. Stony. Winter Moon, Winter Orb. Yeah, get out of here. Renisphere. That might be fine. Torpor, possibly fine. Tabernacle out. Stony out. Spirit. If we're getting cards off of Depala, then we can mostly not care about card drawing. Rule of Law, gone. And then the Arbiter has to be gone. And Vala is more expensive than I would like to pay. Elishnorn, same deal. And then... oh, wait, I can't run Curse Totem because I have Mom effects. So, not those. And we can't run Kataki. Sounds cool, I'll look into it. Doorkeeper, Dranith, da-da-da. Okay, we'll come back to that. The main thing I'm going to probably want is just, like, load up on the dwarves and vehicles, obviously, which I haven't done yet. Let's start cutting ramp. So as far as I know, I don't think any dwarves or vehicles... No, that's not true. One vehicle ramps you. Get rid of that. Get rid of... Technically, two of them do. But not very well. Alright, let's get rid of medallions. And all the creatures probably can all go. It is just specifically dwarves and vehicles, right? Yeah. Jet. Anakin, Milliken. Amber is fine. Opal is also good. Myrrh. I like Ornithopter Paradise because it produces both colors. Even though it's not a rock and it's a dork instead. Lady Myrrh. Pearl. Plague. Professional Facebreaker. Yeah, Ruby, Sapphire. Smothering Tithe. Sure. And then Power Stone, also probably fine. Oh, I need Haste. That's not just Lightning Greaves, probably. So let's go Haste. And I don't actually want that much. I just want... just Mass Hysteria, probably. Arena of Glory is okay, too. Sure. Arena of Glory. All right. Now let's look at all the dwarves and vehicles. So ID is red and white. Type vehicle. All right, there are 88 vehicles in our colors. Which ones are they? Because I believe most of these are bad. Technically not a vehicle on the front side, so it doesn't count. Island Walk, whenever it attacks, if an assassin crewed it... Oh, that's the other thing, right? We have to have creatures that... Oh, Hang on. I totally forgot. If we're going to be playing vehicles, we have to crew them. So we actually should defer to having creatures and not rocks. So let's add the ramp back in. Oh, time to do this again. All right. Let's get rid of the ones that only produce one color, the medallions, and the ones that are colorless. And keep the creatures, although not the ones that have 0 power, because we can't crew with them. Convert, Palladium Myrrh. Facebreaker, I guess, can stay now. And Ironcrag, Thought Vessel. Okay, we've got 21 ramp. All right, back to ID, red and white type vehicle. Okay, whenever it attacks, if an assassin crewed it, not applicable. It attacks, if defending player controls more land, search your library for basic planes, put it onto the battlefield, and shuffle. I guess this kind of helps us get around Blood Moons. And then these are mostly bad, right? We're definitely having Bankbuster and Smuggler's Copter when we get to them. Whenever attacks, another target legendary can't be blocked this turn. That's actually helpful for helping to get Depala through. So that's good. This is too much. Equal to the number of artifacts you control. So it's just big, and it's not even that... I mean, yeah, it's not even that big now. Attacks create a treasure, but it's 3 mana. All right, so yeah, Colossal Plow is one of the ones that I looked at. So whenever it attacks, you add triple white and gain life, and then the mana doesn't empty, but it's crew 6. So that's pretty rough. Unless there are ways of reducing the crew in red-white. Exile it when it attacks and return it transformed as this land, which is not even very good. Okay, no. Dreadnought. Cultivator's Caravan is a vehicle that's also mono rock, so sure. Cyber Ship. What's the treasure one? It's crew 1. This is crew 3. Is it DePaula when it becomes tapped or when it attacks? I forget. The treasure one, let's just do the treasure one for now. This one's way too expensive. Daredevil Dragster, no. As this enters, exile a creature from a graveyard, tap 2 untapped creatures. This becomes a copy of it, except it's still a vehicle. No. Get rid of all the ones that all they do is they're just like reasonably sized creatures. ETB, you get 4 energy, and then when you do, you can jumpstart a instant or sorcery. No. This one taps for mana, but you have to crew it. Sure. Each artifact creature card in your graveyard gains Unearth. Trample, sack 2 treasures, blah blah blah. Exile it, then each creature that crewed it exile each creature that crewed it this turn and return them to the battlefield tapped under owner's control at the beginning of next end step. So this can blink like Lauren and Skyclave Apparition and whatnot if we've got enough of those. Arctic Heron, no. This one, no. Deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token for each artifact they control. Sure. I'm just going to accept that this deck is going to be a lower power level than what I had hoped it would be. This becomes an artifact creature. Oh, this just doesn't have crew for some reason, even though this is exactly crew. Whenever this attacks, return target creature or vehicle with Mana Valley Tearless from your graveyard to hand. Don't care about that. When this enters, it deals 4 damage to each opponent, but it's 5 mana. Attacks, create a treasure token for each creature that crewed it, but it's 6 mana, or 5 mana, yeah. Yikes. Okay, Galleon shoots something, right? Whenever one or more creatures are dealt, whenever one or more creatures your opponents control are dealt excess non-combat damage, create a treasure token. Just 1 treasure token. So this is 5 mana, deal 5. And presumably create a treasure. Not good. ETB, incubate. All right, Mecha Titan, right? What does this one do? Exile it and 4 other artifact creatures or vehicles. It becomes or you create a 10/10 flying vigilance, trample, lifelink, haste. And when the token leaves, return all the cards exiled with Mecha Titan to the battlefield. Sure. Whenever this attacks, defending player faces a villainous choice. They sack a creature or you gain control of the creature. End of turn. If you gain control of the creature this way, tap it and it's attacking the player. Now, whenever Mighty Servant of Liko becomes crewed for the first time, if it was crewed by exactly 2 creatures, it gains when this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw 2 cards until crew 4. Ugh. All right, sure. Mizium Tank. Garrison. Has haste as long as you control a mount, blah, blah, blah. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield. I mean, kind of ramp, sort of, does something relevant. Limousine is exile until this leaves. But it's 5 mana. Nautiloid Ship. Exile a graveyard. Whenever it hits a player, you may put a creature card exiled with Nautiloid onto the battlefield under your control. Sure. Whenever this attacks mill 3, for each creature milled this way, create a 2/2. Nope. ETB, create a 2/2. Parhelion's too expensive. Peace Walker Colossus is a way to potentially just like crew our vehicles with excess mana, but that doesn't seem great either. Five mana before we've turned the first vehicle into a creature without crewing it. Not a vehicle, except on its backside. If it's attacks, look at the top of your library. If it's a land, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. These just don't seem very good, but we'll come back. 7 mana, too much. Reckoner, Bankbuster. ETB, create a 0/0, put a counter on it, and whenever this attacks, proliferate. Oh. Deal combat damage to a player, sacrifice it, and create that many treasures. So create 7. So sack it and create 7 treasures. Flank rocket ship stickers. I immediately ignore this. Hamsphere is 7 mana. Sky Sovereign is also too expensive for EDH. Power is equal to the number of instants and sorceries. Okay, moving on. Hideaway. Deal combat damage to player. May cast the exiled card. It's just 4 mana. Nope. Smuggler's Copter. That's fine. Surge Hacker Mech deals twice, 2x the number of vehicles to a player, or to a creature, rather. Artist attacks if you control Time Lord. Moving on. Whenever another non-token artifact ETBs, create a human with this creature gets +2 as long as an artifact entered. It's just too expensive. Yeah. ETB, create 2 2/2s, attacks, everything gets flying. Yeah, same problem. It's just 6 mana. It's too expensive. Unidentified hover ship. That's a good one. Curse. And then Weatherlight. Whenever a creature you control dies, put a counter on it. No. And Weatherlight deals combat damage to player. Look at the top 5. We reveal a historic card. No, moving on. Should be becomes tapped, so crew would do it. Let's check. Whenever Depala becomes tapped. Okay, so that actually makes me want a little bit more tap stuff. So like Springleaf Drum. And one of those lands that taps a creature, right? EDH, ID, red, white. Mana value is 1 or less. Tap and untapped. Yeah, one of these, holdout settlement. Sure. I don't know there's going to be anything else yet. Springleaf Drum. This thing goes and looks up an equipment. Oh, it taps an ally. Never mind. Yeah, that's fine. So, each of one of those. And then, we haven't looked up dwarves yet, so. Build the top X and put all the dwarves and vehicles into your hand. Sure. So, EDH, ID, red, white, type dwarf. There's not that many good dwarves. There are 113 dwarves. You discard your hand if you do draw a card for each player being attacked. I guess that's okay. So basically, 4 mana haste, ditch your hand, draw 3 cards. Sure. We're going to have to make a lot of concessions to how good these cards are because we just need a critical mass of dwarves and vehicles. All barbarians get a thing. No. I know there's a dwarf like Blast Miner that blows up lands, and those are like okay. Fuse counter. Whenever creature, 4 more fuse counters. No. Random creatures. This guy gives equipment 0. That's nothing. Legend rule doesn't apply to tokens. Whenever another non-token legendary permanent enters the battlefield and you control it, you may pay 1. If you do, sneak attack or Kiki-Jiki a copy of it into play. Yeah, that's not good either. Okay. Moving on. Permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn. Destroy target tapped creature an opponent controls. That's way too restrictive. Dig Site Engineer. Whenever you cast an artifact, you can pay 2 if you do create a construct. Sure. Dorgar Assailant. Dorgar Hedge Mage. We'll go with this one. Yeah, Blast Miner. So we can very slowly whittle away our opponent's lands. You know what? This isn't even that good. I guess, sure, we'll use that. Whatever. Tap an untapped dwarf. Target creature gets 2/0. No. Destroy target land unless its controller has this deal 2 damage to them. Also bad. Prowess. Here's the other one. So the only difference between this one and this one is that this one has morph, and this one has 2 toughness. Sure. Okay. Comes into play, search your library for any number of dwarves, reveal them, and put them on top. Well, that would be a way to stack the top with a bunch of dwarves. So sure, that one's good too. Stack this, deal 1 damage to target creature unless the creature's controller. Okay, nope. End of turn, end of combat. Dwarven Sea Clan deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking. All right, already moving on. Witch PT, nope. Make something unblockable. Instants and sorceries. Instants and sorceries. Exile a creature. I mean, it's an O-ring creature, but sure. We'll run it. Cruise a vehicle. That vehicle gains first strike. Nope. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, this deals 1 damage to the controller. Whenever another legendary creature enters the battlefield and you control plus 1 counter on Gimli, whenever this deals combat damage to the player, create a treasure, and it is double strike. Okay, that's basically the equivalent of multiple vehicles that I already added to the deck. Gloin. Whenever you cast a Stork spell, create a treasure. Triggers only once each turn. Alright, that's good. Flying back up. Tap creature. Myriad. Whenever this attacks, reach of... Okay, this one's fine as well. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Sure, and we can use that to crew stuff. Spirits get +1 and have trample and haste. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, exile it. If you do, create a copy of it, except it's a spirit and has, when it leaves, return the exiled card to your graveyard. When Insufferable Balladeers, it's just goading. Yeah, okay, goading. End step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, and this doesn't have a flying counter. All right, moving on. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, if it was enchanted or equipped, return it to its owner's hand. Creature tokens get blah, blah, blah. Magda. All right, we can crew stuff and make treasures. That's fine. And it also helps all of our other dwarves. Whenever you commit a crime, create a tap treasure. This ability triggers only once each turn. How much are we committing crimes? Probably not that much. Not really. ETB, exile a creature from the graveyard. If you do, return a thing. Servos. Mine counter on a land. Whenever a land with a mine counter on it becomes tapped, destroy it. When Mine Layer leaves play, remove all mine counters from all lands. It's 4 mana though. Yeah, no. Sack this. Target player can't play lands this turn. Nope. Earn an instant or sorcery. Alright, this one shatters an artifact. That's good enough. ETB, you gain a life and draw a card. Sure, good enough. Instants and sorceries have lifelink. Upkeep, return something. Yeah, no. Whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equipped, it gets double strike. Also no. ETB, search your library or graveyard for a rune card. Nope. Blocks or becomes blocked. Beginning of your end step, if a permanent you controlled left, +1 counter. Okay, SRAM obviously is good. ETB, return another non-land permanent you control its owner's hand if you do Scry 2. Definitely not. Stormkiln Artist, not the right deck for that card. ETB, search your library for basic planes and reveal it. If an opponent controls more lands than you, put it onto the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, put it in your hand. So incredibly bad. Oh my gosh. 4 mana and the opponent has to have more lands than us. 4 brand. This is only red sources. Exile a creature from your graveyard, create a treasure token. Also pretty bad. ETB Scry 2. Whenever it crews a vehicle, the vehicle gets +1. No. Becomes tapped if it's blah, blah, blah. It deals damage to target creature equal to the damage already dealt to it this turn. Okay, so that's pretty much it for that. And then the last thing I want to look at is cards that say vehicle in the text, but are not themselves vehicles. So to see if we can get any additional uses out of here. So 33 cards reference vehicles, but are not themselves vehicles. Vehicles you control become artifact creatures. Choose a dwarf you control, attach any number of equipment to it. No. Aster. Vehicles you control have crew 1, and this, but it's mainly about equipment, right? Yeah. Whenever another non-token artifact creature or vehicle enters under your control, draw a card. Sure. Captain Rex Nebula. Beginning of combat, target non-land permanent you control becomes a vehicle with PT equal to its mana value. It is crew 2, and whenever this deals damage, roll a die. If the result is equal to the mana value, it deals that much. Okay, no. Giant Ox. I'm not going to play creatures just because they crew things. Lita. Also not going to play Mech Hanger. This is just way too inefficient. 4 mana, essentially, to crew a vehicle is so bad. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Return a mount or vehicle from your graveyard to the battlefield. Return aura or equipment. Create X2 ones, where X is the number of vehicles you control plus the number of equipment you control. Nope, we're not just going to have enough for that. As long as an artifact creature you control is attacking, prevent all damage to this. Whenever it becomes tapped, exile the top 6 of your library. You may cast a vehicle or artifact creature from among them, then put the rest on the bottom. Whenever it becomes tapped. It's not a dwarf itself, though. Fine. It's fine. And then I don't want the rest of this stuff. Okay. What about cards that say dwarf, but are not dwarves? I assume something makes dwarf tokens, for example, like Dwarven Mine. Oh, I need to change this. Says dwarf is not a dwarf. Okay, these are all bad. All right, moving back to the deck. I assume we're way over budget given how much stuff I just added here. Bankbuster sort of draws cards. I don't really know. All right, refresh. How many cards are we at? We're at 130, so it's way too much. We can get rid of some stuff. So we can get rid of Stroke of Midnight as it's redundant with a lot of the other cards we have. And we can get rid of... We still need a way to kill creatures that isn't dependent on being a creature. And then, let's see, I can get rid of creatures that don't fall into the types that we already have, because like Lauren and Skyclave are better than the other things, but Dwarger Hedgemage is a dwarf, Unidentified Hovership is a vehicle, and Plundering Barbarian's a dwarf. Let's see. Want Lightning Greaves. Since we have a bunch of vehicles, that means all of our taxing effects are going to conflict with them, so let's get rid of all the taxing effects. So Thalia, all that's going to get gone. We also probably want to cast multiple cards, if possible, that we're getting off of Depala, so I assume Trinisphere is not going to work really either. And let's get rid of Flowrider. Then, what does that leave us with? So, we have 12 untagged and then 10 untagged. So that's a lot, but we kind of need a lot in order to hit off of Depala. So what is our total actual... Yeah, what the heck is our total actual account of vehicles and dwarves? So we've got 17 vehicles and 15 dwarves. So that's 32. So 1/3 of our deck, I probably don't want to go much lower than that. So out of the top, let's say, how much are we spending on this on average, right? Like, let's say we spend our whole turn activating this. Let's say it's 3 mana, right? So we have a 99 card deck. We have 32 possible hits in the deck, and we're going to see 3 of them. What's the odds that I hit at least 2? Be pretty bad. So unless I spend more or we have more, but I don't think we can play much more. We're already struggling to find any sort of decent amount. I guess I could also play Maskwood Nexus, which would turn all of our creatures into dwarves, and I could hit all of them off of Depala, regardless of what creature they are. So we have, let's see, we have 15 dwarves, but in total, we have 43 creatures. So yeah, Maskwood Nexus would turn all of our creatures into dwarves. It applies everywhere, right? Same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield, yeah. Maybe Mirror Entity, if there's a way to get a huge amount of mana, would make the haste vehicles more attractive. Yeah, there's Mirror Entity as well, and considering... Oh yeah, I forgot about Changelings. So Mirror Entity and Torian Mauler, because considering the subpar quality of the dwarves and vehicles that we already picked up, we may as well add these into the deck too. Alright, so... Alright, we're not cutting lands. I could potentially shave cards from a few places here and there. Untimely Malfunction, we already have 3 moms. We can get rid of this. Grid, Swat. So the main thing we need is anti-counters so that Depala can get through, so Ricochet Trap, Grand Abolisher, Deflecting SWAT Cavern. Yeah, we probably can't cut any more from this. Maybe Silence can go. Yeah, let's get rid of Silence. All right. And then, yeah, I need one single copy of something that can, like, blow up Torpor Orb, because if they've, or, like, if our opponent has, let's say, Doorkeeper Thrall, then literally all of our creatures that blow up artifacts don't work anymore, or that blow up, yeah. Like, if it's Torpor Orb, then our creatures that blow them up don't work, and if it's Thrall, then, like, Unidentified Hover Ship doesn't work. So we need Swords to Plowshares, and we need Fragment Ties for Torpor Orb. Let's see. I can cut... There's a lot of things we don't, strictly speaking, need, like Aven Mind Sensor. I do want the Maguses and Blood Moons. Oh, we have ETB stuff, so Doorkeeper and Hushbringer have to go. And then we have probably too many Rule of Laws. So we've got Archon, Deafening, High Noon, Phyrexian, and Aethersworn Canonist. As much as possible, we want this stuff to be creatures, so let's cut High Noon. Spirit of the Labyrinth actually conflicts with a number of things that we have going on. It's not just Ring and Trouble in Pairs, it's a number of other cards as well. Let's get rid of Spirit. And then we're at 118. Man, we need to cut a lot. Okay, we've got 24 ramp spells. We can probably cut some of these. We can cut Worn Power Stone and Smothering Tithe. I don't know how much we're actually going to hit our opponents with Facebreaker, but no, Facebreaker's fine. Keep Facebreaker. Palladiumer, let's get rid of that. And then 21 ramp, Cultivator's Caravan, Horde Mauler. Well, okay, Horde Mauler counts in this, so it's really 20, like, actually. We can get rid of Reprieve and Burnout. Let's cut those. 13 cards. I can probably cut some of the cards that are vehicles or dwarves, but not all of them. This one isn't even a vehicle or dwarf. It's just a card that works with them, and not even particularly well. It just kind of does the same thing that Depala already does, although it doesn't cost mana. All right, let's take that out. And then everything else here is a dwarf or a vehicle, right? Every single card? Yeah. What's the worst one? Potentially gets us lands, makes Depala unblockable, maybe makes a treasure, adds mana, but it's Crew 6. Crew 6 is just unbelievably difficult, right? Get rid of Plow. Flywheel, Argosy, Mech Titan, Mighty Servant of Liako is Crew 4. That's not impossible. Mobile Homestead. Look at the top card. If it's a land, put it on the battlefield. This one's also pretty bad, right? Wait, no, it's just because haste. It only has haste if you have a mount, so that line's irrelevant. So otherwise, it's kind of the same vein as the ones that make treasure tokens. Attacks, look at the top card. If it's library, if it's a land card, put it on the battlefield tap. Yeah, it's basically does the same thing. Reckoner, Bankbuster, Hearse. Let's see. Amber Gristle Mall, Dig Site Engineer, Blast Miner, and the other miner. The Blast Miners are pretty bad, too. I probably don't need more than one, so let's just get rid of Blast Miner. And then Dwarven Recruiter, Fairgrounds. This is basically removal. I had to pick a category for this. And Moradin is Beatdown. Magda, Hanger Scrounger. So a Looter. A Rummager, rather. Hey, here's a challenge for you. Can you build the most powerful Sinette Jelly Drover deck? What in the world is that? I will add it to the build list. Q requests Sinette Jelly Drover. Alright, Archon, Aethersworn, Deafening Silence. That's 3 Rule of Laws. Oh, Eidolon of Rhetoric. Let's get rid of that. With 4 Rule of Laws? Okay, we're good. I don't know if Rule of Laws are actually bad for us, because hypothetically we want to be drawing a bunch of cards and then deploying them all, but at the same time, our cards are kind of expensive. I don't know. Let's get rid of Censor. Oh, there's tribal stuff that I should look at that should maybe be in the deck. So, where's tribal? So Descendant's Fury is, we're not wanting that. Mana Echoes is usually not viable unless you've got a combo with it. Molten Echoes, also kind of not too relevant here. And then Shared Animosity is probably also not something we want. And then there's all of these. Incubator, how many actual dwarves do we have? We have like 15-ish, right? So even if all 15 of them got cost reduced, I don't know. Let's see. Subtype. Dwarves. We have 14 dwarves, and every single one of them would benefit by having an Urza's Incubator in the deck. Plus, we have the other two, the two changelings, who would also benefit. So, yeah. Urza's Incubator. But now we got to find more things to cut. Cryptic, Coat of Arms. Don't care about any of this. All right. Everything comes to dust. No, definitely not using that. Okay. I guess before I keep cutting, does EDH have anything to say? Let's actually look at all the cards we potentially want in the deck before we... Oh yeah, split up because you can tap all your guys to crew stuff. That's cute. I don't know how useful that is. We don't have that great of a way of actually attacking our opponent, right? I mean, some of our vehicles are kind of big and fly, but not a lot of them do. I'll pass on that. Okay, then there's all the dwarves and vehicles. So, mainly looking for, is there anything that I wouldn't have seen? Like Simulacrum, but I'm not playing Simulacrum, or Teshar. Instants. Yeah, we basically went through this part. Sorceries. Pretty sure we saw all of that. Kill the artifacts, most of which are going to be vehicles, if not all of them. Enchantments. We did see this stuff as well. Planeswalkers, yeah, Mech Hanger, obviously. All right, yeah, nothing that we haven't seen already. 9 cards gotta go. Hypothetically, we can cut from some ramp. So if I'm going to cut the ramp, I would cut Signet. So let's cut Boros Signet. Where's the other one? Oh, no, that's it. Duh. 2 colors. Boros Signet. Let's really, really finally go through this. I can remember Diamond. Full. Convert this one. So we can tap our guys down. All right, want to keep all of this stuff. Not really fast mon. Well, kind of. I don't know. Not really ramp either. Hypothetically, I don't need trouble in pairs because the Paula is already getting us multiple cards, possibly, so we can cut that. Although the one ring is way better, so we're not cutting the ring. And then SRAM is triggering off. SRAM is a dwarf that also triggers off vehicles, so there's no way we're cutting that. I can possibly cut a land. I can cut Reflecting Pool, I guess. 6 more. Potentially the Rule of Laws, although that sounds wrong. Is Clock of Omens plus Universal Automaton combo worth it to combo with Magda? Probably not. Because so you would be able to find Automaton and Magda off of that list. However, you wouldn't be able to find Clock of Omens off of the list. Also, that combo is not actually infinite, so what that would allow us to do is, if we had all of them, we could Magda all the artifacts in our deck onto the board, and then that would include Maskwood Nexus, and then Maskwood Nexus would mean we could tutor up every single creature in our deck as well. Does that just win on the spot, though? If it wins on the spot, that's great. We don't have infinite mana. We have infinite treasures, but they're tapped, right? So Hang on. Flock of Omens. We already have Magden here, and then Universal Automaton. So what does that mean? That means we instantly tutor for everything here, of which none of these cards give all of our creatures haste, right? Because we'd probably just, like, if we could haste everything, I don't even know if that would be enough damage. And then there's also all the vehicles, right? So none of the vehicles have any sort of ability that's like, oh my god, I can't believe how good that vehicle is. Unless there's a vehicle that's specifically, like... I guess if we have Maskwood Nexus, then all we need is another card in the deck that wins on the spot. So, like, we could have one Moonshaker Cavalry, for example. It still doesn't actually win the game, though, because it doesn't give haste to everything. We have Mass Hysteria for haste, and then is there an artifact? Or it would have to be some other creature that would get haste, right? So it would have to be... let's see. Need Scryfall. So it would have to be a creature or artifact that says creatures you control have haste. There are two vehicles that become a creature on entry with haste, but it would require the mana to get Mirror Entity to pump. Yeah, so we need something that would either tutor infinite mana. I mean, I've thought about an infinite mana combo I could have in here, so... Actually, even that doesn't work if you don't already have haste. Anger, but that's in the play, not in the graveyard. Urabrask. Oh, it has to be ID. Red-white. So, Porphyros doesn't win. I would like something that ideally does both. It gives everything haste and immediately. Or just does damage equal to, like, whatever. I guess you could put Porphyros in your deck, and then you would just go tutor up every other creature, boom, you're dead. Right? Tutoring all the vehicles doesn't do it, but we have a total of 37 creatures, so even if some of them are in play already, that just wins the game regardless. Porphyros. God. Is that the best way of doing it? Or gain haste? Yeah, probably. I think Porphyros just basically cracks the code there, right? But now that means we gotta cut even more cards. I mean, like, there's always just cutting, you know, all the mediocre vehicles and dwarfs and just only playing combos, but that sounds boring. Because if that's the case, then you'd play like Recruiter of the Guard to tutor this combo up. I think DePaula's already not good enough at hitting, right? It's 14 plus 2 changelings, so 16. Where's vehicles? 16, 16, so that's 32. And even at 32, you're going to brick a lot. Like, you have to spend a lot of mana before you get there. So if we just cut 10, then we would only be left with 22 hits. Which means 1 out of every 5 cards would be a vehicle or dwarf, which means we're going to miss a lot. Let's also look for vehicle or dwarf, and it says when card name enters. None of them, I think, actually just can win on the spot, right? They're all some sort of value effect, but not anything that actually just straight up wins. MC is 6 or more. Arhelion, Cyber Ship. Whenever another non-token artifact enters under your control, create a 2/2. It gets pumped. So this would make a bajillion tokens, but then we still can't win the game. So Porphyros just solves the problem. So another combo you can do is Eldrazi Displacer plus Village Bellringer, and then that untaps all of your mana dorks. And then as long as you can produce 4 mana, you have infinite mana. That, of course, requires that you already have 4 mana dorks in play. It also requires that you then have something to spend that mana on, because that alone won't win you the game. Although it will allow you to blink around like Witch Enchanter, for example, and just blow up everything. But without being able to blow up like the lands, then that's not good enough. All right, what are our worst dwarves and vehicles? Because I can't think of anything else to cut at this point. I'm not cutting any more protection. I can't cut the removal, and most of the removal here is also already in our types that we need. There is stacks, which I really don't think we can get rid of. Like, maybe we can get rid of the rule of laws, but that I doubt it. And then ramp, I can potentially get rid of like Felwar Arcane Signet, I guess. And Talisman. But that sounds bad, especially considering how much mana we need for Depala. So I think that just leaves the dwarves and vehicles. Presumably mostly the vehicles. So let's go subtypes. All right, so this draws cards. This, you have to spend mana to make constructs, but at least they're good. Like, at least they're big constructs. Dwargar we're keeping. Dwarven Miner seems particularly bad. I would want it if I was going to do the Bellringer combo, because then you can just blow up all of your opponent's lands. But the fact that I'm not doing the Bellringer combo means that this is just so bad. This, like, may as well say it's a 2-mana dwarf that doesn't do anything. So let's get rid of that one. Dwarven Recruiter's good in this deck, obviously, because we can just stack our deck full of dwarves, then tap Depala and draw them all. Fairgrounds Warden is the only dwarf that is removal for a creature, rather. Gimli makes treasures. Gloin also makes treasures. Hammers of Morden is actually like a decent attacker. Hanger, Scrounger, Rummages. Magda is not only good, but now part of a combo. This is removal. This just cantrips at the very least, so that's okay. And then Sram can draw a bunch of cards. So then we're mostly looking to get rid of the vehicles, probably. All right, so we're at 16. The vehicles that are like 100% staying locked in are Unidentified Hovership, Copter, Hearse, and Bankbuster. Every other one is up for grabs, potentially, of getting cut. So this one is, it has to attack, and then defending player has to have more lands than us. Then we can go grab a Plains, although this does help us get around Blood Moon. There's Bessie, so this makes Depala unblockable, but that does require that... I mean, I guess that doesn't even matter, right? Because we just crew it with Depala. Yeah, okay, so this one's irrelevant, so get rid of that one. Then this one, when it attacks, you make a treasure. Sure. Cultivator adds mana. Flywheel adds mana, but only if you crew it first. But that's fine, because like if we already want to crew stuff anyway with Depala, then it's good that this one just also generates a mana. Golden Argosy blinks a bunch of stuff that crewed it, so we can blink all of our ETB trigger stuff. Horde Hauler gets treasures. Mech Titan is just cool. Mighty Servant of Luco is... if it was crewed by exactly 2 creatures, it gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw 2 until end of turn. It's also hard to deal with because it has the ward discard and it's pretty big. Mobile Homestead is look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, you may put it onto the battlefield. Tapped. So kind of ramp. Nautiloid Ship. Sort of like reanimate stuff. It's also a 5/5 flyer. Raider's Carve. Look at the top. If it's a land, put it on the battlefield. This one's crew 3, though. So probably the worst one out of all the ones that add mana or do like something else. Like this one is crew 1. This one's crew 3. It's a 4/4, but whatever. We get rid of that one. And now we still need to cut 7 cards. I guess the thing with the Paula is like we can just make it a combo, right? Just generate infinite mana, tap the Paula, draw all the vehicles and creatures in your deck, right? That would significantly improve what we're doing. All right, show me 2-card combos in Boros that are EDH legal, and I guess I don't care what the result is. So yeah, Dualcaster, Rings and Basalt Monolith. I'm not going to run this. Heliod and Walking Ballista, which is its own little self-contained thing. Then Basalt Forsaken, these two, Kiki Jiki stuff, Dodo, Dualcaster, Jessica's Will, and Reiterate. I was looking more for, I guess Bellringer is not 2 cards only. Dragon Tempest, Wolfem, Molten Dupe, Dualcaster, Combat, Celebrant. Most of this has absolutely nothing to do with our game plan. All right, what about 3-card combos? Combos equals 3. Then we're going to get all the Breach stuff. What about result equals infinite mana? Quote infinite mana. I don't know how they write it. All right, advanced 3-card combo. It contains less than 4 and is in Boros. Is EDH legal, and the result is infinite mana. Okay. Solidar, Preston, Ephemerate, Combat, Helm of the Host. Wait, what? Oh, to untap your other creatures. Gotcha. Kiki Jiki, Village Bellringer. Yeah. Metalworker Staff. Kiki Jiki's 5, though. Eldrazi Displacer, I guess, is 6 total when you count casting it and activating it. Also, Kiki Jiki doesn't require us to have 4 creatures on the battlefield. It only requires 4 mana dorks. It only requires us to have 1. So sure, we'll do Village Bellringer plus Kiki Jiki. And then we can just get rid of all the crappy vehicles and dwarves that we don't need. All right, get rid of this one. Yeah, Mighty Servant, sure, get rid of that one. Get rid of... I kind of like the rest of these, but let's see. Flywheel Racer's probably just bad. I don't know. Take 1 treasure token when you're attacking with this 3/3. Okay, get rid of that. And possibly put a land onto the battlefield, but no guarantees. So get rid of this. And then where's the dwarves? All right, draw, dig site. We can get rid of hammers. They're not doing anything that we need. And Dwarven Recruiter, no, that's fine. Big Site Engineer. We don't have any loops that involve Storm, right? So, is it relevant? Three left. How much haste do we have? Arena, Lightning Greaves, Mass Hysteria. Okay, so we can just put all the creatures in our deck onto the field, and then does that win the game? Don't know. What else can we get rid of? I really don't think Fairgrounds Warden's very good. Get rid of that. Okay, so we've got Clock Automaton Magda, Bellringer, Kiki, some creature that produces mana, Maskwood plus... so Maskwood, just you find it off of Magda and then it does the same thing. Or you just play it normally and then Depala gets everything. Can we win the game without requiring Perforos is basically my main question. Because if so, then we can just cut this from the deck, right? So obviously we can make, if we have infinite mana, we can Mirror Entity is a billion, right? I guess, yeah, we can... Yeah, we can do that. So we don't need Porphyros, because right now, if we assemble Clock Magda Automaton, then we can tutor all the artifacts out of our deck, which includes Maskwood Nexus, and then we can use that to tutor all the creatures out of our deck, and that includes Bellringer, Kiki, Jiki. Then we make infinite tokens, and then that wins the game. So unless we can't win through combat for some reason, Magda has an out that doesn't require us to stick a card in the deck that we don't want. And then one more card has to go. Probably Canoptic Spider. Non-token artifact, creature, or vehicle, right? So total count of vehicles and artifact creatures is creatures other than it that are artifact creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus vehicles is 20. So 1/5 of the cards in our deck will trigger it to draw a card, and it's a 5 mana thing. All right, we can probably get rid of it. Oh my gosh. How much work was that to build? All right, so here's the Depala deck. And then let's run this through some tests just to see if this actually functions. Okay, so we've got Maskwood Nexus in our hand, which is actually a card we never want in our hand. So draw for turn, land, fetch, play Skrelv. Next. Land, fetch, play Monacan. Next. Well, there's Magda. Land. So if we play Flywheel Racer right now, we can't, and crew it, we can't actually tap it for mana. So, yeah, but we can play 4, so I can just play the ring, or I can play Magda plus Fleet Wheel. Let's just play the ring. So tap, 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 play ring, tap, draw a card. Next turn. Draw 2. Draw. And then Saga. And we play tap, tap, Magda, tap, tap, Fleet Wheel, then crew it with Magda to produce a treasure. Add a treasure token. And then we only have 1 mana left, so we pass. The next turn, this has 2 counters on it now. Draw, draw, draw. Assuming nobody's killing our Magda, but we do have Skrelv to protect it, so there's something there. All right, there's Universal Automaton, so now we're just missing Clock. So tap, Soul Ring, tap, Automaton. Through the Fleet Wheel Racer with both of these to add more treasures. So There's more of these treasures. We have 3 treasures. And then tap this. Oh, this is whenever we cast an historic spell. Okay, well, hang on. Tap this, Esper Sentinel, make another treasure. Thanks, no problem, Gillerel. So now we basically just need Block of Omens. Oh, this deck should have an Inventor's Fair in it. Let's go back. Inventor's Fair. And that means we need to cut... All right, are we ever actually going to need Holdout Settlement? Like, we have so many vehicles. Yeah, it's fine. And then the other thing is I have Recruiter of the Guard in the deck, right? But I don't have Imperial Recruiter. That's actually just wrong. I should either have both or just Imperial Recruiter. Where the heck is Tutors? Yeah. So I should either have both or just Imperial because we can't fetch Village Bellringer off of Recruiter of the Guard. I should probably just straight up have both, right? Recruiter of the Guard. But then I have to cut another card, which sucks. What's our dwarf count? Oh yeah, I had Urza's Incubator in here before when I wasn't trying to do combo nonsense, but what's our actual dwarf count right now? It's 10. Yeah, okay, we can get rid of Incubator. Playtest. All right, so turn 1. Oh, draw. Ancient Tomb, tap, Felwar Stone, pass turn, next. All right, Saga. Then 2 Defense Grid, tap, tap, cast Drannith Magistrate. Next turn, does 2 counters on it. Fair. Mech Titan, I guess. And then we can play Depala. Dun, dun, dun. Then next turn, this has 3 counters. Float, goes to the graveyard. View library. Grab Soul Ring. 1 floating, so let's through Mech Titan with the Depala, and then we can dump a bunch of mana into this. I actually probably don't want to do... Oh, I should play a land first, so land first. And then this would have fetched Plateau. Grab that. So crew, and then we've got 1 floating, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's Depala for 8. So how do I just look at the top 8 cards? Where do the rest of the cards go, by the way? They go to the bottom. So yeah, can I not just see them? Or view library? Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So shuffle, and then put these on the bottom. Move to bottom of library. We got Argosy, Priest of Ancient Lore out of that. Just want to say your critical long-form content has always been some of my favorite about MTG. Be proud. Thank you, William Lambert. Well, we spent 8 mana to get 2 cards that are not very good, so... It's certainly something. All right, next turn, draw. Ooh, there's Magda. So, land. Tap, tap. Not this one. Tap, Magda. Now we can crew, and we generate 2 treasure tokens. So, add treasure. And... I guess Priest of Ancient Lore would have basically been 2 mana because we would have tapped it for treasure, so hang on. So, play this, draw, and then also tap this, make another treasure token. Alright. So now Depala is crewed, and we can pay 3. 1, 2, 3. Smuggler's Copter, the other 2 brick, go to the bottom. Next turn. Oh, I didn't play a land that turn, did I? So this would have gone to the bottom, and I would have drawn something else. Would have drawn... not that. But Universal Automaton, we're almost there. So... play this. Through the Mech Titan. 1, 2, 3, 4. That counters to 7. And then we have enough mana to go fair. Look at our deck. Clock of Omens. Grab this. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Clock of Omens. And now we have infinite treasures, but they're tapped. So Clock of Omens, it's tap 2 treasures, untap Automaton. So set these to 3. And so here's the treasures. These ones are tapped. Then untap. Oh, actually, that's not correct. It would be tap this. So this is tapped, and then we... I forget how the combo works. It's tap clock, tap... No, it's tap... yeah, tap this one, tap a treasure. And that produces a treasure. Then this untaps, and then... So you make infinite tap treasures. Then Magda can pull Maskwood Nexus out of our deck, and then we can pull Kiki Jiki plus Bellringer and generate infinite Bellringer tokens. And then combat, opponent loses. Alright, restart. That obviously took a long time. So, let's see. Draw for turn, play Needle Verge Pathway, play... Oh, sorry. Gemstone Caverns is in my hand. Get rid of... I didn't have the planes at first, so I would have had to exile something else. Let's exile Scrounger. Because basically, once these are in my hand, they're not great, really. Exile this. So tap, and I guess I'll just play Ornithopter. Alright, next turn. So, land, cast Apala plus Ragavan next turn. Okay, we've got Flywheel Racer, so land, tap, Flywheel. Ragavan attacks and makes a treasure token. I don't know what I'm getting off of it, though, so we can't use that information. And then Depala, I guess we don't have to do this at sorcery speed. You can crew at instant speed, right? Yeah. So, instant speed, Depala crews this, and we spend 3 mana, not the treasure token. And we look at the top 3 cards. All right, they're all bricks, so these go to the bottom. Next turn. All right. 1, 2, 3. Recruiter. And then go grab... Oh, we're closer to the Kiki combo than anything else. So Village Bellringer, grab this. Shuffle. Then Depala crews this. And then I've got 3 exactly, so I can't actually use this mana yet. Yeah, I can't use the mana. I just need to... Actually, it doesn't matter what we crew it with, right? We crew it with Imperial Recruiter. And then we go 1, 2, 3, cast Bellringer. All of these untap. I guess I would have swung with Ragavan first. Fine. This is untapped. And then we can go pass turn, end step of opponent's turn. Crew with the Pala. 1, 2... I can't actually find Kiki Jiki off of this, so there's no reason to spend the treasures. So 1, 2. All right, total brick. Next turn. Yeah, Depala's just not good at all. Like, it's so bad. Facebreaker. All right. Well, What are we trying to find right now? We're just trying to find Kiki-Jiki, right? So using Depala at this point is essentially irrelevant for the most part. All right, tap, 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 cast Face Breaker. Possibly at this point in the game, Ragavan won't be able to attack anymore, so... Proof, Flywheel, Swing with this, generate a treasure as a Face Breaker, and then we can just start Impulse Drawing with the treasure tokens, so... if I do that right now, though, I actually will not be able to cast Kiki-Jiki if I hit it, so we'll just cast... nothing? We'll just keep using Depala, I guess. So, end. Depala. 2 cards. We actually hit both of them. Alright, next. We don't actually have a mountain, so this would come in tapped. Yeah. Whenever another legend enters under your control, put a +1 counter on this. Whenever this deals combat damage, create a treasure. Okay, so... at this point, this is turn 6, and our board's pretty bad. I'm assuming the only thing I can get in with is this flyer. So, through, swing, generate a treasure. We probably don't have time to waste trying to find Kiki-Jiki anymore, so... remove a counter, impulse draw. Here, cast this. Actually, no. I can choose whether to impulse draw after I impulse draw more. Remove a counter, impulse draw. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Remove a counter, impulse draw. All right. Well, 1, 2, 3, Blood Moon. This comes in untapped. 1, 2, 3, Thorian Mauler, sack the treasure, play Mass Hysteria. Then hopefully this Blood Moon is enough to suppress our opponents until we can actually win. So next turn, this is not a treasure here anymore. This is relevant. Thorian Mauler maybe gets bigger, maybe doesn't, who knows. Through, swing, generate a treasure token, sack it, impulse draw, a plains. We can play it, right? We may play that card. All right, play the plains. Still not getting anywhere, so let's play Horde Hauler. 1, 2, 3, 4. And... oh, I could have attacked with that because of Mass Hysteria, right? Yeah, that would have been... whatever. Next turn... I guess I would have Depala'd for the extra mana, so I had 2 left, I think? 3 left. This into hand, that goes to the bottom. That goes to the bottom. Draw for turn. 1 ring. I mean, this is going to take a long time. Like, let's see if it's more efficient if I try again. Block of Omens in hand, other garbage stuff in hand. All right, so fetch Plateau. Actually, no. Just fetch Sacred Foundry. Draw for turn. All right, next turn, land. Play this dude because we got nothing else to do. Next turn. When does he do? Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may discard. All right, so attack somebody, discarding Spot, I guess. Nah, that seems wrong. Discarding... if I discard Clock, then I can never win with the Clock loop. Discard Thorian Mauler. And draw. Alright, still have nothing. Next turn. Swing, ditching. Fragmentize, I don't know. Draw. Still no lands. Alright, play Monakin. Next turn. Swing. We don't need 2 different Blood Moons, so discard this. Draw. Still no lands. Oh my gosh. Alright, tap, tap, tap. If I play Blood Moon right now, I don't have access to white mana anymore, so... Actually better to just play Facebreaker, I guess. Next turn. It's turn 6, and this is all we've got. We lose the game. Try again. Alright. Draw for turn. Spectator Seeding. Play Deafening Silence. Next turn. Land. Play Arcane Signet. Next turn. 3 mana. Play Priest of Ancient Lore. Draw a card. Next turn. And we're bricking on lands again. That's pretty rough. Tap for SRAM. So that next turn, at worst, we can play Hovership and draw a card. Swords to Plowshare something. Next turn. Yep, still didn't hit it. All right. Tap, tap, tap. Hovership. Draw a card. Still no lands. Next turn. Gosh. We have 31 lands in the deck, right? Play Ironmer. Hopefully this is enough to slow people down. Next turn. All right. 1 ring. Tap, 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 tap. Tap. Draw a card. Next turn. Still haven't hit lands. This is incredible. All right. Ring again. Draw, draw. Tap this, play Monakin. Tap this, play Mom. Next turn. Ring. Draw, draw, draw. No okay, what is happening? We have 30 lands in our deck, so that's just like unbelievable bad luck. All right. 1 more go around and then we're done with this deck. Draw for turn. Ancient Tomb. Tap, Talisman. Mox Diamond. Disting this land. Tap, tap. Defense Grid. All right. Turn. Command Tower. So we have 5 mana total. So yeah, we go Plaguemur, Depala, pass. Next turn, draw. Mech Titan. I guess Nautiloid might actually be better in the... I don't know. Opponents probably don't have much in their way of lands here at this point. So play Mech Titan, and then end of turn, go Depala Crew this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brick on everything except Magda, but that's fine. Next. Land. Play Magda. Then we can crew the Mech Titan and produce 2 treasures. So add these treasures. It's kind of a problem that Magda can't find any of the combos, right? Like, it can find Magda and it can find Universal Automaton, but it can't find Clock of Omens. And it can't find Village Bellringer or Kiki Jiki. Is there something I've been overlooking here? By, find my combos. Clear. Submit. Yeah, Magda, Clock, Universal, Village, Kiki, and then what the heck is this? Doesn't untap. Whenever an artifact comes into play, you may untap it. Oh, so you combine that with Magda plus Maskwood next. Dolly Balloon, Bellringer. Is it mostly going to be all the same stuff? Yeah, and or just cards that, like combos that aren't good. All right. So we crew this, and then we spend 2, 3, 4, 5 mana to look at the top 5. And complete brick on all of that, although every single one of those cards was something we didn't want to draw. Next turn. Land. Tap, tap, crew. Oh, I should be playing this. Well, so 1, 2. Also crew with this thing. So this thing makes a treasure when it enters and then makes some more treasures. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's Automaton. Everything else bricks. Stack. A treasure. Cast. Automaton. Crew. Make a treasure. All right, so now we just have to find block, which we don't have a way to do. Tap, 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 crew. Set this to 10 treasures. I guess I'll spare 1 mana for Esper Sentinel, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there goes Maskwood Nexus. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Play Esper Sentinel. Next turn. Well, we don't have any way to draw cards, so we're just waiting until we can try to hit whatever. I guess I could also just transform Mech Titan now. Turn 7. All right. So this deck's not very good. I don't see really a way to make it better other than just like completely abandoning the idea that any of these extra dwarves or vehicles are any good and just completely going all in on combos, which seems to run completely contrary to what DePaul is trying to do. So let's give it up here. All right, and then last but not least, so we had, yeah, TNQ requesting Sinet Jelly Drover. I've never even heard of this card. What is this card? Sinet. Not how you spell it. Okay, jelly. Ochre jelly. Is this an illegal commander? Oh, it's an it's from Jumpstart. That's why it's not showing up. When it enters or dies, create a blue jellyfish token with flying. Creatures with flying get +1/+1. You want this to be a commander? This one? I mean, it gives a marginal Anthem effect to our flyers, or we have to find some way of looping it over and over in order to... I guess this immediately has an infinite combo with Ashnod's Altar plus Nim Deathmantle, right? So, Sinet. Sinet Jelly Drover, all right. Starter, 1 color, mana base, and we're gonna want counters, protection. Possibly we want to change the ramp, although I'm not sure about that. Types and tags. Can we please move this over to the left? Thank you. All right. So we can get rid of the fetch lands and the rainbow lands. Get rid of all of this stuff. Get rid of all of this stuff. Florian revealed, yeah, that's fine. Fetch. Mana Confluence, fetch. Mystic Sanctuary, probably not going to need that. Nykthos. This one. This one. This one. And then add 19 of these. Oh, this is not enough ramp. Add in the ramp. And then, yeah, we want Nim, Deathmantle, Ashnod's Altar. So basically the combo would be Ashnod, Sack, Sinet, Jelly, Drover. You've got 2 colorless mana. Nim Deathmantle has to be attached to it, right? Oh, no, you don't. It doesn't have to be attached to it. So you go... 2 triggers go off, so Nim Deathmantle trigger goes off, and the make a token trigger goes off. So you make the token first, you sack the token to Ashnod's Altar, now you've got 4 mana, you resolve Nim Deathmantle, pays for the ability, you put Sinet back into play. And you still need another piece to win the game, which is, of course, going to be Altar of the Brood, because that's the easiest one to do. Grim, Monolith. And if these are all combos that are required to go off, then we're going to want ways of searching them up. So we're going to want Transmute Artifact. We're going to want Fabricate. We're going to want Tribute Mage to find the Death Mantle, and we're going to want Trophy Mage to find the Ashnod's Altar. And then we can get rid of, so we got to cut this ramp down. So we're not a Brawl type deck, so let's cut that. And we don't care about these being creatures. All the creatures are going to go, and all the medallions, save for Sapphire, of course, are going to go. Ethereum Sculptor, actually, all of our combos require artifacts so far, so that's fine. This. Mox Amber, yeah, get rid of that. Convert, Nardle, Ornithopter, Palladiumer, Thunderclap Drake, Worn Power Stone, Ruby Medallion, Silver Myrrh, Pearl Medallion, and then we're at 18, and I think that is all good here. Oh, Plague Myrrh, get out of here. 17, all right, we're good. Counter spells, all this is good, including Muddle the Mixture, so we can tutor Death Mantle. And then what else? We don't probably need Misdirection. You know what? Yeah, we need Misdirection. Greaves, get rid of Defense Grid, and then, yeah, not Greaves. Greaves is irrelevant. Okay, so is there any other combo that we can do with this? I guess what I should do is I should look up creatures that have a similar ability, because it's obviously not going to be in the spellbook because it's not a legal commander yet. So I should look up cards that have the same ability, like when... Oh, actually, this is when it enters or dies, so you make infinite mana with Ashnod's Altar. Right? Because then you'll make 2 tokens per loop, so it and one of the tokens pays for Death Mantle, and then you have more colorless mana. So Alter the Brood, triggering over and over, can do it. Also, another way to do it would be Hullbreaker Horror, so we can do a Hullbreaker loop where we infinitely bounce Sol Ring or Mox Opal over and over and over and over, generating infinite mana. And then as long as one of those is blue, we can then bounce Sinnet and just bounce them off of each other and then create infinite jelly tokens, which will also win the game if we have Altar of the Brood in play. Otherwise, there's not going to be anything that's going to grant mass haste in colorless except for a Chroma's Memorial, but then we still have to find that. All right, yeah, so what about... so EDH, and it is a creature that says when card name enters... When card name, and then I need it to say either enters or dies, and then it also needs to say create token. There's going to be a lot of results probably. Wow, that is a lot of results. Okay, when card name enters or when card name dies, hopefully that strips down a good amount. Wow, okay. Creature token. Something that doesn't cost 1,000,000 mana. Seems mana value is 4 or less, so that it's equivalent. Therak. Alright, what if I pare this down to when card name enters or dies? So the only card that's equivalent is Mogg War Marshal and Sanguine Evangelist, and then Underseller Myconid. So if we go to Spellbook and we look up Mogg, I mean, none of these are in blue, but let's just look it up. Okay, so not applicable. What about... Oh, where is it? Sanguine Evangelist. Sanguine Evangelist. Nothing. Is it Evangelist? Yeah. And then Underseller Myconid. During renewal for Phyrexian Altar, but we obviously can't play in during renewal. All right, one moment. I need to use the bathroom really quick, and then we'll be right back. Okay. I'm trying to find if there's like other combos besides just Death Mantle Altar. Or, yeah. So, none of those worked. So, what if we refine the search down to just when blank enters. When blank enters, create. Or when card name dies, create. And it does need to say creature token on it. Okay. Huh. Enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 alien token if add. Okay, so let's look for ID is in blue. I didn't expect to find that many results. Illyrios. So enters, create a 3/2. Enters, create a Thopter. Yeah, and on and on and on. All right. So what about okay, Illyrios. No combos found. Enters or dies. So enters or dies is there hasn't been a single blue creature that does this. When it dies, make a thing. When it dies, make a thing. Never an enchantment. Okay, when this dies, X-axis. So this is the first blue creature that has a trigger that triggers on both entering and dying that makes a creature token. So there wouldn't be any prior combos with. I guess it doesn't have to be in blue, right? Yeah. So let's just take off the ID. Why in the world is this exact? Oh, because this is still here. This should not be here. Yeah, okay, so these are the only 3 cards in the entire game, unless I go above 4 mana value. Goblin, Marshall. Yeah, so it's pretty unique. So there's essentially only 4 creatures in the entire game that have this when it enters or dies make a token ability. And None of them are in blue. What about whenever a creature you control enters or dies, create creature token, and then get rid of the mana value requirement. Whenever another creature you control dies, whenever another non-token creature you control, a non-token creature you control. So just nothing. All right. What if it's not a creature? Nothing. Yep, so Sinnet is unique. All right, what else can we do with this? We can blink it so that it makes the tokens. Let's see, Dramatic Scepter combo gives us infinite mana, but does absolutely nothing when it comes to Sinnet. ID blue, whenever a creature you control dies. All right, not these. Whenever another control dies. Whenever non-token. A non-token. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, put a charge counter at the beginning of your upkeep. If it's 5 more charge counters, okay, no. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, gain 1, then draw a discard. Okay, how about whenever a creature dies? Any creature. Now, Lifeline's end step. Whenever a creature is put into the graveyard, tap or untap all creatures that share a type with it. No. No. Salvaging Station. Return target non-creature artifact card with mana value. That's not gonna work. Whenever another creature dies. Enters. Creature you control enters. So that's Intruder Alarm. Hang on, what was the life mirror thing? Whenever a creature enters, if it was cast, exile it, then return all permanents exiled with this to the battlefield. No. And Portcullis is yeah, they don't come back until it goes away. All right, how about whenever a blue whenever another blue. Yeah, so this one's the mill card. But this could be anything. So Alter the Brood already accomplishes the same goal. Add some more removal in here. So Scream, Witness Protection, Volatile, Stormdrake. Also, we are mono blue, so we can have some stacks. So stacks, mainly First Totem would shut off Spellskite and Ornithopter. Oh, I already cut Ornithopter. It would shut off just Spellskite. Yeah, it's worth more than having that. So get rid of Spellskite, then this, and then Torpor Orb shuts off this ability, although this is not actually required to win, but it shuts off Alter the Brood, right? Chronosphere, so we can keep Winter Moon, we can keep Narset, I guess? Probably not. Harbinger, and back to basics. All right, that works. Yep, that works. We can have some other combos in here. Mystic, Forge, Crystal, Dull, and then Sensei's Divining Top, and those combine with Ethereum Sculptor to let you draw your whole deck. How's Nim Deathmantle worded? Nim Deathmantle. Whenever a non-token creature, so it doesn't say die, it says is put into your graveyard. Why doesn't it just say die? Nim Deathmantle's the only one that's worded like this in blue. Right, what else can we do with Sinnet Jelly Drover? I mean, there's the flyers get pumped part of this, which seems pretty bad, but I don't know, let's look. So type, either it's got to be a creature with flying or it's got to be tokens with flying. So token with flying. Sigh. Okay. We're not really doing the spell slinger thing, so cards like Talrond are not applicable. Yeah, okay. What about tokens with flying? Nothing really here either. Okay, how about it is type creature and it says flying. So Ornithopter of Paradise, Moldrifter, Fairy Mastermind. I mean, giving +1 is just not that much, right? When this enters or dies, create a jellyfish token. Ledger Shredder. Good enough to be in the deck anyway, and then it just incidentally gets pumped up. That's fine. I don't think the pumping of the flyers is where we want to be, though. I'd run this if not for Cursed Totem. Maybe it is worthwhile to not have that. So let's just go rid of Cursed Totem, bring back in Spellskite, and Siren Storm Tamer. Glenolendra with Nim Deathmantle, but then you gotta have 5 mana up at all times. Yeah, none of this is really good. EDH Rec's not going to have anything on this, right? Because it's not actually been printed yet. So what else can we do with it? Actually, what's our card count right now? We're at 93. Show me the combos. Oh, Spellbook. Hullbreaker. Yeah, there's the Crystal Skull Loop, Soul Ring, Hullbreaker, Forge, da-da-da. All right. So there's also Top Echoes. Not interested in any of that stuff. Hexavus plus Altar. What is the precondition here? It's, oh, something with Undying, sure. That sounds very expensive. I'm not going to bother with Hexavus. A lot of these are just variations of the same thing as well. Another thing to do, is there a Village Bellringer type combo in mono blue? I guess there's Intruder Alarm, right? So then we just have to find something that blinks a creature. So exile creature. Technically it should be :exile. Doesn't necessarily have to say target. No, it should probably say target. Exile, we could say another target. So exile target creature, return battlefield. And it should be 4 or less. There's Deadeye Navigator. Yeah, then there's Nephalia Smuggler's the other one. This requires you to have Intruder Alarm in play, though. Well, I guess Deadeye would also require that. That means I have to completely redo my mono ramp so that I have creatures in here instead. Okay. So Nephalia, Smuggler. And Intruder Alarm. What about above 4? So it's Deadeye. Is there anything else besides Deadeye? No, pretty much just Deadeye. Okay. Deadeye, Nav. Then we can do Peregrine Drake. Yeah, Peregrine Drake. Okay. And then, yeah, we got to completely redo the mono ramp. So, ramp. Cut this. Cut. So, not creatures. This one. One. Adrian Crawler. One of these has to produce blue for Nephalia or Deadeye. This is non-creature spells only. This doesn't apply to any activated abilities, so this is irrelevant. This one. Lady Myrrh, this goes. Silver Myrrh, Sky Diamond, Iron Crag, Thought. Power Stone. We're at 16 ramp pieces. We could have a little more than this. Put back Sky Diamond and Old Steel Heart. Total card count is 98. What else do I want? Just more tutors. Whir of Invention. So, when it comes to our lands, I could play Darksteel Citadel and Treasure Vault as ways of having more artifact lands, which would benefit both Mox Opal and Crystal Skull, because we would be able to play them off the top of our deck. On the other hand, it makes it worse for Back to Basics and Winter Moon. So, I feel like these two win out over the other two, but I'm not sure. 99 cards. What's the last cut? Or what's the last add? We don't have that much card draw, so excluding Lorien Revealed, it's Crystal Skull, Mystic Forge, Mystic Remora, Ristic Study, and the One Ring. And then Ledger Shredder to churn through cards. But outside of that, not a lot. Another tutor or more card draw. What I want to tutor. We can't tutor creatures in blue. We can only tutor artifacts and spells. We don't care about the spells. I guess there's Cloudstone Curio, but then we still need additional mana. So Hullbreaker already basically does that. What else? Oh, the fact that Jelly Drover makes a token also means this is potentially a polymorph deck. I'd have to once again redo all the land, or redo all the ramp, and then we'd have to not have Nephalia Smuggler or any of the other creature-based combos. So it would mean completely redoing things. Is it better to have a polymorph deck? I don't think so. We're also not in red, so the only ones we have access to are Polymorph, Proteus Staff, and then the ones that cost more, right? It's just those two, basically. Right, it's fine the way it is. Or I could just add more ramp in here. Or a way to get stuff back from the graveyard, because a lot of our combos are like one specific card. What about Aether Flux Reservoir? That would be one that would be... It would apply to any of the Hullbreaker Horror loops. It could also apply to anytime we get infinite mana. Potentially we can cast more stuff, although it does require that we have some way of drawing more cards. Alright, let's try this. So this is Sinette. Jelly Drover. Here's the link in the chat. And then let's play test some of this just to see how it works. I'm assuming it's going to work all right. All right, well, this already looks pretty good. So draw for the turn. So we go, Gemstone Caverns, pitching. Is it any card? We could pitch Chrome Mox if we wanted to. And I probably do want to do that because I'm not imprinting Deadeye and I can't print anything else. So yeah. So exile Chrome Mox. And then we can go play this, tap, tap, Belwar Stone, tap, Monovault, tap, Plaguemore. Then this doesn't untap. So then next turn, whoops. I would untap this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, untap this. All right, we found Soul Ring. This is pretty great. Play Soul Ring. Next turn. All right, well, we've got Sinette and Deadeye, but no way to go infinite with it. So tap, Monakin. And then we have after that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if I don't play this, I can play both of these. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so we go Deadeye, Sinette, Soul Bond them, make a jelly token. Whatever. We make a jelly token. Next. All right. Play Old Steel Heart and Monakin, and then we have nothing to do. Next turn, untap this. All right, well, Dress Down is not what we wanted, but we do need to get some cards, so tap and tap, play Dress Down, draw a card, play Milliken. Next turn, we're just drawing nothing. All right. Yeah, I thought maybe the card draw would be a problem, so let's add card draw to the deck. Oh, we can also use Inventor's Fair to find combos. So Inventor's Fair, get rid of one of these islands. All right, Archmage Emeritus. I don't think we have the types for that, right? Sorceries and Instants. We have 22. That's actually not bad, but I think I want different stuff. Consecrated Sphinx, Enduring Curiosity, Fairy Mastermind, kind of slots into Sinette. Razzalax is good with the token that you make, I suppose. And then, let's see, Polywog Prodigy, Sanson Oracle, get rid of this one. The Skull Clamp is good on the tokens, I suppose, as well. One Ring, Reality Chip, get Reality Chip out of here. And then, where are we on cards? All right, 105. Cut Misdirection, let's cut... all good. I guess let's get rid of Submerge. All right, get rid of Submerge. We can get rid of Grim Monolith. Get rid of Grim Monolith. And then 2 more cards. Our worst counterspell is probably Negate. Get rid of Negate, and then get rid of... Oh, I can't have Torpor Orb because of Sinette. And the drakes. Get rid of Torpor Orb. Okay. Did I really not cut Torpor Orb from here? Jesus. Back to the playtest. Alright, obviously I have to mulligan this. Can I mulligan my hand from here? No, I can't. Alright, this is fine. So we go Gemstone Caverns, exiling... Convert. Then draw for turn. Then we go Diamond, Ditch an Island. Play an Island. And then we can Tribute Mage for Nim Deathmantle, or... Yeah, Tribute Mage for Nim Deathmantle, or just play Mana Ramp. Yeah, okay, just play Mana Ramp. Next turn, land, Tribute Mage. Library, go grab Nim Deathmantle. Cast it, milling a card. Next turn. Oh yeah, what if we mill an important piece into our graveyard with our mill dudes? It add Academy Ruins to our land base, just so that we can get stuff back, just in case we mill it over. Get rid of Hydroelectric Specimen, add another island. And then let's get rid of Lorien. No, Lorien's fine. Okay, this is good. Back to the playtest. One land. Okay, we got them all. Restart. Yeah, this is fine. So, draw for turn, play land, play Skull Clamp. Next turn. Play land. Play Ethereum Sculptor. Can't do anything else next turn. We're 1 mana away from being able to do stuff, I guess. Cast Spellskite for 1, and then move the clamp onto the Spellskite, because if we need to have any removal pointed at it, or pointed at something, it should be pointed at the Spellskite so that it can die and we can Skull Clamp. Alright, assume we have to Force of Will something to not lose the game, so... Force, exile, graveyard, and then next, or just like we have to do something important. Man, we still didn't hit lands. We can transmute artifact and grab Mystic. Oh no, we have Crystal Skull and Mystic Forge in our hand. Incredible. What's in our library that we can actually fetch off of this? Something that costs 2 only, actually. Yeah, never mind. Alright, so we just can't actually do anything. Alright then. Draw. Soul Ring. Alright, this is free. And then tap, tap. Play crystals. Oh, I know, I need double blue for this. Alright, Crystal Skull, and we have 1 floating. Then... what's the top card of our library? View top. Top card is Winter Moon, which we can actually play. Oops. View top card. All right, so play Winter Moon using the remaining floating mana. Why can I not drag this? There we go. Let's just view the library period, I suppose. I can't do this and still take game actions? That's just miserable. All right. I can't... oh, play with top revealed. There we go. Jesus. So next turn... so this doesn't untap anymore. So next turn... can't play land... can't play island off the top. Oh, I forgot I had Crystal Skull to tap for mana. Anyway. We can use Mystic Forge and exile it, I suppose. So tap... tap, Mystic Forge, tap, exile this. Top card is Spell Pierce. All right. Next. Actually, it's not that it doesn't. No, it actually does untap, right? Because it's Winter Orb, basically. Oh, so yeah, this does untap. Never mind. We can transmute something here for what? Combo pieces are Peregrine Drake. We need Ashnods. Yeah, let's go get Ashnods. So, blue, blue. Cast Transmute. And then look at the library. Ashnod's Altar. Okay, which card are we backing for this? It has to be something that costs 3. So it's one of these two. So I guess it's Crystal Skull? Yeah, it's Crystal Skull. All right, so this gets sacked. Now we have Ashnod's Altar in play. So next turn, mana drains on top. All right, so right now we're still missing Nim Death Mantle. So we're trying to get to that. So Mystic Forge, exile this. Land on top, can't do anything. Minamo, untap this, tap it again. Exile. Reservoir on top, which I am 1 short of being able to play right now. So Chrome Mox, exile, Cyclonic Rift. And then tap, tap, cast Reservoir. All right, so we finally found Peregrine Drake. So now we can go. Oh, actually, we only have two lands. So this is actually not a combo. At least not yet. There's Intruder Alarm. All right, exile this. Silvermer on top. So we have 1 floating. Cast Silvermer. Could move Crystal Skull to the Silvermer. All right, so move, or sorry, Skull Clamp. Move Skull Clamp. This dies. We draw 2 cards. Now there's Academy Ruin. So now we go. Now we have 4 mana, although we can use Ashnods to get more. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Ashnods sacking Ethereum Sculptor. Play Peregrine Drake. We have 1 floating. Untap, untap, untap. I don't know, move Skull Clamp over somewhere else. Actually, no. Let's blue this, untap Mystic Forge, tap. Exile. All right, Caverns on top, sure. Move the Skull Clamp. And then next turn, it's turn 8, so we go Cavern. I guess at this point we just name Spirit. Yeah, so we name Spirit, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Play Deadeye Navigator, bond to the Peregrine Drake. Then we have to use Ashnods, hypothetically. What if we exile this? Merc Convert on top. Well, I suppose this situation revolves around, does our opponent have removal for any of this stuff? Because in order to go off right now, I have to stack Spellskite. So, stack Spellskite. We draw 2 cards from Skull Clamp. And then we can blink the Peregrine Drake, floating 1, and then we get to go infinite mana. Then we get to play our commander, generate a jellyfish token. Then we can we not break the soul bond though? Well, we can blink Deadeye and then soul bond it with Sinnet, and then generate infinite tokens. And then we can actually just win on the spot, right? Because we can blink Minamo over and over, which allows us to untap Mystic Forge. So as long as we have enough life to keep exiling stuff off the top, we can find a way to just win right now, right? So exile, cast and then we'll just cast enough spells to where other Reservoir will kill our opponents. All right. What a roundabout way. Restart. Sol Ring hand. I'm going to restart any hand that has Sol Ring because it's not representative of the deck in general. All right, draw a card for turn. Play Urza Saga. Pass. Next turn, play this. This has 2 counters on it. Play Polywog. Then next turn, this goes off. Float a mana. Put it in the graveyard. You grab Sol Ring. Play another land. We have 1 floating still, so we can go this. We still have 1 floating. Sky Diamond enters tapped. And then we can go this, Trophy Mage, new library, and then the only thing we are grabbing with this is Ashnod's Altar. So Ashnod's Altar is in our hand. Just close and shuffle. Next turn. Island. So now we've got Altar and we've got Transmute Artifact. So tap this and this, cast Ashnod's Altar, then Transmute Artifact, sacking Sky Diamond, and going and grabbing Nim Death Mantle onto the battlefield. And now we just need to play our commander, and we're, if we sack Polywog, we can do it now, right? So, stack, 1 colorless. Jellyfish Dude, create infinite tokens. And then hopefully that's enough to win. All right, restart. Single island is not good enough. Mulligan. All right, that's fine. Gemstone Caverns onto the field, exiling Mana Drain. This is exiled. Draw for turn, play land. We can't actually do anything right now. I could have kept Mana Drain, I guess, and pitched Muddle the Mixture, but that seemed worse. Actually, no, that's not. Let's pitch this, and then whatever our opponents cast, we're Mana Draining something so that on our turn we can play Mystic Forge. So next turn, we get the 1 mana from the Mana Drain, cast Cavern, name Human, and then we cast Mystic Forge. Oops. Play with the top revealed. Okay. So I don't want Dress Down, so exile this. All right. So on the next turn, we're going to stop on upkeep. And actually, Trophy Mage is fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Next turn, draw this. Cast artifact spells and colorless spells from the top, so not lands. Okay. Actually, we want more mana, so exile this. Ooh, Sensei's top. Then Ornithopter. Next turn, Nim Death Mantle on the top. Nice. So, mana. Oops. Death Mantle off the top. Milliken. Sure, we'll get more value. Alright, we don't have any mana left over, so next turn. Actually, I would have exiled this. Okay, Opal. Right now we need enough mana to go Trophy Mage for Ashnod's Altar, right? Yeah. And play Sinnet. So, Milliken, and then we're milling this over. War of Invention on top. Is War of Invention cheaper than using Trophy Mage? It probably is. Oh wait, no, I can't cast it. Well, I can top it. So, draw this. This goes back to the top. Then we can replay it. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 plus War of Invention. So blue, 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 tap, 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 whir, graveyard, look at my deck, go grab Ashnod's Altar, Ashnod's Altar hits the board. And now we can sack this. And then we can tap this for blue and sack this. And then place the net and go infinite. All right. One more for the road. Make sure this works. Draw for turn. Play this. Play... Old Clan. Next turn. This one, and then we're just going to immediately play and clamp this. So this dies, draw 2. Next turn, land, Sapphire Medallion. And then I guess I can Storm Drake and trade it with something. I don't know what that thing is or if I can clamp that thing, so let's just say we have this. Next turn. So we actually have Ashnods in our hand. I don't know if we have a single other thing that we can grab with Trophy Mage. Get Ashnods into play. And then we'll just pass. Next. All right. Island. So now, whatever creature this is, we can clamp it, and then we can sack it to Ashnod's Altar to draw cards. So, a draw we have... Is there any way for me to represent the mana I have floating? I don't think so. Battlefield. Untap, move something. No. Seemingly not. All right. So 2 mana floating. We've already played our land for the turn. I guess I would have not done that yet. All right, Saga. And then... So now we're just missing Death Mantle for Sinnet. So 2 floating plus blue, cast Sinnet. Make a token. Equip the token with Skull Clamp, draw a card. Draw 2. Alright, play... 1 left, so play Nephalia Smuggler. And next turn, this is turn 6. Play a land, Urza Saga's 2 counters. We can Skull Clamp Smuggler to draw. Oh wait, I can just whir for Nim Death Mantle. Duh. So blue, tap Sapphire, tap Ashnods, whir, go grab Nim Death Mantle, infinite tokens, and then it's not infinite. No, it is also infinite mana, and then we can move Skull Clamp around and just draw until we find a way to just win the game. All right. Is there actually a way to insta-win? Yeah, it's Alter the Brood, right? Yeah. So then we just go until we find Alter the Brood and then mill out the opponents. All right, well, this actually turned out to be better than I thought it would be. Thank you for suggesting it, Team Q. And then, so we've been streaming for over 9 hours and 20 minutes. I just want to make sure that I've got everything on this last page. So we finished off with Rasputin Dreamweaver, and then there's another crappy, like, it just taps for a mana. Roga of Carekeep. At the beginning of your upkeep, unless you pay triple red, an opponent gains control of this, and all creatures you control named Kobolds of Carekeep. Player gains control of a creature this way, tap it. Creatures you control named Kobolds of Carekeep get +2/+2. Okay, that's bad. And then we've got vanilla. So this is page, I don't know, 181 out of 240 of commanders in release date order. Anyway, with that all done, this has been quite the day of streaming. So I think we will stop here. All right. Now we have an empty wheel again. How many decks did we make today? Moxfield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 new decks. Yeah, as a reminder, if you want any of your decks, like if you have a deck and you want it critiqued, as long as that deck is available online, like on Moxfield, you can username and I will critique the deck. And if you would like to request a deck be built because you want to see how I build a specific commander, or you want a deck built for you basically, and then you can just copy paste the list, you can always request that in the chat. Otherwise, I guess come back next time with just going on down the next ones. Let's get a preview of which commanders are next after this. Because yeah, there's a bunch of like the crappy legends, especially the ones that are vanilla creatures. And then we get to move on to the Mirrodin era and the Ravnica era and see some of these cards. All right. So potentially some of these guys next time. See you then.